Careful, mind the pedestrian on the bridge.
They're gaining on us.
Come on, put your foot down. It does go all the way to the floor.
Vroom, vroom, vroom. Come on. It's alright, it's alright. I think we can outrun them. Hello and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. We're changing up the format today, so I'm going to do intros today and talk about the formats that we're doing and the reasons why we record the way we do. I've had a few comments recently about how I should review all of these games on the original hardware, and that would be a wonderful way to do things. But the problem is that I used to have the ability to record things on the original hardware. However, after I moved house, I seem to have lost the thing. I used to have a little device that plugs into a Mac, which allowed me to get a screen capture of whatever I was processing. For example, a computer or a console, anything like that, or even a TV signal because I had an aerial. And I have the cap for it, so wherever this thing is, this little ITV device that I had, it's going to get damaged because I have the cap that goes over the USB connection. I don't know where it is. I moved house a few years ago and I haven't seen the damn thing since. So it's very annoying. I used to have a little system you could plug in and it would do an RGB connection, and that was quite useful at times. But the problem with that is that the quality that you get out of it is not very good because it's USB 2, I think, instead of 3. And maybe even 1. It's quite an old piece of equipment, so I used that for a little bit and it was alright, but it never really got the same level of quality as this device that I can't find. So we use emulators instead because the alternative is to record the screen while I'm playing a game. And I did this with the Mega Drive review of Zool, and it didn't look very good. And I tried it with the Game Gear as well. We've tried various ways, recording in the dark, just seeing the light off the screen and things like that. And yeah, you can see what's going on, but not very well. So I decided that for the moment, until I can find this thing or get a replacement for it, we're going to stick with using the emulated versions instead. And where they're different, because I do have the original hardware, I can check these things. Where they're different on the emulator, for example, something's not quite working properly, the sound isn't quite right. Although, given the fact that I'm actually deaf, I might not notice the sound too well. But I can hear things, so we'll see how we go. I will point that out as we go along in the emulation. But anyway, I'm waffling now, so let's cut this down and get straight into it. We're going to start with the Game Gear version, and I'm going to do as many formats as I can to give you a nice rounded look at all the different versions of this game. Okay, here we go. Sega Game Gear. Outrun. We want one-player game, of course. Magical Sound Shower. It's the one that we want because... of course we do. It's the best. And press the wrong button to start up. We're getting slow going when we start, but it's okay. It's a very smooth, very responsive port. Pulls to the left every time you go around a corner, so got to bear that in mind, but it is quite useful for getting around cars sometimes, so there is that. Like that, we just went round the car. It's smooth, it's fast, it's actually a really, really good port, and I used to play this for hours on the Game Gear. To the point where this music is actually etched into my brain. We'll see how far we can get. Ah! That's not good. Still love the music. It's just a shame that compared to some of the other versions, all we're doing is basically going round corners. There's no proper up and down. I mean, you get the impression of it sometimes when you get a little bit more road than otherwise, but it's not a proper up and down. You still have an idea of what's coming on the screen when it happens. But nevertheless, as an 8-bit port goes, this is a really, really good... There, you see, it's gone up slightly, but you still see quite far ahead. But as 8-bit ports go, this is a really good presentation. And I can't fault it. It's running really well, it's in a very enjoyable game, and it's quite difficult at times too, so there's a challenge there. It's really well done. The Game Gear version is fantastic. It's the one that I used to play an awful lot as a kid because the other version that I had was awful. But let's leave it aside and have a look at what I believe may be the best home computer version. It's the Mega Drive version, and let's have a look at how good it is. That music, and much higher quality graphical quality than on the Game Gear, but still I can see from here some few visual tricks and little memory saving devices going on, but nevertheless this is a rather good looking port of the arcade, so let's see how it plays. That's what we want. Voice added, sounds, everything, it's great. It drives rather well. The controls aren't, funnily enough, it's not quite as responsive as the Game Gear version. The car feels heavier. Perhaps that's the point. We'll see how we go. Oops. The car doesn't pull to the side as much either when you're playing, so there's that. And there are different vehicles. They're still doing the old... pump up the... Whoa, we actually heard a vehicle there. It's still doing the little sprite pump up thing with different sprites and different sizes, but that's to be expected to keep the game going. Interestingly enough as well, there's pseudo 3D going on too. So that's interesting. We're not going anywhere near as fast as the Game Gear version according to the speedometer. But never mind. We'll see how we go. We'll see how we're going. And there are 5 zones on this one for this game according to that map at the top, which is a nice addition too. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of variation now, and it really feels like you're going up and down, which is great. Whoa, this zone was shorter, wasn't it? Did I just... Oh. Well, that wasn't very good, was it? Let's try that again, see how we go. My goodness, I suck at this.
Get ready?
Yes, let's get ready. Speed. Brum brum. Here we go. Am I supposed to switch up to high gear? It's not automatic, is it? There we go. We're in high gear. I forgot that this isn't... automatic transition. We actually have to put it into high gear. That's why we weren't going as fast as the Game Gear version. Okay, well at least we know what happens when we fail. That's quite useful. Apparently all the vehicles have the same noise when you pass them. Whoa! I shouldn't whistle, I have no tune in my head. My goodness. You really feel it, don't you? It makes you feel it. Oh, when it turns the corner there and goes up and down. Oh my goodness. We're doing okay. Kind of. Whoa! We are not doing okay! Oh my goodness! I can't even see where we're going when we're up that high. Oh! I don't think we're gonna get very far on this one. Something tells me that I suck at this game. Our good fortune on the Game Gear version has not translated to the Mega Drive. Oh my goodness, you can get sick for in this game. But look at the graphical quality. It's not top notch, and you can still see that basically these things are floating sometimes, all the little enemies that go past. But you can't fault it, this is fast, it's really smoothly playing. We can see sometimes, yeah, it's basically shrinking and expanding the sprites to do it. But it works, it all works very nicely. And it's a really enjoyable game. This is well made stuff, this is good, I'm enjoying it. I don't know whether I prefer the Mega Drive or the Game Gear. I think the Game Gear has it from nostalgia value, but this Mega Drive one, even though I'm not very good at it, obviously, it's still good. It's still an enjoyable game. Okay, now we've seen the 16-bit edition, and it's fantastic. I think you'll all agree that's a very good version. Let's have a look at how the 8-bits managed to handle things. We'll start with the Commodore. This is the Commodore 64 version. We're on the 8-bits again. Going all the way back to 1987. My goodness. 29 years ago now. This game is old enough to vote. Nice little intro there. It looks more like you're driving a VW Beetle than a Ferrari, but oh well. Let's just hope it's okay. Oh, hang on. Oh, let's hope that the joystick's set up, because I can't remember whether it is or not. Here we go. Right, we're on joystick. This is incredibly slow. And we even move... Oh, we have to push forward, not press space. Okay. Right, that's okay. Now that I know what we're doing, we'll give it a try. Yeah. This is not good, is it? This is slow. Incredibly slow. Oh, sorry. Right, okay. Let's save judgment on speed until I actually worked out how I play this. Oh my goodness, this is not good. We have two gears, high and low. Okay, that's no problem at all. The sound quality is not bad, but the collision detection is. That's... I feel like I can drive through the side of some of these things and it doesn't seem to realise that I'm driving through them. Collision detection is not great. Okay, we have to push forward just to move. But that I can deal with, because I can still move left and right. The car moves reasonably smoothly when you're going left and right. We'll give it another try, because I wasn't really able to do it all that well there. But... oh, for goodness sake. I have to keep pushing left and right just to move this damn thing. To pick my name. Yeah, there's no auto-scroll if you just hold to one side. That's not good. And you have to pick his... So... they've really messed this up, man. Let's just keep going for the first top one. See how it goes. There are only two musical options. And if you want the second one, you've got to hold left or right just to get it. This is not the best presentation ever, let's put it that way. The car looks squashed. The yellow and orangey red do not go well together. There's not a proper crash for when you hit the other cars. This is a poor port. Compared to what we saw the Game Gear do, I mean, the Game Gear is a small handheld 8-bit system. It shouldn't be getting better, more polished versions of this game than the home computer versions. But it does, because this is not good. Come on. We'll play through it. I mean, look at the way the scrolling is put in. For the sense of speed, the whole of the ground is road. And we're just on lines on the road. It's ridiculous. The Commodore can do better than this. We've seen the Commodore do better than this. This is not good. Oh my goodness. This is so bad. It's not nice to play. It's really not. Now the Commodore version is actually quite impressive. I wasn't overly fond of it when I first gave it a try, but coming back to it, it's actually not too bad. But let's have a look at ones that really are quite bad. Let's start with the Spectrum so that we get an ease into things. Right, here we are in the Spectrum version loading in now. Let's hope this works. Fingers crossed. Here we are. Okay, that's controls, yeah. We want keyboard. Out. Yeah, let's do this. My goodness, it's loud. There we are. Yes, we are running this on an emulator because, as I've explained before, the software for recording direct from the machines, well, the software works, the hardware doesn't. We've lost it. That's what happens when you move house, I suppose. Right, let's hope for the best with this. Okay, this is pretty good so far. It looks alright. I mean, it's a Spectrum. It's not going to be the flashiest graphics ever, but it's reasonable controls. We're moving around alright. Can we shift up? How do you shift up? That's not that. I don't know how we shift up. Okay, let's just try and race as well as we can. Do, 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 do. The music's actually pretty good compared to something like the Game Gear version. I think this works out rather nicely. I mean, yeah, sure, the Mega Drive had the best, but this is not a bad rendition of the tune. Yeah, I'm enjoying this. So, yeah, it's reasonably smooth to play. It's going quite well. Oops. Yeah. The animation for spinning out is not the best ever, and it does slow you down, but I suppose that's a risk that you have to take when you're driving in a racing game, isn't it? There's no real sense of speed, though. That's the problem here. I mean, apparently I'm going at 192 kilometers an hour, but I don't really feel it. Traffic's not really coming toward me very quickly, and neither's anything on the sides of the road. So, there's no real sense of speed here. There was on some of the other ones, but there's not here. It's just... it's missing something. There's something missing from the feel of the game. It's... oh... what can you say, eh? When you turn a corner at speed, that feels like you're going fast. But this... and my God, I just drove through that truck, surely. The collision detection's not very good either. It doesn't seem quite right. I'm supposed to be driving this really fast car, but I have no sense of speed because VW Beetles and trucks that should be speed limited, are crawling past me. There's no sense of speed. That's what I'm trying to get. There's no sense that you're racing. You're just driving. You're going for a country drive. Also, I don't know how to speed up. Okay, what did I do? Was that it? Have I just... what? Did I just lose? Oh, for goodness sake. Alright, the Spectrum version, you can probably see, isn't the greatest thing ever made, but I can tell you now, compared to what you're about to see, it is a Shakespearean experience. Let's look at the Amstrad CPC Farce. I realise this is not the best one ever, and it has a bad reputation for a reason, but my goodness, the amount of time it takes to just bring in the tune at the start, this is ridiculous. Right, controls, joystick, yes. Let's start. Is it going to work? This is awful. Who thought this was ready to release? They can't have thought it was... Alright, at least the joystick seems to be working now. Oh my goodness. Okay, right. Controls left and right, fairly smooth. No sound whatsoever. The sound, as I recall, actually came on a separate tape. You were expected to play it in your hi-fi. There is no sense of speed here whatsoever. Once again, I don't seem to be able to change gears. So I'm limited to... Oh, there. What happened there? I just changed gears and I don't know how, because I've pressed all of the buttons on the joystick several times just to make that happen. I don't know. Cars change lanes to hit you? What? This is ridiculous. Am I now... Yeah. Oh my goodness. And also, we've got the Commodore problem again, where the road is just drawn onto the grass. This is awful. Who thought this was ready to release? My goodness. Yeah, the Beatles changed lanes. Well, at least you can see them on this version compared to the Spectrum. But this is essentially the Spectrum version with coloured graphics. It's awful. There's no sense of speed. Even when you're going really fast, you're not going fast because the cars don't go past you any quicker. I have no idea what these things at the side of the road are because you can't see them properly. Oh, it's a building. My goodness. I love the CPC, but this is awful. I'm sorry. This is really awful. It has so much potential. I mean, look at it. A few more weeks, even a few more days of coding and refining could have made this worth playing. But as it is, this is just awful. It's just... I don't even feel like I'm on the ground. You know those old LCD games where you could... or even the kid games where it's just a steering wheel that changes the position of a car that's floating above a roadway? That's what this feels like. The car is not on the ground. Look at this. The car is not moving compared to the road. It's ridiculous. So, I don't even feel like I'm actually driving. And look at it. Oh. The scenery in the background doesn't move compared to what's going on. Unless you're turning a corner and then it rotates it a bit. Oh. This is not Outrun. This is nothing like Outrun. This is just crap. This is something that you would expect to buy for 20 pence to copy a disc from a PD library, and then no game over screen, you just get a high score. There's no sense that you've driven anywhere. It's awful. It really is just the worst. Oh my goodness. And there's no finesse to this. It takes it a while of switching back and forward just to get your name onto the high score. And then, oh, my goodness, I feel... If I had bought this, I would feel ripped off, which I actually did when I bought it in a collection of games. I felt that this collection of 10 games I bought in a packet basically had 9 games in it. That's how I felt at the time. It was awful, and I was so immensely disappointed. So, yeah, the sooner we move away from this, the better. Let's move on. Okay, that was an awful one. I think we can all agree. Even me, as a CPC lover, I love that computer. I think it's one of the best computers that was ever made. But I think we can all agree that Outrun is not showing it off at its best. So let's look at another version for our final look and have a check out on one thing that I didn't expect to be any good. Let's look at the PC version from the DOS era. Okay, I've not seen this one before, so let's see how this goes. I'm intrigued. It's the DOS version. I'm going to try it on joystick. Let's hope it works. Okay, there's no joystick. Yeah, we want Splash Wave. Okay, what? This is a bit slow and awful, but we'll see how we go. Okay, it's cursor keys to control it, but... Oh my goodness, there's a proper sense of the game here. And they managed to get a decent beeper tune. I mean, it's a beeper tune, but it's alright. There's a sense of speed here, and I'm quite happy with it. Oh my goodness. I can't switch... Oh, I can switch down. That's good. You sometimes need to do that on the corners. Oh my goodness. And the cars actually react properly. Oh my goodness, this is a decent port. I'm surprised. At a time when PC gaming was a bit awful, this isn't bad. Oh, that's a good animation. After the Amstrad farce, this is surprisingly good. I'm happy now. Oh my goodness. Oh, the level's not very long though, is it? My goodness. Come on, let's move stages. They're moving to hit me again. These things are cruel. 7 seconds, come on. And the seconds are actually counting down at a proper speed. Oh, this is difficult already. I'm liking this. This is a good version. It actually feels like Outrun. Yeah, this is enjoyable. I'm liking the quality of this. Does it compare to the Mega Drive? Well, no, not really. The Mega Drive's still the best version we've seen, but this is coming right up there, which I'm surprised with, given the state of DOS games at the time. Oh, yeah. This is good. This is really, really good fun. Okay, let's see how far we can get. We probably won't be able to complete the game, but we can give it a good try. And if you notice, the background is actually moving properly. It's not just an awful scroll. It's reacting to what you're doing on screen. So when you go up and down, it changes as well, which is much better than what we saw in the 8-bits, where it was there. Nice map down in the corner. We've had that on several versions now, so it's good to see that it's actually tracking us. The music's starting to get on my nerves, though. And if I could take my hands off the keyboard to deal with it, I would probably turn it down, but that would take your time away from the game, and we don't have much time. Come on! Come on! Where's all the traffic gone? Not that I'm complaining because I'm not crashing into it, but it would be interesting to see where the traffic's gone. Come on. High gear, let's move. Here we go. It really likes to put a lot of traffic on for you, doesn't it? My goodness. It's difficult to stay on the track, to be honest. Probably if I took my finger off the accelerator, that would help. Oh. No, actually taking your finger off the accelerator doesn't help at all. This car isn't nearly uncontrollable. But although, thankfully, it does feel like it's actually on the ground. Interesting. We don't get a progress chart on this one either. But we do get to see which way they went on the map for each high score. That's an interesting feature. Okay, that's a really good version, actually. I'm surprised. So, let's leave it there, because that was pretty good. Okay, that's really all we got time for today, so I hope you did like this, and I think you'll agree that we ended on quite a high there. An unexpected high, but a high nevertheless. So, thank you very much for watching. I hope you did like this, and if you did, remember to click the like button. Share it with your friends so that they can see a good old game too, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching the GameHammer, and we'll see you next time.
I, Dr. Kirk-Robinson, have discovered the way of using crystals to get the energy from the video games. I will take these crystals and I will forge them together and produce huge amounts of energy. So let's try, and then we will have energy. My safety goggles. I need my safety gloves. Here I go. Safety first. That is why I am in my amazing lab. Now, with care and expertise, we will create the energy from the video games. Can it work? Can it work? Yes! We have it! Woo-hoo-hoo! The energy from the video games!
It works! It works! and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. This week I'm going to be breaking a rule that we've got here on GameHammer. Normally the rule is that I won't review anything that's newer than the generation of the PS2, the GameCube and the original Xbox, because I think once you've got to that point, it's pretty much the end point for where you can really be a game developer, because I develop some small games and I'm actually working on a game at the moment, and also be a reviewer of games the way that we do here. I'm one of those people who thinks that there really should be a divide between the developers and the reviewers, so I don't like to get too close to things. However, I'm going to make an exception this week because we've got a game that is a new game, but it's on the retro 8-bit system, so it kind of counts as an old game. And that game is Betiled, a clone of Bejeweled for the old 8-bits. And we've got 3 versions of it to look at, but before I get into those, what I want to do first is show you a version of Bejeweled. It's Bejeweled 2 Deluxe on the iMac. It came out a few years ago, so it's not a modern game, so we're not too close to the absolute rule. I will not deal with things that are really modern because I think it's too close to what I'm doing. And we're going to have a look at that to give you, anyone who hasn't ever seen Bejeweled, and if you haven't, my goodness, go and have a try because it's great. But to give you an idea of what is being copied for these other games. So let's have a quick look at Bejeweled 2 on the Apple iMac. Okay, here we go. Classic mode. It's basically just colour matching. Move the mouse around and pick the ones that you want to move on the screen by dragging them. And if you can make a line, which is what you have to do, then they disappear. It's an incredibly simple game, but it's an awful lot of fun. And it's very loud as well, so let's turn that down. I don't know whether you've been able to hear me or not because it's so loud. But yeah, you just drag around, match the colours and try and score as many points as you can, basically. It's a very, very simple game. There's various power-ups, like the power gem there and things like that, which allow you to clear more crystals. But that is the be-all and end-all of the game. You move around, you clear crystals, and that's it. It's remarkably simple, but because it's so simple, you pick it up quickly, and it's really good fun to play. It has a load of special effects when you complete levels, things like that. I've always liked this game. It's one of those that it's just nice and easy and simple to play. So I've always liked it. It's a lot of good fun. And it's interesting that it's been ported now by a few homebrew people to various 8-bit systems. So we're going to have a look at that in a moment. But for the moment, let's just see how far we get with the PC version. Well, I'll say the PC version. The Mac version is what we're actually playing here. Yes, it's one of those games you can play on a Mac. People say they're rare, but they're not. I'm a Mac gamer, and there are games, and they're good fun games as well. Oh, I should have got 4 then. Never mind. It's sometimes finding the right moves is a bit tricky, but sometimes it's not. Just like this. There's, like I said, there's really nothing to this game, and that's part of its appeal. It's like Tetris in that manner. There's not an awful lot to do, but because there's not an awful lot to do, you get to concentrate on the simplicity and the fun part of the game and make it just really good to play. So I like it. And a lot of people that you would say were casuals, perhaps, and that term gets thrown around as if it's a pejorative one. It's not, but people who just aren't really into games like it's their life, they like it too. So there's an awful lot of people who enjoy something like this. Big, bold colours, nice music, simple gameplay. What more could you want from a game that you can pick up and enjoy for a while and then put down? You can't. There's nothing else that you'd want, is there? It's a very simple, very fun, very addictive game. Now, the one thing I will remark on with this version is that you can click and drag with the mouse, click and drag the colours, or you can click on one colour and click on another. That's something to bear in mind when we look at the 8-bit versions, because they change up that base mechanic. And does it change the flow of the game? Not really, but it is a difference to the mechanic. Okay, so there we have it. It's a fun, addictive game. It's very simple. The gameplay is incredibly simple, and that is really what allows it to be drilled down to its core and made so compelling to play. Anyone can play this game, anyone can pick it up and enjoy it, and that's part of its beauty. So let's see how well this really simple gameplay has translated to the older 8-bit systems. We're going to start with the ZX Spectrum version, which, in my opinion, although it probably isn't the development version, it may actually be one of the best versions. So let's have a look at it right now. Okay, here we are, the bejeweled clone for the ZX Spectrum. It's betiled. Press fire to start. Let's see how different it is. After years of research, the mad scientist Dr. Circulus has found out the way of getting energy from the essential crystals of the video games. Help him joining the crystals before time runs out, or beware of a devastating blast. Let's go. Okay, so we've got some background information on what's going on in this game now. That's interesting and different from the original game. Okay, let's see what the controls are. Oh, excellent. OPQA. And that's... Right. Yeah, like I said on the Mac version, this isn't click and click. It's click and drag, and that's the only way of moving these. So click and then click on the direction that you want to go in, and it moves them around. But it's basically the same gameplay, only now we have a time limit as well, which is interesting. I suppose actually on the original versions there's a time limit as well. If you run out of energy it ends, but that doesn't come up much because it's so easy to just find the next thing rather than run out of energy. But this one brings in a much quicker drop down of the time limit, so that's cool, I suppose. Adds a little bit of extra tension to the game, which may or may not be worth it for you. There we are, we got to the end of the level, and are rewarded with more crystals. I like the funny faces on these ones, it gives a bit of extra character to it, rather than just the impersonal blocks and colours from the originals. Not blocks, you know, crystals. But it is different. So yeah, it's very much the same game, it's just lower resolution basically. But it's good fun. There's no sound on this one apart from the sound effects, so we've got no music going on, got no tunes. But there is nothing wrong with this. I cannot fault this game. This is good, plain, good old fun. So I can see why it got an award when it went to a game show. Because there's a lot here to enjoy. This is good old fun. But like I said before, there's not an awful lot you can say about this really, because what can you say? You match the colours, and that's it. When you match some colours, they disappear. Very simple gameplay, very classic gameplay as well. If you remember back to the old days where games were an awful lot simpler, they had a simple premise, and you played them, and you enjoyed them, and that was it. So I like this because it's proper classic gaming, and we don't see a huge amount of that these days, but this is just good. It's a very, very smooth implementation. Everything works. It just works. The colours are good. The layout, it's pretty good. I mean, most of the screen you're not actually paying much attention to, so it doesn't matter that the design is a bit scruffy. But to be honest with you, like I said on that review of Nomad, I actually like the scruffy punk design. It works quite well for what it is. The game moves fast, it's smooth. It's fun. There's absolutely no problems with this whatsoever. This is good stuff. Okay, the Spectrum version, as you can see, is basically bejeweled, drilled right down to its core, and done in a unique way for an 8-bit system. It's got a lot of character, it's got a lot of real niceness to it, but it does have this problem of it being a small part of the screen with this other bit that you just don't seem to use. There's not a lot of screen real estate being used to its full potential here. It's very much as if the Spectrum couldn't be used to its full potential because so much was going on, but it's really not going on that much. But nevertheless, despite the flaws and potential flaws there is a lot here that is really, really good, and I really like how well they've managed to translate Bejeweled to the Spectrum. I was very impressed. Let's have another look at another system and see. I think this one is the development version, the Amstrad CPC version, because it just seems to have that little bit of extra screen polish to it. I may be wrong, but it really does feel like that to me. So let's have a look at it and you can make your mind up for yourself. Okay, here we are on the CPC running Betiled. Nice use of colour. That's looking pretty damn good actually. Let's see how it goes. Interesting loading screen there. I think it's going to be the same plot line as the Spectrum version. Nice implementation of the music. That's good. Oh, we've got a nice little menu screen as well there. Let's start and see how we go. After years of research, the mad scientist Dr. Circulus has found out the way of getting energy from the essential crystals of video games. Help him joining them before time runs out, or beware of a devastating blast. Let's go! Nicer graphic there actually. The Doctor looks a bit more, well, you can see what's going on a bit more. It's still low res of course, 8-bit, but interesting music. Okay, yeah, it's nice. It's different. I think the Spectrum one actually has better characterization for the crystals, but this is nice. Is it quite as smooth? It doesn't flow quite as quickly on the CPC, and the resolution is odd. I think things seem a little bit vertically stretched. And maybe that's just me, but I don't know, it's just, maybe it's just because I've been looking at the Spectrum version and I enjoyed that one, but I can't fault it though. This is good stuff. You move around very nicely, it's smooth for moving, and it's nice to have some music. It's actually a pretty good tune as well now I think about it. Yeah, I can see this being a catchy tune. Are the levels shorter and easier, or was I just getting better use of points? I don't know. Okay, there's a move. Sometimes it gets a bit tricky to find moves, but that's true of the original version as well, so can't fault that. Oh, that was good. See if we'll get a 5. Oh, we don't have any of the power-ups that come if you get a 5. You did on the original, so it's got the classic... most of the classic gameplay, but none of the power-ups from what I can see. Oh well, that's not a problem. Yeah, the levels are quicker. Yeah, the levels have got to be quicker. That went over quicker than the Spectrum version did. But wow, I like the colours and the way they've drawn these people. It's not bad characterization. It's just a little different from the Spectrum version, and I kind of liked how punky and fun they were. But this works as well. There's a lot of character to these little spheres. And better use of the screen real estate as well. I have to say that. There's less of the background HUD and things like that. It's more gameplay. The gameplay is more in your face, which I like. This is really good actually. Yeah, this is good. I'm enjoying this one a lot. Let's see if we can pass this level. That I had a bit of trouble finding a move there. I like the look of the red ones, they're cool. And the white one with his funny grin and specs, that's fun. Yeah, this is good, I'm enjoying this. Oh, there we go. Right, let's stop there because I think we've seen what we need to see with this. It's good. There's a lot of good fun here. There's less time on the levels as well if you look at the timer going down the top. We had just over 60 seconds on the Spectrum, and it's just about 40 seconds on the CPC. So yeah, the levels are shorter, but never mind. It doesn't really matter because you're still having a lot of good fun. This is a very good implementation of the game, and I'm enjoying it. Now, the Amstrad CPC version, as you can see, makes better use of screen real estate. There's a lot of character to the Spectrum version. It's got a kind of punk aesthetic that I really, really love. I said this back on the review of Nomad. I still think it's true. There's a certain punk aesthetic to the way the Spectrum handles graphics, which causes people to do these chunky and a little bit messy sometimes versions, which look so good to me, and I really love it. The Amstrad version has more of a comic feel to it, which is great. It works really well for this game, but sometimes it doesn't quite translate in terms of other things. But anyway, I think this was a very, very polished effort, and I really love it. But I want to look at one final one. It's not one that comes up an awful lot on GameHammer, mostly because I have trouble getting an MSX to run on my system, because at the moment we're still having to use the emulators. I have found the little device that allows me to plug on my old computers and consoles. You may have noticed there's a GameCube behind me, and I've got a load of other consoles here as well. But what I've found is that the older computers don't always translate into this thing, so I'm still working out the bugs. We're going to get there. We'll see how it goes. I mean, the Amstrad, all I get is a black and white screen when it comes up, which is annoying, but I'll work it out, and then we'll get back to the actual hardware, and then the show will be exactly what I actually wanted from the show. But I'm waffling now, so let's just cut straight to it. We're going to have a look at the MSX. It's the final version of Betiled that I want to have a look at today, because I think it's actually the final version of Betiled that's available, and we're going to see just how well this is translated. Okay, here we are on the MSX version. Okay, it's got very similar quality of sound to the Amstrad. No problem with that. Let's try and turn it up a little bit. There we go. And start. Spectrum style layout, but better use of the screen now, so that we have no hyphens in it. The Spectrum version hyphenated some of the words. Better colour layout as well. That's a good use of colour, so let's get in there and see what it's like. This is coming off a cartridge for the MSX, so it should be better than a standard specky port. It's a little bit slower, but let's see how it moves. Oh my goodness. Okay, it's a little bit slower for moving the cursor around, but once it gets going, it's really good. Whoa, CPC level of level length there, so we'll bear that in mind. But my goodness, it's quick. Once you start moving things around, it's so fluid. This is nice. This is really nice. The characterization of the little guys, the little crystals, is basically the Spectrum version, which I suppose is to be expected, given that the MSX and Spectrum have similar graphical capabilities. But look at that hood. That is much better than the Spectrum's messy design. It looks quite nice. So this is a really impressive port. If I didn't know from the menu screen that this was a port, I would think this was the development version. This is very, very nice and very polished. I am sincerely impressed. Again, the gameplay is the standard match the colours to clear lines thing. It's basic Bejeweled, and there's nothing wrong with that. It works perfectly fine. Movement was with the cursor keys this time instead of OPQA, but that's not a problem. It does mean I have to hold my hands in a different place compared to the others, but I suppose that would make it a little bit uncomfortable for long play. But for what we're going to be doing, this is good. I really like this. I am actually impressed. Where's it? No, we can't do it. Where is another move? I'm having trouble here. Where's the moves? Oh, I've got lost. I've got myself lost now. I'm sure some people are shouting at the screen now. It's over there, you silly woman. But I can't see any moves. I can't. I really can't. Oh, there's one. My goodness. Typical of Bejeweled. Once you see it, it's obvious. But when you don't see it, it's infuriating. There's got to be a move. And as with all the other ones, the control system is select the one you want to move and then click the direction that you want to move it in. And that's all there is to it. But look at the quality of this screen. I mean, this is fantastic. This looks brilliant. I am loving this. I cannot fault this in any way. This is wonderful. No sound though. Like the Spectrum, no sound. In fact, the CPC and the Mac versions are the ones that have had sound. So that's interesting. But it would have been nice if we'd had sound, but it doesn't detract from the game to not have it. I mean, I only just noticed that it wasn't any. So, yeah, all in all, this is a very, very high quality port, and I am sincerely impressed. Okay, I think we can all agree that the MX version there is impressive. It's incredible how polished this game is. I remember that when I was a kid, the thing that I used to see on the MSX the most was a game called Streaker, and we're going to review that at some point. And it looked like a Spectrum game, but it ran rather slowly. And that, to me, has always been stuck in my mind what the MSX is. It's always looked like the cheaper Spectrum, even though it was actually a more expensive system. It felt cheaper. But to see it actually running with, because of this is a cartridge game, so it has a lot of advantages over other games, it's running the MSX to its full potential, and it is amazing to see. So I was incredibly impressed by this one. It is a brilliant effort. I think out of the three, perhaps the MSX version is the one that I would recommend to people, because it has the punky style of graphics from the Spectrum version, but it has the density of colour and the presentation of the CPC version. So I think it is actually the best of both worlds. So if you're going to look at a version of Battalion, I would go for the MSX port because it is so well done. But anyway, that is Battalion. It's a very impressive game. It's taken the core gameplay elements from Bejeweled, the tile matching, the level system and the time limit and things like that, and it's made a very impressive version for 8-bit systems. I was really, really pleased to have found this game. No wonder it won an award when it went to a game contest. So I was really, really impressed, and I recommend you take a look at it. I'll put a link in the description bar so you can have a look. Anyway, that's really all we got time for this week, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you did like this, and if you did, remember to click the like button, share it with your friends so that they can see a good old game too, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching the GameHammer, and I'll see you next time.
Greetings, traveller. Come forth and state thy aim.
O wise and mighty oracle, I have come from lands yonder to discover the secret of which game is the most hideous cash grab, sucking money out of the wallets of kids.
I know of which ye seek. It is E.T. the extraterrestrial.
Dear goodness, no! I don't mean that one. Everyone knows that one's horrible. If we mention it, we might explode.
Count Docula too.
Oh my goodness, it's still that's a bit rich for my blood.
Come on now, we can't have all this whining and stuff. If you're not going to do them, then you'll have to do the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
The Mutant Turtles? Of course! Hello and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. And you know that feeling you have where you really, really want to enjoy something, but regardless of how much you try, you can't because it's just not letting you? That's pretty much how I feel about Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, or its American equivalent, Ninja Turtles. Because, of course, back in the late 80s and early 90s, we weren't allowed to say ninja on British TV, because that would encourage people to try out martial arts and then beat each other up. That's the logic of our censors, what can I say? I loved the Ninja Turtles when I was a kid, and I bought this game for the Amstrad CPC, and really, really wanted to like it. I even really wanted to like it despite its hideous copy protection system, which meant that if you didn't have the light on at the right time when you were looking through it, you couldn't read it, which meant you couldn't type in the code. I had a bedroom light that, like everyone else in the early 90s, gave out a sort of yellowish tint, which made it almost impossible to read this damn text. So really, if you wanted to play the Turtles, you had to load it up during the day and use the light from the window to be able to read the thing. That's how great copy protection was. And we still have problems with it now, because we're just never going to get that right. But the thing is, there's a lot that makes this game look like it really should be good. The graphical quality is pretty damn good, especially considering the time. And it's reasonably responsive on most of the versions that you play. So why doesn't it work as a game? Well, to answer that, we've got to actually have a look at it. So let's start off on a version that I didn't actually know existed at the time. This is the Amiga version. Let's start with that. Okay, here we are on the Amiga version. It's a little bit slow, actually. Oh, attacked already. This doesn't feel like an Amiga game. This feels like a very graphically intensive 8-bit. It looks awful. Let's turn the music down a little bit. Right, it doesn't detect where you are properly on the screen, so we've just come into the sewer, despite the fact that I was trying to walk past it. But never mind. Let's play it through and see how we go. You can't move and attack at the same time, which is going to be an awful annoyance. But it looks quite nice. It's alright. It plays like the Turtles does. So I'll give it that. A little bit jerky on its scrolling. My goodness. It really could be better than that. I have a feeling that this isn't properly optimized graphics and code, because they're looking a little clunky on the graphics. Looks like they've been ported. Maybe it's an ST port or something like that. But it just doesn't feel quite right. Leonardo's sword there appears to be a Psy. We'll keep going. See how we go. Did I just get hit by... Right, okay. Well, at least we know. It's not the best version by a long shot. It needs a bit more programming optimization, that's for certain. But it's got a decent... oh, he's got a longer range for his punch than I have with my sword? That seems wrong. My goodness. Yeah, this isn't great. My goodness, only just managed to do that. Oof. Come on, let's get through. Right, we're going to need to find somewhere that does a pizza. Does this one have pizzas? This one does have pizzas. We're almost dead. We can't get hit again. This is not good. Seriously, come on. Even the 8-bit versions was better than this. Let's get rid of the guy that will kill us when we go up the stairs. Go up the stairs! Oh, for goodness sake. Seriously. Go up the stairs. Oh, for... Right. It doesn't like to attack upwards, which is an annoyance. It's a serious annoyance. And what is that meant to be Splinter there? Because it's not, is it? It's really not. It looks more like some sort of mangy bear than a rat. This has been done cheaply, hasn't it? Seriously, cheaply. Get out of here, come on. Oh my goodness. So cheap and nasty. For goodness sake. Who's firing the shurikens that were hitting us over there? Because was it these guys? I don't know. Oh, for goodness sake. I'm really not liking this. This is off. You can't attack while you're moving at all, which seems to include spins. I'm sure on the other versions you can attack while spinning. Oh, there you can, providing it's in a good mood. It's got the same problem as the other ones where if something's on top of you, you can't attack it, which is a distinct advantage for the bad guys in that respect, because they can attack you just by touching you. Right, we have to go in here, don't we? We need to... Oh, for goodness... I jumped! I didn't want to leave the room, I just wanted to jump! Attack things, come on! This game is annoying the hell out of me already, and I'm only up to a couple of screens in. Oh, so bad. It's intensely bad. Go up, for goodness sake. It's not too much to ask for it to work, surely. This really feels like a cheap cash-in. It's an 8-bit game that's been badly ported to a 16-bit system. Well, at least Bebop and Rocksteady look pretty good. For the time, I suppose. Come on! Because in 1990, the Amiga's not been out for very long, so you can... I suppose to a certain extent you can excuse the bad graphics due to the fact that the Amiga was new and people didn't know what it could do yet. But what on earth? The sight are not being used properly. Oh my goodness, it's so awful. Bombs are set in the lake. Find the entrance. You have my support. Lovely. This... oh. Decompress. Acting freeze weight. Yeah, we know. So this is... it's like all the other games, all the other versions of it. Basically, it's a very rushed port, and it's not good. Look at this. He's waving the Psy rather than using them properly. No, I don't want to go back out. Get me back. Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, this is ridiculous. I can't jump if I'm next to the door, but to jump you need to be near the door. Oh, for goodness sake. No one has done this properly. This is a complete botch job. Oh, for goodness sake. Yes, now we've got a guy fighting with a chainsaw because that happens in the Turtles. And I can't fight downwards, so standing on these stairs is useless. This is awful. Whoever's done this has just done it in the quickest way possible. It is exceptionally bad. And what's worse is you start where you died, so I instantly come into the game losing energy because the guy was on top of me when I died. None of this has been done properly. At all. It's awful. Can I get up here without dying? Oh, for goodness sake. I can hit upwards, slightly, if I'm in the right position. Oh, this is... I think this is... Oh, and enemies just reappear for who knows why. I think this is, honestly, the worst version of this game. And all of them are bad, but this is even worse. It's ridiculous. Oh, for goodness sake. Go up the ladder. Come on, it's not too hard. Come on. Go. What is this game's problem? Right, so what? I have to kill this guy and then I might be able to get up? Is that how it... It would have been nice if it had told me. Right, now can I leave? Please. Thank you. Go up the ladder! Oh, for goodness sake, it's even worse. It's just more crap. It's a bad game. This is awful. Why anyone thought they would expect people to pay money for this, I don't know. It's a cheap cash-in. Who's firing the shuriken? I've killed everyone! Who is firing these shurikens? Oh, for goodness sake. Come on! Just die already, man. Come on. What am I firing? Is that supposed to be my bow stick? Because it looks like a straw. Am I using a bow stick or a barbershop pole? Right, here's the worst part of the game. Almost universally regarded as the worst part of the game. I have a time limit that's probably not going to be enough. No idea where these computers are because they move them around on pretty much every version. Oh, and it's jerky animation too. Is there any part of this game that's good? Because I haven't found it. That was where we came in, wasn't it? Yeah, so we won't go down there. Now we go back and waste more time. I don't even care that I'm getting electrocuted. I just want this over with. That's how bad this game is. Come on. Just get me through this, come on. Have I missed any? Are there any left? If you got this to show off to your friends about your new Amiga, I think they would not be that impressed. They'd look at it and go, well, my Commodore can do that. Oh, for goodness sake. What? Good job, the dam is safe. Yay. Oh. Please end this soon. Please die so we can end this soon. It's a bad game. Every version is a bad game, but oh. Right, do I now get to play with the thing? No? Yes? No? I remember that there was a certain technique you had to use to get into the turtle van, and I can't remember what it was. So I'll just kill these people because they're there. But I know that you need the turtle van to get over a bridge at some point, certainly in the Amstrad version, I remember that. Right, there's really nowhere open, so let's go in this one place that appears to be open. And now there's a guy on fire and a floating eyeball. That's the level for this game. Floating eyeballs and guys on fire. Without context. There's really nothing to it, is there? Do I go in here? No, that's just the background. And the eyes, of course they do, they come back once you've walked off the screen. Because this game can't even remember what you've done. That's how well designed it is. It doesn't remember that you've killed the enemies and it just brings them back. I am struggling, sincerely struggling to find anything that's good about this game. What's firing these missiles at me? Because I genuinely don't. There's nothing firing these missiles. And now I've fallen down again. Oh, come on. This is just awful. It's soul-crushingly bad. There's nothing firing these missiles. They're just there. I don't even know what that was. It's just a new monster appearing at random, apparently. Come on, use your straw to smack people. Oh my goodness, did I just go through all this to find out there's nothing here that I need? It doesn't move the game on at all. It's just a level. Oh, for goodness sake. That's another problem with this game. There's just random buildings with guys to fight in them and no point. Let's get out of here. It's ridiculous. Let us out! Oh my goodness. I hate this game. It's awful. Let's go in here and see what else is here. Oh, a sewer level. That actually looks like a... My goodness. Seriously? Seriously? To get to this level, we had to swim through a lake underwater. But you're telling me, if I touch water in a sewer, I die. Because apparently I can't swim. Unless we're in a level where I can swim. This is ridiculous. Okay, that's pretty bad, yeah? And I think we can all agree that it's just really not very good. The graphics aren't great, even for what would essentially be nowadays classed as a launch title type of thing, where the Amiga's not been out very long, people haven't really got an idea of its graphical capabilities, but it still looks pretty bad even under those circumstances. It doesn't respond well, it's slow, it's terrible basically. The music's not very good either. So it wasn't a good game. Was there a good version? Well, the internet is obsessing, as the internet does, with the Nintendo Entertainment System version. The NES version seems to be, according to the net, the best version. So let's have a look at that now and see whether they're right. Okay, here we are on the Nintendo NES, the one that people on the internet still talk about being good. Interesting, we've got a... This sounds like a pretty good rendition of the tune, actually. Better than the Amiga version. This is far more upbeat and intense than the Amiga, and this is nice. This actually might be a pretty good version. So let's... We've actually got a storyline, my goodness. Let's start. Okay, we didn't start off very well there, did we? I've already lost Leonardo. So, alright, let's just do Donatello. And avoid that thing this time, my goodness. Right. We're not going to hang about. We're just going to get through this. So let's go straight for the climactic battle with Thingamajig and What's-His-Face. Yeah, I remember my Turtles lore. I know what Thingamajig and What's-His-Face's names were. Honest. Bebop and Rocksteady, that's what he was. Graphically, the Amiga had the advantage. Of course it did. It's a 16-bit system. But for everything else, the Nintendo's holding up very well in comparison because it's it's faster paced. It's not slowing down as much as the Amiga. The graphics aren't that much worse compared to the Amiga. We're doing okay here. This isn't bad. Certainly could have been a lot worse. Let's put it that way. And also, while I'm jumping, I can attack properly. So that's an advantage. Oh, I've just lost my best dude. Okay, let's go with Michelangelo since his nunchakus aren't quite as bad as on Raphael's size. Raphael has the shortest reach in the entire game, as I recall. Okay, let's keep moving and see how we go. It's doing the memory saving technique of all the turtles actually have the same sprite, and the weapon is an extra that's added on afterward when you pick which turtle you're using. And all that's happening is the secondary colour for the turtle changes depending on which turtle you're using. So Michelangelo's orange, Leonardo's blue, Raphael's red, and so forth. Which is a very good memory saving technique, and I think that's done quite well. I can't remember whether we're in a building or a sewer, and the background is not helping. This could be either, so there's that as a memory saving technique as well. I think we're in a sewer now, aren't we? Let's have a look at a building. That's not... Oh, for goodness sake, did I just... Okay, well, at least I've got rid of things so I can get past. Oh, what? How many times do I have to kill these guys before they're dead? Wow, I've just lost most of my health. Oh, there's a pizza around here. For goodness sake. Oh, for goodness sake, no! No, 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 no! I don't need the digital alarm clock of death. I'm about to die, so let's quickly switch out for Raphael. Yeah. Well, he wasn't very hard, was he? Don't let the Foot Clan destroy the dam. You have my support. Was she a Dalek? That was very slow speed there, wasn't it? At least we can get around quicker than on the Amiga version. This isn't totally awful, I suppose. Ow. Oh, do I have to die? Do I have to kill this first? Okay. Oh, that's the guy I'm supposed to kill, is it? Oh my... Oh, we're about to get our asses handed to us. I went the wrong way, okay. I don't think we're going to get very far on this version. Right, no. So, in assessment, what can we say about this game? Well, the soundtrack is actually better than the Amiga version. The graphics aren't as good, but they move quicker. And that's a big advantage. It's a better game. It has some slowdown here and there when there's too many sprites on screen, but it's a better, more intensive, faster flowing experience than the Amiga version, and that's well worth it. Okay, I assume that the NES version is one of the development versions, if not the development version. It's not bad. It's got a lot more control over which direction you attack in than some of the other versions. And in that respect, it makes the game pretty playable. Let's see what happens when you take out some of that control and just don't replace it with anything. Let's have a look at the Amstrad CPC version. Well, I've heard worse intro music. It's an alright graphic as well for the loading screen. So, let's see how this goes. Press a key, okay? This is Shredder. Listen to me, Turtles. Why are you buzzing when you talk? We have April O'Neil. To get her back, you must defeat the Foot Clan. We are waiting for you. Ha ha ha. That's actually not a bad picture for the Shredder. And the turtles on the side look pretty good. Let's see how this goes. Pick a turtle. Well, we're going to go with Donatello because he's the best one for this game. Right, I have no ability to fight on this screen, so it's really just here so that we can move around like on the other versions. I don't want to go down here. So let's go straight to the main thing. Let's go and fight the bosses. Now here we have another example that it's doing the memory saving technique. The turtle is the same for each version, and it's just changing the secondary colour on it. Well, tertiary colour on this version. Actually, there's 3 colours. Interesting. So we've got a nicely coloured one. It's using memory saving techniques, but that's fine. That's perfectly alright. It moves smoothly. This is a nice, smooth game. I can't attack upward properly. You just attack while jumping. I can't attack while moving left and right, but I can attack while jumping. Kind of. Okay, let's see how we go with this. And, thankfully, unlike the Nintendo and the Amiga versions, I'm not finding that the computer's forgotten which enemies we've already attacked. So that's useful. Right, we're attacking Bebop when it was Rocksteady before, so I don't know why. But let's keep going and see how we do. See what I mean? I can't move and fight at the same time, so I've got to stop and attack, which is no good for me because he catches up too quick. Bebop is... But that was Bebop. We've just fought the Rhino, but the Rhino's taken April? What? Was that meant to be Rocksteady? Because that really wasn't Rocksteady. Was that another memory saving technique? Right, let's go in here because I'm pretty sure this is where we'll find an extra pizza for us to get the power back, because we'll need that, because we have to play as Donatello. He's got the furthest reach of all of them, even though actually I'm starting... Yeah, you will. I'm starting to think on this version though that Michelangelo may have the same kind of reach on his weapon, just due to the size of the sprite. But we'll see. Oh, for goodness sake. I can't attack anything that's on top of me, so I lose immediately. Yeah, okay. The reach on these is not different on each turtle, because look at the size of the weapon. The bow stick is the same length as the katana on this. Even though, really, from a realism point of view, it shouldn't be. But then again, we shouldn't talk about realism. We're playing a game with a mutant ninja turtle in it. So, yeah, realism can take a back seat for the moment. Okay, we got them. Even though we didn't actually need it, since the guy we needed to feed up is not with us anymore. He's been captured. Right, let's go and find Bebop, even though we've already fought Bebop. I'm pretty sure that must be just a sprite glitch. It's gotta be, surely. Surely they haven't just used the same sprite for both enemies. Or maybe they have. Maybe they just didn't care. Because that's what I get from a lot of this. Most versions of this game clearly just didn't care. There's a lot of extras that should have been polished on this, like the ability to properly fight enemies that are right on top of you. The ability to fight it all on this map screen. Did I... Oh, for goodness sake, I've just come through there. All the enemies come back if you... And now I've got to do it again because I'm on the wrong side of the thing. Great. Great move, guys. Well done on that. You've really excelled yourselves on how you've polished this game up. and remembered that we've already been through this maze. Come on, oh for goodness sake. Yeah. There's a lot wrong with this game. Sincerely wrong with this game. And most of it could have just been polished out. We didn't need to have such a bad version. But that's what we've got on just about every copy that we've tried. It's just not good. Under any circumstance. Oh, for goodness sake. Really? Really? There's a guy at the top of the stairs which you can't possibly attack before you get to the top of the stairs because you can't attack upstairs and you can't even see him until you get there. Great job, guys. Great job. I can't attack him. I've now got to just lose some energy because he's there. And I can't even... Oh, for goodness... Get out of the damn way. That is appalling. Was this gameplay tested? I really don't know. But I'm pretty sure it wasn't. Right, get round him, grab the... Right, now we are fighting the same guy again. Even though we've already fought this guy, we have to fight him again. This is severely messed up. Oh, for goodness sake, come on. There is no sense of achievement here. There's just a sense that you are enduring something that is awful. I mean, what can I say that I haven't already said? The graphics look pretty decent for the Amstrad. There's no sound, which is wrong because the Amstrad is capable of decent sound. In the right hands, the Amstrad has one of the better sound chips around. And it's not being utilised at all here. I don't even know what that face thing is. Is it an extra weapon? I don't know. I don't seem to be able to use it. I can't jump properly on this version. So let's just see what we can do. And get through this as much as I can. These levels on the maps have just essentially become a case of avoiding the enemies rather than fighting them. Because we literally cannot fight the enemies. At least dealing with the computers is quicker on this version. Obligatory underwater levels are just wrong. Did I miss a computer out? I don't know. I simply do not know anymore. To be honest with you, I no longer care. I must have. Because that's going back on the original way we came in. I just don't care. That's what this has come to. It's not a good game. On any format we've tried. You have saved the dam. Now go and save some... Okay, fine. Ah! What? So I start immediately being attacked. And I can't fight them. This is the worst part. I can't fight those enemies. But there are lots of them. And that's it. Now, the Amstrad CPC version was the one that I played as a kid, and at the time I really, really wanted to enjoy this game, and I really, really couldn't. It's one of those things where it's like, why am I playing this? Is it because I've spent my pocket money on it and I had to save up and spend my pocket money on it? Or is it because I really like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? I don't know, but the answer is, either way, I'm wrong for doing it because I can't like this game. It's not good. It's not a good game, and we have to look at it from that point of view. It really isn't good. Now, even seeing that, with its graphics being pretty reasonable, especially considering the graphical quality of a lot of CPC games, let's have a look at a game that doesn't even bother trying with that. Let's have a look at the ZX Spectrum. Okay, here we are on the Spectrum. The loading screen is nowhere near as good as the ones we've seen previously, but at least it has the TV show's colours to go with the TV show's logo, as opposed to all the red ones on the previous ones we've seen, which is the comics version of the Turtles, where they all had the same masks. But, okay. We're not even getting an intro from Shredder, apparently. Okay, we need to redefine the keys just so we know what we have. Let's use the traditional ones. Left, right, up, down, fire, and pause. And we'll use keyboard. Okay, the Spectrum is going to fart at us like the CPC did, so there's that. But let's ignore that because there's nothing we can do about it. And we'll go with Donatello because he's the best one for that. We can't fight on this map again, and that guy's moving very quickly, so let's just keep going. This thing is going to attack us. Right, we'll go straight to it because we don't want to mess around too long. We've already seen it. Right, all of the graphics are cheap and really nasty. Same memory saving thing that we've seen on the other formats where it's the standard turtle with a color swap and the sprite for the weapon is separate. We're using the Bebop sprite for the enemy again. I have a feeling that this is going to be just like the Amstrad where actually Bebop is used for both. But let's see how we go. Yeah, Bebop has taken April, even though we just defeated Bebop, so they are reusing it. It wasn't a mistake on the CPC, they really are reusing the same sprite. Right, the graphics are awful. Sincerely awful. The Spectrum can do better than this. Oh my goodness. Right. Donatello's been caught because we can't fight back. Oh my goodness, this is just awful. Sincerely awful. Oh, for goodness sake. We can't fight the things that are on top of us. Again, this is something that should have been pointed out and rectified in playtesting, which I have a feeling this game hasn't had. There are very few redeeming features to this. Again, we have no proper sound, and it's one sound effect for everything. This is just bad. This is a bad, bad game. It comes to something when you're looking back at things like Horace Goes Skiing and thinking, that was better than this. They're doing the same thing as on the Amstrad. This and the Amstrad have been done by the same guy, clearly. And, what? Even when I'm dead, I was being killed. This is... this is awful. I think we've discovered what hell looks like, and it's this game. I don't believe... I tried to jump over that guy there, and I couldn't, because I was on the stairs. So, even at the top of the stairs, it registers as stairs, so you can't jump on the stairs when you will need to jump. Absolutely appalling. This is a cheap and nasty tie-in, and it's irredeemably bad. Guys, if you play any version, do not play these versions. It's got to be the Nintendo version. It's the only one that is remotely a game. The rest are just endurance tests to see how long you can deal with this crap. I can't fire upward again. You can on the Nintendo version, because at least that one has been given some kind of quality test. It's missing key without the ability to attack upward, you can't play this game properly. The enemies are positioned where you really have to know what you're doing, and it's a chore. It's awful. I don't know how many times I can say it, but it really is awful. I'm doing this the wrong way around, so I'm probably going to run out of time. Every time you stop, it's so bad. Every time you stop, you drop, because apparently there's gravity in the water to an extent that doesn't exist in the actual above ground bits, even though the water should be slowing you down. I don't know what else to say. It's not a good game. Guys, just avoid. I just don't care anymore, you know? I've run out of cares. I really have. When he's dead, I'll be happy. Right, so that was pointless then. Where am I supposed to go? Thanks, man. Yeah. Great, new eyes got... Yeah, I don't care. It's that bad. I just don't care anymore, you know? We've reviewed a few games that are terrible, but this... I'm starting to look on Santa's Christmas Capers in a better light. It's that kind of bad. Okay, I think we can all agree from seeing that yeah, most of the time, the people making this really weren't trying. It's not great. It's one of those games where it really looks and feels and plays like it's a cynical cash-in rather than something that's been done out of love. And I'm sorry guys, but when you do a cynical cash-in like that, we can tell because it's just no effort there. It doesn't feel like they really spent the time to polish the game or even try to make it good at all. It doesn't work. You can't attack in a way that you need to in order to be able to defend from enemies. There's a lot there that just simply doesn't work. And as a result, it's a game that feels like it's punishing you for playing it. So it's one of those situations where, wow, we found something that makes you look at Santa's Christmas Capers and think, hey, this isn't too bad. And that's quite an achievement. So there you have it. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. I hope you did like this. And if you did, remember to click the like button, share it with your friends so that they can see a bad game too, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. Hopefully next time we'll have a better game for you. But until then, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson. You've been watching the GameHammer, and I'll see you next time. Pew, pew, pew. Pop, pop, pop. This is terrible, there's too many monsters. Pop, pop, pew, pop. Do we need flasks? That's what we came for, isn't it? Flask, I found a flask.
Don't tell me you've left your thermos back in the spaceship again. No. That's the wrong one. This is not the flask we were looking for.
But we're looking for flasks, I found a flask.
No, not that one.
Pew, pew, pew.
There's the Fuzzy Bear thermos, that's what we're after.
Oh, well I haven't found any of them, but there's too many monsters around here. Come on, let's get on the run. Hello and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. I'm a little under the weather this week, so we're going to keep this short and to the point. This is a shorter episode than we normally do because we've only got 2 systems that this game came out on, as far as I can tell. I've done a bit of research and it appears to have come out on the Spectrum and then been ported over and enhanced for the Amstrad. So I thought it would be a nice idea to take a look at what would essentially be a specky port, but a specky port that's not been done in the standard, let's just throw it out there and make a quick buck kind of way that people used to do on the Amstrad. So let's take a quick look at On the Run on the Spectrum. Okay, here we are on the Spectrum. Let's give this a try. The Spectrum is the original development version, as I recall, so this should be pretty good. Okay, we've got a decent Spectrum menu here. Nice colours, nice bold graphic. Well, not graphic, nice bold text. It's easy to read. We're going to define the playing keys though because they're not very good on the ones they've got. Okay, left, right, fire, thrust, center screen, and smart bomb. So there's our controls. And let's play the game. Let's see how this goes. Okay, we don't get much sound, do we? Okay, we don't get an awful lot of sound. It's pretty basic on this. Whoa. Yes. We're trying to find various various little flasks, and I haven't seen any so far, but there are 300 screens apparently. And oh, there's a flask. Right, we've got one of the 5 flasks. We've got an hour to do it, but we probably won't need an hour because I'm not very good at this game and probably won't get that far. But we'll see how we go. The movement is very simple. It's essentially left and right and thrust upwards. But you'd be surprised how that means that the game is actually very easy to pick up and quick to get a grip on. So, let's see how we go. I've been playing this a few times now, and what I've found from it is that every single item and every single monster is randomly generated, but the map itself is the same. So we get a good idea of where we're going to be going, just not what we're going to find when we get there. Which is, it makes for some replayability, I suppose. Most of what we're picking up is completely useless to us apart from enhancing our score, but since there's no high score as far as I can recall, it's actually a bit pointless in that respect. So, this is essentially it. The gameplay is this, what you're seeing now. We're flying around trying to find the things that we need to collect, and hopefully we'll find them, and if we do, great, and if we don't, well, there's always next time. That's pretty much the end of the game. 300 screens to try and find things in. I've seen about 50 at most because I'm not all that good at this game. I'm actually getting a bit lost now. I'm not quite sure where I'm at. But the graphics themselves are bold and decent. They're not the best ever, but they're not the worst ever. Not by a long shot, and it's colourful. It's actually quite good fun to play. Oh, need to find. Oh, there's a mushroom. I need to find a mushroom because it'll give us that little bit of health back that we lost. There we go. If we go through this frogs, it'll take us into the next stage, and we can't get back. So it's a good thing that we've checked everything else out before we go through. To see, quick pause there while we go into the next stage. Ah! Some monsters move quicker than others, as you can see. And some will actually zoom in on you and try and kill you. Like that one is there. Whoa! What did I pick up? I should probably center the screen sometimes just to show you where it does. All it does is change which parts of the screen you see. That's it. Centers the screen on you and then you go on from there. But what it actually does is, annoyingly... Oh, see, yeah, we can't go back. So all the screen change does is make it a little bit more difficult to see what's going on in certain areas of the game. So I generally avoid it if I can, because it doesn't really add much to the game. But this is essentially it. The combat is not the best. It's basically fire forward and hope for the best. The monsters do regenerate at times, but not immediately, so it does give you a bit of breathing room. But the monsters themselves are rather interestingly designed. There's a kind of organic feel going on for most of them, which is quite cool in my opinion. I won't pick up this green thing here because it actually just kills you. It takes power off you and that's it. So we're flying around trying to find these things. The flasks could be anywhere. I found 2 in the space of 2 screens before and then none for an entire game. It's all incredibly random, which, like I said, it gives it replay value, but it means that you can't plan anything. You can't learn how it goes and then try and pick more up on your next go than you did before, because it moves them all. Which is annoying as hell sometimes, but what can you do? I'm not going to go down there because we haven't checked all of this area out yet, but we could if we wanted to, because I have a feeling that there aren't any flasks in this particular area. It slows down a little bit when there's too much on the screen, but it's not massively game-breaking in when it does it. Oh, I must have picked up Smart Bomb at some point and hadn't noticed. Smart Bombs are good because they'll kill all enemies on screen at once, which is useful if you get in an area where there's a huge amount of them. Oh, for goodness sake. That's the other part that annoys the hell out of me. When I'm dropping down and I just land on a monster. And it's touch killing on this. So if you touch a monster, you get hurt. But if you land on a monster and don't realise for a brief second, then you will also get hurt. And you have no control over it. There, we've got a lot of monsters around here in this big open space. So let's set off a smart bomb and kill them all. There we go. That was good. And you pick them up. They're also random, just as random as every other item in this entire game. It's really infuriating at times. Oh, for goodness sake. See what I mean? Oh my goodness, we're probably going to die pretty quick. Oh, there's a mushroom, that'll give us some more strength. Ah! I got caught in the scenery and attacked there. That's another problem that this game has. You can die from scenery death, which is annoying. But what can you do? Another smart bomb, hooray! That'll keep us going for a bit. Got a little bit more energy, but not much from those mushrooms. I think we still have a little bit of this area to check out before we move on to the next one, but to be honest with you, I think there aren't going to be any flasks in this area. Oh my goodness, smart bomb. There we are. That's very useful for a smart bomb. Nothing in here, nothing around here. Yeah, it seems pretty clear there are no flasks in this area, so we'll have to move on. And now the question is, where was the exit to the next zone? Ah! I don't think it's going to matter where the exit is because we're not going to get there at this rate. Oh dear, we're getting killed. Is it over here? Oh, that's somewhere we haven't been. But it's not a flask that we need to pick up, so never mind. And mushroom. Hooray! Which means we haven't checked out part of this area. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go and check it out. Oh my goodness. It can be quite stressful. There, see? I didn't know he was there. If I had centered the screen, we would have seen him, but I didn't because it just makes it a bit difficult to see things sometimes. So there we are. We collected one flask, but we had 53 minutes and 9 seconds left, so we lasted about 7 minutes. That's not bad going, all things considered. And if we played again, none of what we picked up would be in the same place, none of the monsters would be in the same place, but the map itself would be the same, which is quite good if you want to map the entire area out. And there probably are maps available online. So what we can see from this is that it's quite an interesting game. It's got a set map, but everything else is random. So you start at a certain point, and then the items you've got to collect won't be in the same place every single time, and the monsters won't be in the same place every single time either. So it moves around, and the idea is that it gives extra replayability. I mean, it's a big game already. 300 screens is pretty big for a Spectrum game. But the problem with it is that you can't learn where things are so that you can get better and better at the game. It's very random. You either win or you lose based on the whims of the random number generator, essentially. Which is not great, but what can we do? So let's now take a look at the other Z80 machine, the Amstrad CPC, and how it was ported over, and not just done as a standard boring old, let's port it over and make sure it runs and then put it out on tape for like $1.99, that kind of spec port. But instead, let's take it over and enhance it a bit and make it an actual CPC game. So let's take a look at how it works on the Amstrad. Okay, here we are on the Amstrad, and the loading screen is essentially the same. Okay, we're going to define the playing keys again because they're just as not good for me as the Spectrum one was. Yeah, this will work. And again, it's good graphics for the... Sorry, good text. It's nice, clearly defined, and very nice colours. Pretty similar to the Spectrum colours, so let's see how this goes, because apparently it's been enhanced for the CPC rather than just being a straight Spectrum port. So let's see how it goes. Yes, it's definitely been enhanced graphically. The sounds aren't quite as beepy. And we now get a beep when we... Yeah. It's got more sound and more colour, but it's essentially the same game. So this is a decent way of porting a Spectrum game. It's actually used some of the CPC's enhancements to make the game look and sound and feel a bit better. The animation's still pretty much the same. And I think the character's a bit bigger, actually, compared to the Spectrum version. But aside from that, it's pretty much the same. It's as before, all of the monsters will be in different places, and all of the items will be in different places compared to the Spectrum, because it changes every time. But yeah, the monsters look much nicer. The character himself, he looks alright. I would have put a bit of animation into him, but never mind. But overall, I can't fault this. It's a very good port. And the game itself is actually pretty good fun. It runs quick. Most Spectrum games have a slight slowdown when they're ported to the CPC, because essentially the CPC's not been run properly when they're doing it, which you can tell from colour clash and all sorts. But this has been done properly. This is a nice conversion. It would have been nice to see it on the C64 for a comparison with that, and see how it would have worked on a non-Z80 chip computer, but we've got what we have. And there's the thing. Notice that we just couldn't get away from that monster. It just followed us. If we'd had a smart bomb, I'd have used it at that point, but we don't. Never mind. Yeah, this is a really nice conversion. I'm impressed. Oh my goodness, I'm getting swamped. Some of these monsters have lost their organic look and feel, though, compared to the Spectrum version. By giving them colours, it makes them look a little bit different. Again, we're not going to pick up that green thing because it will cause problems for us. I've just centered the screen to give us a bit of an idea of where we are and what's going on. Oh my goodness, we are not going to last as long on this game as we did on the last one, because, oh, the monsters are really out to get us today. We found a flask, hooray! So we're doing as well as we did on the Spectrum. Let's see if we can find another flask. Center the screen again. Yeah. Oh, I hit the green thing. Oh, we didn't last very long. It was 3 minutes, but we found a flask. Let's have one more go to see if we can get any further. You never know, we might find something. Nothing so... Oh, we found... See, random. It's totally random. There is very little skill to playing this game, because everything is either provided for you or not provided at all. It's one of those games, and that can be frustrating. But you can't fault the fact that it's actually quite interesting to play, and it looks really nice. I'm actually very impressed that this game is so good on the CPC compared to so many other Spectrum ports. This is how you port something properly. You actually take the qualities of the computer that you're taking it to and use them to the best of their ability. We could have had some sound, apart from the bleepy sound effects. We could have had a bit of music, I mean. But we don't. But we can get by with that because the gameplay is not bad. So, overall, I'm actually rather impressed. Why did I pick up? I have no idea. That's one frustrating thing. I think it would have been better if they'd taken out the ability to center the screen and just had set screens. It would have required a little bit of map redesign, but I think it would have enhanced the game on both the Amstrad and the Spectrum to have it like that. Because I don't know what I'm walking into. But a screen flipping game rather than what is essentially a hidden screen flipping game would have been a bit nicer. Oh, let's go and try and find that smart bomb. Because I have a feeling we will need that at some point. Right, it should be down here. Yes, it is. There we go. Okay, I think we've done everything in this area now. So, let's go back and go into the next zone and see how we do there. Oh! My goodness. Randomly spawned enemy. I'm sure... Did I just avoid all these on the way in? I can't remember now. I do like the enemies. The big enemies are really well defined, and the small enemies have a bit of character to them as well. So I'm actually really liking this. It's a nice game. There is that slowdown, however, when lots of things are on the screen. But can't help that, unfortunately. Right, we'll take the smart bombs. Now we've got 2. We're going to be doing alright. We need to find some mushrooms, though, to get our health back. Ah! Ah! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Stop trying to kill me, horrible monsters. There we are. Use the smart bomb. Get that over with. Ah, health. We're doing okay, we're doing okay. Is that another flask? No, it isn't. The flasks that we're looking for look like perfume bottles, really, instead of the flasks that we've been picking up so far. Yeah, this is massive slowdown now. Oh my goodness. And randomly spawning monsters in areas I'm pretty sure we cleared already, but never mind. Oh, come on. Let's get him. There we are. We're pretty sure that there aren't any more monsters attacking us now in that particular area because we weren't slowing down as much. Ah! Ah! Annoying monsters. Got him. Haha! I have no idea what these things are. Apart from score boosts, that's pretty much what they are. Not much going on, is there? Oh. Ah! Oh, now I'm stuck. Thanks, guys. Thanks. I really needed that. Appreciate your help there. Thanks. Give me that health. Thank you. I think we've pretty much seen the sum total of what this game has to offer now. It's big. It's a free roaming game, but aside from it being big and the monsters randomly generating, there's not an awful lot to this. So while I'm enjoying it, I can understand that not everyone will find it their cup of tea, so to speak. And we're dead. But there we are. We got a flask and we got 56 minutes and 10 seconds left, so we did alright. Not as long as we did on the Spectrum, but we did alright. I think we've had a pretty good look at what this has to offer, so let's leave it there. Well, there you are, the Amstrad CPC version. It's quite nice, isn't it? It's got good colour, good use of colour in fact. The monsters look good, the characters look good, the background looks good. It's all very nice. We could have done with a bit of music, but what we got was a few more enhanced sound effects than on the Spectrum, a better colour on the Amstrad. It runs at a decent speed. It's not an old, slowed down specky port game that we'd expect from a specky port. It's an actual good game. It looks like a proper made for the CPC game. So this, I would say, is a specky port done right. And it's done at a time when it's the 48K, so there isn't a music option on the Spectrum, so we can forgive the music, I suppose, because they're not going to do too much extra work. It was a good version of it, and I'm actually quite impressed. The overall game, well, it's fun. I've spent a few hours playing it, and it's good fun. I'm not good at it, because, like I say, you can't learn how this game works. It's all random, so there is that on the downside, but then again, it is fun to play, so I can't say too bad about it, because it's actually quite good fun. Anyway, that's all I've got time for this week, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you did like this, and if you did, remember to click the like button, share it with your friends so that they can see a good old game too, and do subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I'm Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer, and I'll see you next time, hopefully when I'm not quite as ill. We are out here, in the wild, observing Dizzy, the egg, or Ovis, quest of Sippy Hill, in his natural habitat. And now, as we can see...
Oi! Get out of my garden!
Oh, we've been spotted. Run! Well, hello and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. This week, because we just had Easter, I thought I'd do an egg-themed episode because it gives me an excuse to do another Dizzy review. And because this one's Fantasy World Dizzy that we're going to do, it's a game that I've played so many times that I know exactly how to complete it. And I can just do a run through. So I thought instead of just showing you gameplay from one system, then dying, then showing you gameplay from another and dying, and showing you gameplay from another, as I normally do, I thought I'd just split the game into 3 sections and cover the 3 systems I want to cover, the Commodore, the Spectrum and the Amstrad, in those 3 sections and split it up that way. So that way you get a full walkthrough of the game, but you also get to see the three systems that I want to talk about and compare. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get started straight away with the Commodore version, and we'll see how we go from there. So here's the C64 version of Fantasy World Dizzy. Okay, so here we are on Fantasy World Dizzy on the Commodore. Once again, they've got that rather garish border around it, and it looks very much like the Spectrum version of the game, which, why? That seems odd for a Commodore to have a Spectrum port, but let's see how we go on anyway. Let's give it a start. Right, we're here on joystick, so check everything works, yep. That's not a bad tune, actually. It's different to the Amstrad version, and this is my goodness, they've got color clash and everything. Is that going to happen if we drop anything? Let's drop a jug of water. No, yes, it is color clashing, but not on Dizzy himself. Who, well, he's probably a hardware sprite, isn't he, to keep it all working properly. That's an oddity. I wouldn't have expected a Spectrum port on the Commodore. So let's drop the jug of water and just get through this as we go. It runs very nicely. Everything's working out very nicely. Got the border because we'll need that. Yeah, Dizzy is working very nicely. He's walking smoothly. It's odd to have him just white. I do wish that this would be more responsive when you're using the controls. But we'll get used to it. The ravenous rat eats the loaf and runs away. So there's the first set of puzzles done. The first two, in fact. So we'll jump up here. And we're now into the main portion of the game. Everything very much the same as we've seen on the other systems. It's exactly what you'd expect from a Dizzy game, and that's pretty much what you want, really, isn't it? You want a Dizzy game when you play a Dizzy game. So let's drop the heavy border here and go and do the pickup and general inventory that we need to get the game going. Yeah, the colour clash is actually quite annoying for me now because I was expecting something different for the Commodore. I was expecting a Commodore game, you know? Because it's normally the Amstrad that suffers from the specky ports, but here the Amstrad was the development version and we've got a specky port on the Commodore instead. Which is a shame, but oh well. We'll do what we can. Oh my goodness. Wow. Well, my goodness. Dizzy isn't responding the way I expected him to. That's a shock. Dizzy rolls more on this version. Wow. Yeah, Dizzy rolls more on this Commodore version. That's not good. How are you supposed to... And you can't... You've got to wait for the music to finish. Okay, we're going to do this one more try. So, how do we get over there if you can't... My goodness, that was unnecessarily difficult. Wow. I'm shocked. That shouldn't be how he works. That's not how Dizzy normally works. Yeah, he's rolling more on this version than on any version I've played before. That's ridiculous. And it changes the way you play the game. You now can't expect him to act the way that you'd expect him to act. Oh my goodness. The Commodore people did not get a good port. The rope appears in a different place to what I expected as well. Never mind. Okay, we'll go on with however we can with this, but at the moment I'm going to say that this is not a good version. And I'm very surprised, because normally the Commodore is a very good system. But oh well, we'll go and do what we can. The drop is wider on this version as well. Okay, this is going to make this difficult, isn't it? Because he's going to roll. And jump on the third one. Yeah. Oh my goodness. This is not a good version. I'm going to give it one more try, see if we can get through at least the first section of the game. But my goodness. Commodore people who bought this must have been disappointed if they ever saw it on a different system. Because they have not got a good representation here. Oh, for goodness sake, I can't believe I just did that. Okay. Jug of water. Yeah. Extinguish, puzzle wander, and jump up. But my goodness, look how well Dizzy moves. He's great to wander around with. He's very responsive. And the music's good. It's different to what I am used to, but it's still good. So I'm enjoying this, apart from the fact that there are little changes that I really don't think should have been changed. But never mind. We'll work with what we've got. We can't even get up there. Yeah, the drop is bigger on this version compared to the others, which makes it more difficult to jump up this side of the stairs. So basically you can't. You have to go over the other side. And the colour clash is annoying me. But never mind. I'm not going to bother with the coins, because I know that there's one particular coin that I really can't stand trying to get in that secret area where you can't see what you're doing. So we'll leave that one, but I might as well get this one, since basically muscle memory and force of habit is doing that for me. And then we're going to try out this alligator again, see whether we can get any further this time. My goodness, this is ridiculous. Again, I'm doing that of habit more than anything else, picking up these coins. I've played this game for so many years that it's just become force of habit rather than actual wanting to do it. Come on, let's get this thing. For goodness sake, drop down again and back up. Right, this is going to worry me now. Right, jump on this one and piece of rope. No, piece of rope. Oh my goodness. Oh, I thought we were going to get bitten there. Right. Problem of the alligator solved. Jump back over. And jump back over. And hope for the best. Oh my god. Oh! I don't know why I did that. My goodness. Sorry, Dizzy. I'm killing you off here. I didn't even mean to. Right, heavy boulder and heavy boulder. Let's go and get the bone and open up the rest of the map. I'm basically rushing through this because we know what to do. This is basically an oddity, but I'm not even going to go over there and risk it, because I know there's only a coin in there and nothing else, so let's just leave it. Oh, for goodness sake. I'm not used to controlling Dizzy with a joystick, but I'm finding I have to, because when I tried to do it with the keyboard, he wouldn't jump diagonally, which makes it impossible to get out of the first section, because you have to jump up some rocks. So we're doing this as quick as possible. And I'll grab that rock there, and take it with us, and we'll go and deal with that area over here. Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, I thought I hadn't hit it. Okay, that's a pretty good version, I think you'll agree. The music's pretty good, the sprites are very nice, everything is fluid and animated, and overall it's not a bad version. However, it's not the best version. We've saved the best version for later, and what we've got here is essentially just a quick port of the Spectrum version with a border around it to change the size of the screen, which I don't think is the best use of the Commodore, but what can we do? That's how it was. But it's not a bad version, and if you've got a Commodore, have a go at this game if you get a chance, because it's actually really fun to play. Now, I had an issue with it on the Commodore, because if I was using the keyboard, which is my preferred way of dealing with Dizzy, I couldn't go left and right and jump at the same time. Basically, I couldn't jump diagonals, and you need to be able to jump diagonals for Dizzy. But you can do it on the joystick, so I don't know whether it's just my setup that was a problem or what. I don't know what the issue was there, but the joystick worked, so I'd recommend using the joystick if you're going to have a go at this game. Anyway, the Commodore is a very nice version, but let's get straight back into the action by jumping onto the Spectrum for the next section of the game. Despite the colour clash, which you can deal with, the music's great, the graphics look fantastic. This is brilliant. This is a brilliant, brilliant game. I am loving this version. I always played the Amstrad version as a kid because my cousins were the ones that had Spectrums and they didn't have Fantasy World Dizzy. They had Treasure Island. I ended up getting the complete collection myself, but because I saw Treasure Island at their house, I loved it so much. Piece of rope and shiny gold key. What? I know I need... Oh, I forgot to drop the rope, didn't I? And deal with that. Okay, we'll have to come back to the key. But like I was saying, because they had Treasure Island Dizzy and we played it so much, almost completed it actually, I decided that I didn't want to get that one. I went for Fantasy World instead, so I got that, and we all loved it. And played it to death. So this isn't a version that I played as a kid. That's the timing. While he's actually opening his mouth a third time in a row of 3, you jump over and then tie the rope on, and he's dealt with. And now you can wander around the area without worrying about him biting you. So I got the Fantasy World, and then eventually I got that Dizzy collection, of course, because everyone did. And thoroughly enjoyed that, so drop the boulder and we'll go and deal with the fact that I messed up with the key. And to be honest with you, I think I made the right choice regarding whether to go for Original Dizzy, Treasure Island Dizzy or Fantasy World, which were the only ones available at the time. I think I made the right choice in going for Fantasy World because it's the better of the 3. And yes, a lot of people will say, oh no, Treasure Island was the best. No, Fantasy World was the best. And it just is. Although having said that, Magic Land became my favourite out of the original 4. Because when I got the Dizzy collection and it was their first set, Dizzy, Treasure Island Dizzy, Fantasy World Dizzy, I thought Magic Land as the 4th of that set was just so good. Right, I'll avoid that, yep. And it came with Quick Snacks, of course. And that was fun as well, but it wasn't a proper Dizzy game, so we didn't play that much. Right, we'll set the thing for Armorog there. And... oh my goodness, this is just... it brings back so many memories playing Dizzy. I actually think this is a very, very good point. It's not the original. I'm pretty sure it's not the original. I remember reading in Amstrad Action that actually the Amstrad version was the development set for the original 3 Dizzy games until Big Red took over and put it onto PC as their development version. Which I can't blame them because it was getting to the point where the PC was taking over. Actually, no, it wasn't. The Amiga was taken over at the time and then the PC came in later. But, oh well. I suppose the PC's easier to port from or something like that. But look at this game. It's so smooth and responsive. It's great. Anyway, we've almost finished the first section of the game by opening up this bit with the boulders. So, my goodness. I don't think you can fault these original games too much. I mean, there are problems. Each of the Dizzy games has problems. We'll see it later on. The clouds in the next area. It's just so annoying once you get onto them because there is no reason in terms of why the game plays the way it does for the clouds to have holes in them. But you will fall through the clouds. It's just one of those things. You will fall through the hole in the clouds, which is there arbitrarily, and it really annoys me when it happens. And this bit here, you can just fall through the pier on that little bit of ground, which is just gone. And it's just there to slow you down. It's arbitrary difficulty, and it's quite annoying. But aside from that, these games are wonderful. Okay, here we are. Hey, Dozy, get up! You kick the deck chair, and he wakes up. Oh, what's the problem, Dizzy? Daisy's been egg-nabbed and is being held in the Wizard's Cloud Castle, and nobody will help me rescue her. Oh, that's bad luck. I'll help you, Dizzy. Here's some sleeping potion. That should help. But I'd like you to help me. Sorry, Dizzy, love to, but it's far too nice a day to rescue maidens. I don't think he's going to help, and he's fallen asleep. Okay, let's pick up. You kick Dozy, but he's asleep. You kick Dozy, but he's asleep. You kick Dozy, but he's asleep. Whoops, you kick too hard and Dozy's fallen into the water and he's still asleep. Bye, Dozy. I like that. It's just a little extra in case you keep doing it. Right, we've got the sleeping potion, which opens up the next area. Dozy will now just float away, by the way. So it's lucky that you don't need to talk to him again. Although it does open up the problem of, what if that became a canon thing that happened? Then you'd have to go and rescue him. Thankfully, it's apparently not, because you don't have to go and rescue him like that. Right, let's go and take the sleeping potion back to where we came from. There we go. Do 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 ba ba da 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 do. A good timing there on the portcullis. And we'll just jump over here to make sure we don't jump down. Boing, boing, doof. And here we are with the fire-breathing dragon. Okay, we have to do this timing properly. Okay, now he's done his thing. Sleeping potion. You smash the flask of potion and the dragon inhales the intoxicating vapor. There we go. Now, as you can see, the Spectrum is a very good port. It's smooth. It's very nicely drawn. The music's pretty good as well if you've got a 128k version and you get the chip tune. And I was very impressed. It's a very nice version of it. And I have to say, I do like the Spectrum and Commodore's version of Dizzy. The sprite is nice. He's not mouldy like he is on the version we're about to see. Now, I've saved this one for last because it's the version that I had as a child. It's the version that I love, but it's also the version that caused me the most annoyance because Dizzy, he looks mouldy, and he looks mouldy on all the Amstrad versions up to Spellbound Dizzy. And I don't like that version. If we could have had the Spectrum sprite for Dizzy on the Amstrad, I think it would have been perfect. I would have preferred also if they'd filled in the holes in the clouds, because that's the section that we're about to look at as well. And I got quite frustrated at that bit. Don't touch the dragon's snout, because it will kill you. Even when it's asleep, it will kill you. It's just one of those things. We've picked up a bag that gives us an extra way of holding things, so we can now hold 3 things instead of 2, which is very useful. No, there's nothing down here to try and pick up. There is another, a piece of railing. There are 2 coins on this that are hidden, so there we are. We've got 10 of them already. We're doing alright. Now, we're going to use this key in here. One of these things unlocks with the gold key we're carrying, and I can't remember which, so we'll just see which one it is. We've got another piece of railing, so we'll drop that off. We're doing alright so far. I think this is the furthest we've got in any Dizzy game on GameHammer. We've picked up a cute pygmy cow, because that's what you do when you're an adventurer, you pick up cows. Dizzy must be really strong. No, we don't find any coins behind any of those bushes, never mind. I think it's this one. So we're going to try it. Shiny gold key. You try the key in the lock and it fits, so you turn it to on. And there you are. Now that lift works, which is very useful. Now we've got to traipse back, and this is very annoying. Trying to land on here without rolling off, because Dizzy rolls if he lands. And it's very aggravating at times. So let's keep going. Now, one problem with this game, like it is on a lot of times with Dizzy, sometimes you can't quite see the character properly. And one of those times was when you're walking across that big white expanse of the top of that lift shed or whatever it is. Now let's go and get this other key, because we'll need that, and then that will open up the other part of the game if I remember correctly. So we'll take that and go back, and hopefully that's the last time we have to traipse over here for a while. Which means less jumping about and wandering into areas that you've basically solved and cleared already. Because now, this area here is our new central base of operations for this part of the game. So far, so good. We're doing alright. My only issue with this music, now I'm thinking about it, is that it does seem to slow down sometimes. And I'm not entirely sure why. But, what can we do? Right, shiny gold key. Nope, this is the wrong one. Is it this one? Yes, it is. Now, I'm not going to make the mistake that I used to when I was a kid and stand too close to the lift, because if you get your foot caught in the workings on the top of the lift, you die. Because everything kills Dizzy in these games. To be honest with you, if I was as vulnerable as Dizzy, I wouldn't wander around outside without major protection, because you wouldn't, would you? Okay, try and pick this up. Oh, how disgusting. You try to pick up the manure, but it slips from your hands. Oh, lovely. Now we've got hands covered in manure. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, here's another guy. Hey man, like, what's happening? Please help me, Dylan. I'm trying to rescue Daisy, but I can't find the cloud castle. It's quite easy. Remember how Jack found the castle? Okay, we've got to assume that he's talking about Jack and the Beanstalk. I'm pretty sure there's a coin in this tree as well. And I can't remember how to get it. Oh well, we'll try that later. Right, so he's talking about Jack and the Beanstalk. So basically we're going to have to get a magic bean from somewhere and then put it in that manure, I would expect. So let's do that. Now, we're not going to jump in the active volcano because that would be stupid. We don't want to be a boiled egg. Well, not yet anyway. So we've got a cute pygmy cow and another gold key. So let's go and see what we can do with the cow and the key. Oi, 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 oi. Right, can we jump up here? No. It's all trying to get... Yeah, we did it. Hooray! Oh, thank goodness. No, we need to be down there, don't we? Because we're putting the key in the machines. Oh my goodness, we suck. Well, we didn't say we suck. I suck at this game. Right, which one is it? I think it's this one. Shiny gold key? Yes, it is. Right. Now, we don't have another key because it's up in the trees. We've got to go up in the trees now and get it. So let's do that. Basically, we're going quite a way through this game. We're doing it pretty quick. I think we've, like I've said before, we've pretty much said everything we can about the game. It's a Dizzy game. It's like every other Dizzy game up to Magic Land Dizzy. It's good puzzles. It's a fun game. There's not really much else you can say about it. Let's not pick up the hole because it drops everything when you do that. Is there a key? One of these windows you can pick up. It's not any of them. Alright, let's take a lift. That's why we had to get that other key before we came in, otherwise this lift wouldn't work and we couldn't get any further in the game. But we're doing alright with this. Oh, there's a little graphical glitch. It's supposed to be the same level, but it's obviously not. We'll need... Oh, there we are. A door knocker. Yes, we need a door knocker. So we'll go up and up and up and up and up. And over here. Again, if we get my foot caught in the lift, we'll get hurt, so we'll take a coin. Don't any of these windows come out? I remember when I was a kid, I found that one of the windows came out. And it's annoying me that I can't find out which one it is. But oh well. Let's go and talk to Grand Dizzy. And of course the lift disappears the moment that we get there. We just wait for it to come back up. There's a lot of waiting for lifts in this game. Hello, Grand Dizzy. Afternoon, young Dizzy. You look frantic. Anything your old Grand Dizzy can do to help? Haven't you heard? Daisy's been held in the Cloud Castle, and I'm trying to save her. Just wait here, and I'll get my hat. What? Well, thanks for offering to help, but I think you should stay. Well, if you think it's best, but please, take this crowbar. I remember when, blah, 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 blah. You decide to leave as he starts to tell you his life history. Crowbar, we need the crowbar. Crowbar is very, very useful. And still no windows to pull out. One of these windows comes out. Oh well. Never mind. Well, we'll pick up that pickaxe or whatever it is later on as well, because we'll need that. But we're carrying 3 things, so now we've got to wait for the lift again. And now we've got to wait for the lift again. So, yeah. Right, we're going to jump across and pick up that coin that I saw. Because we're here, so why not? I'll only find a coin, let's drop back down and hope that I don't land. Yep, we're alright. For a moment there, I thought we might land on a torch. We can't get past there without getting hit by a torch and burnt, so let's not do that. Let's wait for this lift to go down. And the final thing that we'll do is explore on the right hand side here. Yep, there, we can jump up there and see what else is up here. Just in case there's something more important than what we're carrying. Daisy's empty hut. Well, she's not here. There, window frame. Oh, hang on, we can carry 4 things. Oh. Oh, we can carry 4 things. Well, in that case, we might as well jump cut here, because I'm going to go back up and pick up that pickaxe. And of course we have to wait for more lifts. So yeah, let's jump cut and then come back when I've got the pickaxe. And there we are, we have the pickaxe, the strong crowbar, the brass door knocker and a cute pygmy cow. Let's go adventuring. Let's jump down here. And we get back to where we need to be. Now, let's stand just here and use the crowbar. Yep, using the crowbar you force the lid off the well. So, let's dump some of the stuff we're carrying. I don't know whether we need the pickaxe just yet. And I know we don't need the door knocker because that's back in the other area. We'll go and deal with that in a minute. Jump down the well. Regardless of which direction you jump down the well, you will always come out going onto the right hand side like that. And I know that there's something over here, so let's go in and get it. We are upside down. I don't know why. I think it's meant to imply that we're in Australia or something silly like that. But who knows. So there's the key that we need. And also a coin. And one of the most annoying hazards in the game as well. Because if we touch that torch there when we're coming in or going out, we die. But we've done it, and that's the only time that we have to go in there, so that's good. I'll jump over here. And there's no one here. Doesn't seem like much to do. Let's go and get this coin. Even though I'm pretty sure there is something that we have to do here, since why else would it be a locked off area? Ping! And as if by magic, the shopkeeper appears. Of course he does. And it's basically the shopkeeper from Treasure Island, is he? Let's see if we can get him to talk. Doesn't he want to talk to us? Okay. What if we leave and come back in? Does that help? G'day, Diz. Ah, a pygmy cow. That's interesting. Well, how's about 10 gold coins for it? Struth, mate. I said interesting, not valuable. Well, okay, 5 gold coins. Be serious. It ain't worth spit. Here's a bean. That's generous. But... Now stop wasting my time. And he throws the bean on the crate. You leave. Let's face it, Dizzy. You can't barter. It basically he's pinched your pygmy cow that you pinched from someone else and given you a single green bean for it. Well, thankfully, this is Fantasy World, so we know what to do with that. We gotta go down here again. But now it makes it really annoying and sometimes quite difficult to get around. But we've got what we came for. We have a key and a bean. So we can set off the final lift in the lift control hut, and we can plant a magic bean in that big thing of dirt. And hopefully that will take us to the next section of the game. It's time This time you decide to plant the bean in the dry manure, but it is unable to grow. What? This time you do... Well, I haven't done it before, but okay. Right, the bean can't grow. We're going to need to do something else with it. So let's go and use this final key, and then we'll go and sort out the thing that we need to do to make the bean grow. We're getting quite far through this game now. It's actually a fun game. It's a short one once you know what you're doing, but it's fun. There you are. We've unlocked the final lift, which is actually, if I remember correctly, for the lift that's underneath the lift control hut in that hole that we've been avoiding. And we'll deal with that in a moment, because right now we have no reason to go down there. What's down there is a dragon gardening egg. And we don't want to disturb the dragon gardening egg. So, because we have nothing in our inventory, we've got to go back now and do the long walk back to where we came from. Beep, 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 beep. So, what we'll do this time is we'll take the brass door knocker with us and nothing else, because I can't think of anything else that we need to take with us at the moment. So let's avoid this guy and walk back. Boing. Oh my goodness, I thought I'd missed that. Whew. Go all the way up the stairs again. That's a long, long walk. Still, it could be worse. We could have to traipse the entire map instead of just faffing about on this table. Come on. Yeah, there we are. Using the door knocker, you knock and the door opens. So, who asked us to knock and enter earlier on? I'll take the brass door knocker just in case we need it later, since it is still here and hasn't disappeared like a lot of other things do. But then again, this is Dizzy, so it could be a red herring. Who knows? Now we take the long walk back and see how we get on. Now, the thing about this bucket is it's empty at the moment, so we've got to get some water. And then what's that little pool? Oh, I've got to try and get past here without falling in the well. Oh, thank goodness. It's not that it's a problem to fall in the well, it's just it's annoying. Because now we've got to go all the way back up. That takes time. There we are. Drop the brass door knocker off because we don't need it as far as I can remember. But we'll keep it there anyway just in case. Then we walk all the way over here. Oh my goodness, a lot of walking in this game. No wonder Dizzy's fit as a fiddle. We'll walk past this guy and then up to here, and there you are. Let's fill an empty bucket. You fill the empty bucket with water. Now it's a bucket of water. And pour the bucket of water. You throw your bucket of water onto the bean. You jump clear as the ground rumbles and the beanstalk spirals up through the clouds. There we go. Right, now it's an annoyance because we've got to try and jump up here. Into the next part of the game. And when you miss, that happens. And that's why it's annoying. Hooray for annoyances. So far we're doing pretty well. Okay, at this point I had a lot of trouble trying to get up this beanstalk with Dizzy. Dizzy rolls a lot. There are holes in the clouds, and if you don't stand at the right points in every single part of this beanstalk, you end up falling down. So what we're going to do now is skip forward about 5 minutes where I had to look up the walkthrough on how to land on each bit to find out how to get through. Sometimes needs must. I can't, what can I say? I just couldn't get it today. Normally I can, but I couldn't on that one. And now we're going to jump back in, having managed to actually work out what to do. And then we'll get to the final part of the game. So let's do that. Playing this game after you've gotten to this point isn't a case of it being fun. It's an endurance test. It's a case of, well, you've got this far, you might as well finish it. But it doesn't want you to. It wants to fight you. And now I'm just wondering, what's the next arbitrary hole in the cloud? What else is it going to do to make you not want to play? Because you know that's coming up. You know there's going to be another problem. Right, we're going to need some sort of rug to get over that. Right, we've got a dragon's egg anyway, so we might as well go and show that section with the dragon off. It's all the way back here. You can probably tell from the tone of my voice that even though we've dealt with that problem, I'm still annoyed. The game has stopped me enjoying it by being randomly and arbitrarily stupid. That added nothing. That hole in that cloud added absolutely nothing to this game. And that's Dizzy through and through. There are problems in every single one. Every Dizzy game has a random, arbitrary piece of stupidity. Now, what we have to do is put this egg down without accidentally picking up the other one. There. You put the egg back into the nest and the dragon allows you to pass. So there we are. But once again, jump over the head just in case it kills you. And now we see when we're going to need the pickaxe, because we're going to have to try and get past this. And we can't right now. But let's see what else is down here. Oh no, not you again. Go away. I'm hiding and it's all your fault. What? Okay, well, we'll leave him alone. Because I have no idea what he's about. But whatever it is, we'll deal with that later on. Let's go and get the pickaxe so that we can cut our way through to get that rug. Because we're going to need that rug. For goodness sake. More arbitrary nonsense. Just get us out of this damn hole. Oh, for goodness sake. Get out. Right, we can jump out that way, but we can't jump out the other way? Goodness sake. I know it's a budget game, but there are faults and then there are faults. We've pretty much solved most of the issues now. Let's go and get the pickaxe and finish this off. It's going to ask us at some point to get about 30 of those coins. We've got 22. We're doing alright. But yeah, I shouldn't have done that. I should have gone the other way. Whether we'll get the 30... Well, in fact, I know we won't get the 30 because one of the 30 is in that pit where you can't get out without a map. And I'm not even going to bother for that. It's just ridiculous. It's there simply to pad the game out, and it's just not fun at all. So we won't do that one. We've got what we needed, so let's go down. We have got the pickaxe, haven't we? Yes, we have. Rusty old pickaxe. Let's go back down into the mines and get the rug that we'll need. And then it's back up the beanstalk and we'll try and rescue Daisy. That was a close one. I almost walked out onto the mechanics of the lift, which would have killed us arbitrarily. Jump over the dragon just in case. What's your pickaxe? You use the pickaxe to break up the rock, and we're through. Grab the old thick rug, which we'll use now to cover up the spikes to the pickaxe with us just in case. Do we need it over here? Can we get through here? What's your pickaxe? No. Get the coin. What's your pickaxe? No, it seems pretty obvious that we don't need it. But we'll take it back up anyway, just in case. Because I don't have to come back down here. Jump over. Do not touch the eggs. Under no circumstances should you touch the eggs, because the dragon will roast you and you'll die. Let's go back up. Oh, we can get out that way. Excellent. At least, thank goodness for small mercies, I suppose. Drop the pickaxe off. Because we won't need it. And then through here. And up we go. Now let's deal with this set of clouds again. Which I'm still not happy about. And again we fall off because there's no good reason for this. I really do despise arbitrary stupidity. And like, what is it for? It's just to make the game pad out a bit when you have to keep doing this same damn thing again. Okay, I jump cutted so that we can get through this. Right, we're up here. No, don't walk into the things, for my goodness. An old thick rug, you throw the rug across the daggers, making them safe. There we go, right, let's jump onto them. There we are, we're doing alright. We'll get this coin. And then I'm going to assume that we have to throw that switch up there to rescue Daisy. It's been a long time since I've actually finished this game, so we'll see how we go. Okay. Yeah, that's how we do it. Right. Let's jump up that. Oh. Okay. Where do we jump from? There? Yep, there. Oh, it just does it. Oh! Right, we've got to stand on it. Okay, that's no problem. I'll walk back down. Seems simple. What's gonna go wrong? Oh, my hero! I knew you'd come to my rescue. There we are. What an ending sequence. That's different. Dizzy and Daisy, happily together again. There we go. Okay. I have no way of stopping this. Oh, there we are. Well, Daisy doesn't hang around. She's run home and wants you to bring her 30 gold coins so that you can buy a home together and live happily ever after. She's got a house. Alright, okay. Well, like I said, we won't be getting the 30 gold coins because it's annoying as hell to get one of them. But there we are. That's Fantasy World Dizzy. The first time we've actually, I suppose, finished a Dizzy game on GameHammer. We could go and get that one, but what's the point? There you are. Well done. So there you are. Fantasy World Dizzy on the Spectrum, the Amstrad, and the Commodore 64. Out of the three, I think the Amstrad version is the best because it doesn't have the colour clash issue that the Spectrum has, but despite that, the Spectrum version is very, very good. Aside from the colour clash, which is the only detraction really, the Spectrum version is fantastic. It's smooth, it runs very nicely, but then again, the Amstrad version is smooth and runs very nicely. Okay, the music seems a little bit slowed down, and I can't work out why that is, because it was always a little bit slow, and it always seems like the music on the Amstrad versions is slightly slow. I don't know whether it's running more processing or what, but there you are. Nevertheless, all of the versions are very, very good, and if you're going to go for any, I would recommend the Amstrad version, but really, if you get any of these three versions, you've got a good game in your hands, and I recommend you give it a try. Anyway, that's really all we've got time for this week, so I hope you did like this, and if you did, remember to click the like button, share it with your friends so that they can see a good old game too, and do subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching the GameHammer, and I'll see you next week. Mission log, day 3. The Mars base is overrun by monsters. I can't say where they're from for sure, but it's probably hell. I'm trying to kill them so I can escape. Shooting them in the head seems to work. So far, I've managed to stay alive. This place is incredibly creepy. I hope I can get home soon. but I had this horrible feeling that at any moment I could meet my doom. Ah, damn it!
Why don't you stop now and start the actual review of it?
I haven't got time to review Doom, I'm playing Doom! Doom. It's the classic first-person shooter that defined an entire generation. It's so iconic that for years afterward, every FPS was called a Doom clone, whether it had anything to do with Doom's iconic look and feel or not. Many gamers' first experience of Doom was the shareware level pack knee-deep in the dead. I wasn't among those gamers. My first look at Doom was when I played a friend's copy of the sequel, but even when I came to play it years later, it was still an amazing experience. The plot is simple. You're a lone marine on a Mars base and bad things have happened. The base is overrun with the armies of hell, and you've got to blast your way through them to safety. You start out armed with nothing but a pistol in your fists, but don't worry, because this game is amazingly generous when it comes to weaponry. That's something a lot of people tend to forget when they talk about this game. There's very little challenge here. Be it preserving your ammo, keeping your health up, or anything else, you don't really need to worry too much on Doom, because this game throws more things at you than a desperate sugar daddy. And while yes, you'll need a lot of what it has on offer if you're going to make it through the game, a lot of the time you'll find there are health packs and ammo dumps laid around that you simply don't need. For a skilled player, any area with a lot of health and weaponry dumped on the ground is an indication that something's about to happen. There could be a big boss nearby, or a large number of enemies to gun down. That said, there are many times when the legions of hell will ambush you and there's no prior warning whatsoever. In those situations, you tend to get a health and ammo dump soon after, because Doom is nothing if not generous. The game wants you to keep playing and will give you every chance there is to survive, providing you know what you're doing. This is something that's lost in a lot of modern games because they tend to go down the survival horror route. Now that's a challenge, sure, but it's a different kind of challenge. Those type of games tend to ask you the question of, can you get through all of this area with these resources and still have enough left to challenge the big boss? And that's all well and good. Doom, on the other hand, has a different question to ask. All it wants to know is, how are you going to survive all these monsters we're about to throw at you? There's a health pack in it if you can do it, champ. Speaking of monsters, there are many, and they are incredibly varied. Whether it's undead soldiers, flying tomatoes with bad attitudes, or enormous mecha bastards with big horns and even bigger guns, each one is very distinct and comes with its own best method for quick dispatching. Having said that, each method does generally come down to one technique. Fire rapidly while strafing left and right to avoid the easily telegraphed attacks. Seriously guys, there is only that one technique. This game comes down to one thing, attrition rates. Can you survive long enough to finish it? And if you learn how to strafe, that's all you need. Seriously, that is all there is to it. If you can master strafing, you know everything you need to get through this game in an afternoon. I'm sorry, but it's true. That's not to say the game isn't good fun. It is. It's great. What the? Hello? Hello? Hello, can anyone hear me? If anyone can hear this, I've been stuck in hell for weeks. Can you read me? Mickey Mouse piece of crap, why won't you work? Guess I'm stuck here a bit longer then. Better find some way to hide and wait this out. Where am I anyway? These maps are much bigger than they were in the original Doom, and far less well planned out. Maybe if I just keep heading in the direction I was going, I might find something eventually that tells me where I'm supposed to be. I don't know, but it's better than hanging around here. Let's give that a try. Yeah, take that, save demons I was fighting in the last game. My goodness, it's basically a glorified level pack. I'm even using the same weapons because the only new one is a double-barrel shotgun that takes double the time to reload. It's not even worth using. Seriously, there are new maps and some of them are great, but most feel like filler. There are a couple of new monsters, but both are poorly used. One, the Archvile that resurrects other monsters, is an actual threat, but the giant cyber demon is pretty much wasted. His size prevents him from moving too much and also prevents you from seeing him properly. He's a credible threat in terms of firepower, but that's just as easy to avoid as with any other monster in the game. In essence, he's a gimmick, and a very obvious one at that. Alright, that teleporter is clearly where I need to go, but how do I get to it? That's annoying. Look, I get that bigger and better levels were exactly what people were coming from. They wanted more epic battles on a larger scale, and that's fine, that's alright. But it doesn't mean that you just have to give them just that. There needs to be level design, there needs to be planning, there needs to be coherence, and I'm not seeing any of that here. It's really disappointing. That's not to say there's nothing to like here, because there really is. Some of the set pieces are great, and the challenges are still challenging. I love the level where you fight 4 Mancubi and then a wave of Arachnotrons assault you. That was great. But there's too little of that and too much wandering around empty levels with all the monsters dead because you missed something and now the doorway to the end of the level won't open. It's bad design like that that grinds the game to a halt, and even though I've played Doom 2 many times since it was first released, these bad design issues still plague the game and get me every time I play. It's frustrating, and it shouldn't happen. Right, let's hope that's done it. Quite frankly, I'm sick of this game. I've been playing far longer than I was the original Doom, and I'm having an awful lot less fun. Even the final level boss is a disappointment. In the original Doom, you have a fight against a giant guy. It's an actual fight, and you feel like there's a bit of danger to it. But in this one, you fight a single guy who's basically just a brain, and he doesn't move, and you just shoot rockets at him. That's not an end of level boss. That's something you knock up at the end of the day because you haven't got any time left. It's really disappointing. Now sure, there are lots of monsters to fight in the final level, because there's wave upon wave of monsters generated, but here's the thing, that's not good level design. That's just a dog pile of monsters. And yeah, you get a lot of fighting, it's quite intense at times, but at the end of the day, you're trying to fight a monster that doesn't move, and all these other ones doing are getting in the way. All it ends up doing is showing you that the entire game is a mess, because there is no actual design. It's just wave upon wave of monsters, fight, while trying to get to an objective that you can't get to while these things are in the way. All you have to do for the final boss is shoot rockets into his head while on a racing platform. That's not a challenge. That's a set piece, and set pieces don't always work. It's like they ran out of ideas and just wanted to get the game over with. A bit like me at the moment. Right, let's get out of here. Right, wherever this teleporter goes, it can't be any worse than hell. Hey! Oh, I stand corrected. Taxi! There's something strange in this neighborhood.
Don't look good.
Yeah.
Who are you gonna call?
A really cheap film cash-in. As a kid, I loved the Ghostbusters. I loved everything about them. The film, the toys, the cartoon, everything. So when my mum told me that there was a Ghostbusters computer game and it was out on the Amstrad CPC, the computer I'd just been given recently, I knew I was saving up my pocket money to go and get that game. It was the first computer game I ever bought. It was the first one to be added to my tiny collection of games that came packaged with the computer, and it was also the first time that I was really, really disappointed with a purchase. So you can imagine how I felt when I loaded it up and this is what I saw. See that? That big Ghostbusters in bright red? That's as close to a title screen as my Amstrad CPC version got. No famous logo for me. Activision got a nice big logo, but the game itself? No chance. Not unless you bought the full price version anyway. That version got a big logo. But if you want the good version of that picture, you'd better not have forked out the extra for a copy on disc, because that version has a terrible rendition of the logo, although it does have a proper ending, and no screen flicker since it's loading everything off disc in chunks instead of having to load the whole game in 64K of memory. Why 3 CPC versions? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, sure, okay, when this game was released, the CPC 664 disc computer had just come out, and sure, the developers may have wanted to take advantage of the new system and its resources, but 3 versions? It doesn't seem to make sense. Why would you go back and change code for your budget re-release? Surely the point of a budget re-release is that you're making a little bit of extra money quickly off code you've already got. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Now, every version gets the infamous karaoke sequence. I'm hard pressed to decide which version is better, the C64 or the CPC version. The C64 has its usual decent quality audio, but it sounds like it's missing something in my view. The CPC version, on the other hand, is a decent rendition of the original theme, and it manages to capture a lot more of the spirit of the original tune, even if the bass line is lacking, as is unfortunately so common on the CPC. It's jaunty and it's fun, at least at first, but it is all you'll hear throughout the game, so after a while any version is going to get repetitive. But regardless of whether you prefer the CPC or the C64 version, we can all agree the beeper tune the Spectrum got is awful. Still, at least they got an attempt at the logo, I suppose. So, after we're subjected to a terrible rendition of the theme tune, what we get next is blessed silence, interspersed by beeping every time a character comes up on the screen. And I don't mean character as in person, I mean character as in letter, punctuation, or number. And there are a lot of letters. This slow procession of business management tedium gives you a glimpse at the game as it's going to pan out from here on in. Enjoy it, folks, it doesn't get any better than this. Seriously, it doesn't get any better than this. This game sucks. So you put your name in, which many years later I discovered was the way that you input a cheat code in this game. I never knew a cheat code for the CPC version, and actually I still don't, because the internet only records the C64 and Spectrum versions, rather than the codes for my beloved CPC. But once you've got that over with, you get to pick your car, and then your equipment, in a tedious manner by picking up equipment with a forklift and moving it onto your car. Now don't overload your car and choose wisely in what you pick up, because once you've got it, you can't un-get it. It really is easy to screw over your game at this point. There are several items you'll never be able to afford, just as there are several cars you'll never be able to afford. You also can't come back here and buy a better car later, because there's no shop location in these versions of the game. For that, you'll need to play the NES version like nobody I ever knew as a kid. Okay, so now that's over with, we can bust some ghosts, right? Well, not quite. After buying all the stuff you'll need to play the game, and I hope you did buy all the stuff you need because you can't restock on stuff that you forgot, you're presented with this screen. It's the main screen of the game, and you'll be seeing it a lot. Here you move the Ghostbusters logo around between buildings, patrolling streets until one of the buildings flashes red. When that happens, move over to it so you're either directly above or below the building, then push the joystick in the direction of the building and press the fire button. Yes, I said joystick. You can't play this on the keyboard, because apparently that's asking too much. You'll then be presented with the driving screen, which is where you get to actually see the car that you bought earlier on. You can move it left and right by steering left and right, but there's not much point, not unless you drove over some ghosts on the main screen, because then they'll turn up here. This is apparently a simulation of you driving to the building from your HQ, and the time it takes to get there will depend on how far you've moved on the main screen since you last went to a building. Why the developers felt the need to add this to the game when you've already simulated driving by moving your logo to the building is beyond me. Maybe there was supposed to be more to this section, but they ran out of time? I don't know. Anyway, if you drove over any ghosts on the way to the building, you get to suck them up with a ghost vacuum. And yeah, I don't know what the point of this is either. I'm assuming that it scores you extra points, or it was supposed to do something better in the game but they ran out of time. But either way, I've been playing this for 30 years and I still don't see a point. So suck away if you want, or don't suck if you don't want to. There's really not much difference. Once you've driven to your target building, you finally get to bust a ghost. 2 of your 3 guys will fire diagonally into the sky after you've placed them in your desired position on the screen. They will not change the direction they fire in, and you will only ever see 2 of your 3 guys, because apparently using all 3 at once would overtax the computer or something. Also, both guys look exactly the same, because there's only one human sprite in this whole game. Well, that's one way to save on memory, I suppose. this ghost moves randomly, and you only get one shot to get this right, but if you do, and you line your guys up perfectly, then you can put them into a triangle of streams, which will trap the ghost underneath, and then you get a better chance of getting it into the trap. However, you've got to time it perfectly, because if you miss, you can't move your guys backwards, only forwards, and that means your ghost will be trapped outside your triangle of streams, and you won't be able to get into your trap. Well, not unless you've got dumb luck. Once the ghost is directly over the trap, press the fire button. The trap will spring and, hopefully, the ghost will be caught. Then you get to hear the only other piece of sound in the game aside from the theme tune, a digitized bit of speech, with the ghost shouting, "Ghostbusters!" That's not bad for a game written when home computers were still in their infancy, and especially impressive given that the ZX Spectrum only had a beeper available at the time rather than an actual sound chip. If you caught the ghost, you'll get some money and one of your traps is used up. If you didn't, one of your guys gets slimed and you can't use him until you get him cleaned up. If you still have a trap and a spare guy available, you could go and bust another ghost, providing there's a building flashing red, but if you don't have men or traps, you need to head back to headquarters to freshen up. Once again, you get to drive, and once again, you can suck up ghosts if you feel like it, or you can ignore them if you're like me and you just can't be bothered. It really gets quite repetitive, but you'll be doing this an awful lot. When you arrive at Ghostbusters HQ, you get a quick animation of the three guys running into the car. After that, it's back to the main screen for more wandering about and more busting ghosts. Rinse and repeat until the Marshmallow Man attacks. When the Marshmallow Man attacks, the four yellow ghosts that keep flooding into the Zool building turn into 4/4 of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. He then assembles, tramples a building, and you lose $4,000 if you don't stop him. If you bought the Stay Puft bait item from the shop at the start of the game, you can lure him away from buildings and thus prevent an attack, which earns you money. But I don't bother, however, because it's not that important. Now, the controls to lure him aren't that bad. You basically stand in the street and you press a fire button to lure him away from a building, and then you get $4,000 or so for stopping a marshmallow attack, and that's great, providing you can be bothered, or you actually bought the marshmallow food in the first place. But if you didn't, then don't worry about it, because the building there will still flash red, and you'll still get everything about it. It's still classes as a building in the game. There's no actual detriment. All you do is you lose $4,000, which, to be honest with you, you can get back in one or two ghost catches, and you will get a lot of ghost catches at this point in the game, because when the PK meter goes up, so do the number of flashing buildings. There is no detriment. This part of the game appears to be so massively rushed that there is actually no downside to not bothering. And that's it. That's all there is to this game. Drive to the haunted building, bust a ghost, drive to HQ and drop the ghost off, maybe deal with a Marshmallow Man once in a while, then rinse and repeat. It's about 3 to 4 minutes of gameplay, repeated ad nauseum over 45 to 50 minutes of game time. Yes, that's right. 3 or 4 minutes of gameplay stretched out to nearly an hour. Hope you feel like you got your money's worth. Finally, the PK meter will turn to 9999 on the bottom of the screen, and you'll be told to drive to the Zool building to defeat Gozer. Now, on the NES version, there was a lot of stairs that you had to climb up, and it was very, very annoying because it was quite a frustrating process. You'll be glad to hear that you don't have to do that on this version. Instead, you're treated to a pathetically easy final sequence. You need to sneak a man past a bouncing Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. If you get a guy past him and into the building, you automatically defeat Gozer. The Marshmallow Man will not chase you. He won't do anything but bounce up and down and up and down and up and down. That's all he does. And if you time it right, it's very easy to get all 3 men right past him. But even if you get one past him and you're very lucky, you'll get treated to some limited animation of you firing your proton packs at Gozer. Woohoo! If you aren't lucky, you get a bright orange screen with some text on it, telling you that you've defeated Gozer and saved the world. You'll also get this screen even if you did see a bit of limited animation, so don't feel left out. Here you get a bank account number that you're supposed to write down, because it lets you start the game again with the same amount of money that you earned in this playthrough. Now that's a nice touch of giving a little bit of replay value by giving you a reward that allows you to buy better cars, more equipment, things like that. But here's the thing. It doesn't actually make you want to replay the game because you've seen everything already. There is no additional fun to be had, there's no extra bits, it's just the same again, only now you've got a different shaped car and maybe a few more traps. And also, the extra equipment that you couldn't afford the first time through, if you can afford that now, all that does is reduce the amount of time you have to go back to the HQ to empty your traps. Yes, that's right, there is a piece of equipment in this game that means that you have to play the game less. You have less to do, more boredom. That's not good replay value, I'm sorry. It's a poor cash-in, and you can get an awful lot more entertainment by drawing a picture, a stick figure, of people busting ghosts. Seriously, it's not a good game, it's a quick tie-in, and if it wasn't Ghostbusters, we'd be hating on this an awful lot more. It's not fun, and sure, we played it when we were kids because it was Ghostbusters and we were kids, and it kept us entertained then, but if you're coming back to it now, the only reason that you will come to it now is for nostalgia value for how you spent your youth. If you're coming to it fresh, there's not enough here to actually warrant your attention. Go elsewhere, guys. There's more fun to be had with other things. Okay, that's really all I've got time for this week, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you did like this, and if you did, remember to click the like button. Share it with your friends so that they know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer, and I'll see you next time. Ladies and gentlemen, for your viewing pleasure, I shall now make this duck disappear. Ta-da! I know, you're all amazed. It's great. I'm here all week.
How did you do that?
Oh, it's quite simple, really. I used sorcery! Sorcery is a game that came out in multiple formats at the same time and showed how the early days of home computing were going to properly handle action puzzlers. There are several ways to kill each enemy, and you can go through the game in multiple ways. You don't have to follow one set pattern, which was a very different approach to games than what I played before I got my hands on this one. You play as a sorcerer. You can tell this because you're wearing a dress and a cone on your head. Oh, and you can fly, and you're tasked with rescuing your fellow sorcerers from a necromancer. Apparently, he's one of those Bond villain-style necromancers, though, because he's dotted the sorcerers around an area that is chock full of dangerous creatures, and he's not bothering to check on them. That's good villain in there, son. So anyway, you're free to wander around the area, picking up various items that will help you rescue the other sorcerers from their various prisons. Each sorcerer is locked behind a door that requires one of several random pieces of crap to unlock it, just like all the other locked doors you'll find in this game. It's so random, in fact, that you'll be forgiven for thinking a point-and-click adventure game writer thought up these locks. Look, here's a trap that's unlocked using a bottle. And here's a big wooden door that's unlocked with a fleur-de-lis. This game makes no sense. I mean, take a look at this. I rescued this sorcerer using a glass of wine. Wine! To unlock a door! What did I do? Dissolve it? How strong is this wine? Defeating a monster makes a little bit more sense. Well, for some of the monsters anyway. The hooded guy with a dagger can be defeated with a sword. That's pretty good. And the floating eyeball thing can be defeated using a mace, because apparently that's the best way to defeat an eyeball. Although to be honest with you, most things can defeat an eyeball. They're not exactly the most sturdy of structures. Some of the monsters are a little bit stranger, however. Here's a ghost being taken out with an axe I found lodged in some wood. I doubt chopping a ghost up with an axe ever occurred to the Ghostbusters, but maybe if it did, the game wouldn't have sucked so much. Oh, and everything can be killed with a bag of spells or a shooting star. Now those are very good weapons, but you're going to want to limit their use to when you need to clear a room fast, because there aren't many of those super weapons lying around. Now we've looked at three versions here, the CPC, the C64 and the Spectrum versions, and out of those three, the Spectrum definitely came off the worst. The game runs quickly, I'll grant you that, and for the most part it looks pretty good, but I just couldn't get a handle on the controls. Look at this title screen. It's asking you to press Q to move left, and A, the key that's directly below Q, to move right. That's really weird, guys. What's more, you press 0 to fly, and if there's a key for picking up items, I can't find it. Now this may well be me just not knowing the game all that well on the Spectrum, but guys, if you're going to explain the keys, please explain them all, because I guarantee that there's not enough to this game to warrant me spending a lot of time doing trial and error just to find out how to pick up an item. I died more times than I care to count, just pressing random keys in the hope of picking up the item on the very first screen in the game. It's ridiculous. And why are the item sprites so small anyway? The character is large, the monsters are large, the platforms are large, but the items and the doors are tiny. What's my character doing? Shrinking like Alice in Wonderland just to get through a door?
Hello? I thought my waistline would reduce in size or something. just, how do I get back to my normal size? There's a cake or something, isn't it? I really didn't think this through, did I?
I looked through the instructions for the game from the inlay, and they are no help whatsoever. Using the wrong item at Stonehenge will result in your death? Lovely! The inlay didn't mention any key for picking up or using items, so I went back to poking and prodding things with the character, and eventually I got it to work. I suppose trial and error gameplay is one way of prolonging the game's lifespan. Now it turns out that you just need to come into contact with an item from the right direction to pick it up. Yeah, great, lovely. And that explains an awful lot about why I didn't seem to be able to pick it up when I was on the first screen of the game, because I was coming at it from slightly the wrong direction. Guys, that's not going to make me want to play the game. And similarly, to use an item, you just have to touch the thing that you want to use it on. But that's not good gameplay either, because I'll tell you this, there are several points while I was playing through the Spectrum version where I came into contact with a monster and I had an item in my inventory that would kill the monster. And instantly, it killed that monster. Lovely, you might think. But when you're trying to avoid that particular monster so you can go to another screen and kill the same monster there, which is causing you problems, now you don't have the item anymore. That's the problem that I have with this. You should be able to decide when and where to use items, and you can't on the Spectrum. Why couldn't they just put in a fire button like they did on all the other versions? I mean, surely it's not that hard. The Commodore 64 version fared a lot better. This version has nice, bold graphics and good controls. I can actually move around this one and pick things up too. That's a big improvement right there, actually being able to play the game. I know, a game you can actually play? It's a massive shock. This is actually a really good version of the game. I mean, yeah, sure, it seems a lot smaller than the version I played when I was a kid, but it's still a lot of fun. Even if it does include a suitcase that really feels out of place in a magical setting, and a trapdoor that gets unlocked using a club. A club that you can beat ghosts to death with. Still, I suppose that's not as weird as rescuing a sorcerer using a glass of wine. Sorry game, you're never going to live that one down. The music on the C64 version is pretty good too. It's very bass heavy and it's nice to have some music on the title screen, which the Spectrum version is sorely lacking. It's not the best theme tune I've ever heard for a Commodore game, but it's not bad. The instructions flow across the screen very slowly while your sorcerer does his best Pac-Man impression. The plot of the game is the same as the Spectrum: rescue your fellow sorcerers and place the right item on the altar at Stonehenge. So far, so good. Graphically, the C64 version is quite nice. Musically, it's not bad either. So all in all, it's a pretty good game. Now at this point, C64 fans are going to hate me, because here's the thing. The Commodore version is not the best version of this game, not by a long shot. That title goes to this version. Sorcery Plus, the Amstrad CPC exclusive version that Amsoft got Virgin Games to make in order to show off the CPC's capabilities. This version is disc only, it's joystick only, it can be a pain in the arse at times because it loads every single screen off disc, but at the same time it's fantastic. Just listen to that tune, it's far less bass heavy than the C64 version, and as a result it sounds jaunty as hell. I love it! Look at the colours, it's bright, it looks like a comic, it's great! Gameplay-wise, it's very similar to the C64 version. The sprites look very similar, to the point where I'd say the CPC and C64 sprites are pretty much straight ports of one another. But where this version wins out over the C64, and even the original CPC release on cassette, because yes, there is an original CPC version that looks very similar, is that this version has more locations. It's a much bigger game, and it has a lot more polish to it. When Amstrad got Virgin Games and the Gang of Five to take another shot at this game, what they did was they added in extra locations and changed the ending. Now instead of just putting an item on Stonehenge, you have a boss fight with the Necromancer. I can't show you that, however, because I can't get that far in the game anymore. It's one of those things, it's quite a frustrating game at times, and while as a child I was able to sit there and just plough through and get past all the little problems, these days as an adult, I look at it and think, I just don't have the time anymore. I don't have the time to sit here and try again and again and again on the frustrating points in order to get past, just to show you a screen at the end. First of all, your health goes down too fast. Whenever a creature touches you, your health plummets, and keeps plummeting until either you die or you get away. It's possible to die within seconds of touching an enemy, so this game ends up being a frenetic race across the screen to either reach a door to safety or to reach a weapon to kill the baddie with. If you fail in either of these, and it doesn't take much to fail, you die and have to start again. Next, there's the water. Whenever you're not pushing up on the joystick or pressing the fly button on the Spectrum version, you plummet to the ground. You can't float in this game, which means you have to keep flying up then dropping down if you need to get past blocked areas on the screen. If you accidentally touch water while trying to get past one of the blockages, you die. If you accidentally touch water while trying to avoid a monster, you die. If 1 pixel of your sprite comes into contact with 1 pixel of water, you die. Basically, sorcerers in this game have the same affiliation to water as the Wicked Witch of the West. I'm melting! I'm melting! I'm melting! Which makes it all the more questionable that you rescue a sorcerer using a glass of wine. Next, there's the time limit. Yes, this game has a time limit, even though it's actually remarkably short. If you ever look it up on YouTube, there are run-throughs that are under 10 minutes long. But to hurry you along a little anyway, the game has a timer. Do you see that little book in the bottom right corner of the CPC version? That's the timer. And once the book is all dissolved away, you lose the game. On the Commodore version, the book is replaced with an image of the necromancer at Stonehenge, which is a lot more fitting given the plot of the game. I'm not sure why they changed it, to be honest. Speaking of the Commodore version though, look how fast this timer runs down. Good grief, you really need to get your skates on if you want to finish this version. It's absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, it's quite a frustrating game, but here's the thing. I keep coming back to it. Despite its annoyances, and there are many annoyances, I still keep coming back to it. It's great. I've been playing this for almost 20 years now, and it's still as much fun now as it was back then, despite all its quirks. The best version has to be Sorcery Plus on the Amstrad CPC, I'm sorry. It's got the most polish, it's got the best ending, it's basically the best version. But whichever one you get, the CPC, original CPC, Commodore 64 version, any of them, they're really good games and you'll have a lot of fun playing them. Just don't go for the Spectrum version. It really feels like it was rushed, and as a result it's quite spoiled. But anyway, that's really all I've got time for this week, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you did like this, and if you did, remember to click the like button. Share it with your friends so they know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer, and I'll see you next time. Hello and welcome to Not Mouse Travel. How can I?
Hello? Don't be scared. Horace just wants to go skiing.
Hello and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. We're changing things up this week. We'll look at several games at once rather than just one. It's the first in a series I'm going to call Mascot Wars, and we're going to dip in and out of this on an irregular basis. Today's mascot is Horace. He's the weird looking guy that turned up in a lot of ZX Spectrum games. And yes, he did turn up on the C64 as well, and the Scion Series 3 if I remember correctly. But he became the kind of unofficial mascot for the Spectrum. So today on the Mascot Wars, he's representing the Specky. Let's start by acknowledging something right off the bat. Horace looks weird, like really weird. His eyes are in his chest and he's got no head. What's he supposed to be? An alien? A mutant? A regular guy who's had a really nasty accident? Who knows? I can tell you one thing though, when it comes to mascots, the look of Horace is certainly memorable. After all, how can you forget something that looks so strange? Look at him on the cover of his first game and tell me that image won't forever be burned into your eye sockets. What is he, a bum on legs? A pig's snout that sprouted limbs? He's just a really weird design. And yes, I recognise that early Spectrum games, especially the ones that were designed to be runnable on the 16K machine, didn't have a huge amount of memory that you could waste on complex graphics. But come on guys, if you're going to spend the time to code something like Horace, who's going to be large on your screen, at least put a little bit of effort into making him look something that's just not nightmare-inducing. And here's another thing, take a look at the enemies in this first game. They're clear, recognisable human heads, so obviously Horace's appearance is intentionally weird. I wouldn't be surprised if Spectrum kids had nightmares over this guy and his cold dead eyes, because I know I will. Speaking of nightmares, Horace's first game starts with brain-destroying sound effects. It's basically static, and it's supposed to entice you into playing the game? Standards must have been very, very different back in 1982. But if standards for music have changed, programmers' tolerance for nicking ideas from each other certainly haven't. This game is a blatant Pac-Man rip-off, complete with items to make eating your enemies possible, and even fruit to collect. At first, I thought the enemies could teleport around the screen in order to kill you, but then I realised it's just early attempts at a multi-level maze. It's still infuriating though, because there's a delay between going into a tunnel, teleport, whatever, and coming out the other side, which is often just enough time for an enemy to catch up with you. I get that a game needs to have some level of difficulty, as if the god-awful key bindings weren't going to give you enough of that already, but come on guys. Oh, and the key bindings really are stupid. Q to move up, but Z to move down? That's annoying enough. But then there's P to move right, which is okay because that became something of a standard on the Z88 bits. So what's the key to move left? Is it O? That would make sense, what with it being next to P. But no, you'd be wrong if you tried it. It's I instead. Lovely. Now, I get it that the standard keyboard bindings haven't coalesced by 1982. I really do. But that still doesn't excuse leaving a gap between the left and right keys, or a gap between the up and down keys, now I think about it. The only reason I can think of for doing that is to give some space to large-fingered players who were using the Spectrum's hideous rubber keyboard. But even then, it's going to lead to problems, because your hand naturally rests on the keyboard with one finger on I, one finger on O, and one finger on P. And that means you'll be forever pressing O to go left, even though it's the wrong key. The game itself is playable, and to an extent it's quite enjoyable. The mazes are interesting, and once you've turned off the sound, it's quite fun to play for a while. It's not a game that you'll come back to time and time again, but it's nice, and it's quite fun. It's also colourful, which is good for a game of its age, and when there's only one enemy on the screen, it's a very fast-paced bit of fun. The problem is when there's more than one enemy on screen. Once a second enemy appears, the entire game slows down immensely. It's still playable, but it's nowhere near as good an experience as it was before. It's slow, it's clunky, and it's annoying. So that's Horace's first outing, and it's a passable game for its time. So what happened to Horace next? Well, after he wasn't hungry anymore, he decided to go skiing. So let's see how that turned out. If there's one game from this trilogy that's stuck with me over the years, it's Horace Goes Skiing. I first played this when my cousin got a ZX Spectrum with a couple of games bundled with it. It's a simple premise, and the game is little more than 2 mini-games stuck together. But it's really good fun. The game begins in the same way as the first game, with ear-destroying, title-screeching and flashing text. If you're epileptic, the early years of computer gaming must have been hell. Anyway, once you get past the assault on the senses, you're presented with a rather passable Frogger clone. The object of this section of the game is to get from one side of the road to the other to hire some skis. Once you've got your skis, it's time to cross the road again and get back to the skis club. Apparently in Horace's world, the ski supply shop is located across a busy motorway from where the skis will actually be used. It's probably a conspiracy between the ski shops and the local ambulance service, since every time you get knocked down, you have to pay the ambulance to take you to the hospital.
Hey,
What?
we don't talk about the ski ambulance business, capiche?
Okay.
Capiche?
How did you even get in my office?
Looks like we'll have to do this the hard way.
Ah!
Uh-oh.
How'd you like it now, huh? How'd you like it now? So anyway, once you've managed to navigate your way back to the starting point, you get to go skiing. This is by far the most fun part of the game, and it works really well. I had a lot of fun playing this section. It's smooth, Horace looks pretty good in his skis, and the little jumps are a nice touch. There are a couple of minor gripes, but one of them is, I think, simply down to my own perspective. Whenever I tried to navigate Horace, I was constantly thinking of the directions from his point of view. I would forever be pressing the right key to move him to the right from his perspective, which would be left when looking at the game in terms of which direction on the screen that he would be going. Maybe that's because I'm too used to playing modern games that do take their controls from the perspective of the character, but it would have been nice to have the option to switch the controls around for the skiing section. The other gripe is definitely the game's problem, however. When you get too close to a tree, you crash, even though you could have feasibly slid right past it. The collision detection is based on the rectangle of screen that the tree is in, not the actual position of the tree. That's annoying, and it means you have to give the trees a wider berth than you otherwise should. But aside from these 2 minor problems, the skiing section is a really good part of the game, and I've had a soft spot for it ever since I played it on my cousin's rubber key Spectrum back in the 80s. So, can Horace beat this high note for his next outing? Let's find out. Ah! Seriously, it's been 3 games now. When will this crime against sound stop? The Spectrum can do better sound from this. It's ridiculous. And what's with the change in title? Horace and the Spider? Singular? The cover clearly says spiders, as in plural. Just how many spiders should we be expecting here? Surely it's not just one. We've paid good money for this game, £5.95 in 1983 money, or £14.95 if we wanted it on disc. So we're due more than one spider here, guys. When the game starts, it looks like we're only getting one spider. This is a very simple section of a 3 minigame game. Basically, you just need to jump over this spider and run toward a bit of higher ground. There's not a lot to it, but don't be fooled, because jumping over that spider isn't as easy as it might sound. The collision detection issues from Horace Goes Skiing are present here as well. So anyway, once you get past the spider, you go on to the next level of the game. It's a cave, and you need to get across from one ledge to the other by jumping on the threads those spiders at the top of the screen are casting down. Don't hang around too long on any thread, however, because if you do, you'll get pulled up to the top of the screen, and no amount of wriggling around will stop that. If you get pulled up too far and touch a spider, you lose a serum, which I'm presuming means the spiders were biting old Horace, and you have to start the level all over again. If you manage to get to the other side of the screen, you beat the level and go on to the final part of the game, and it's at this point that you realise this is a really short, really simple game. So far, there's about a minute or two's worth of gameplay to the whole thing, whereas Horace Goes Skiing had a lot more to it, and Hungry Horace was basically a series of Pac-Man style minigames. It's as if the amount of playability for these games goes down progressively as the series goes on. So what's the final level of Horace and the Spiders got for us? Is it enough gameplay to warrant a £19 in today's money price tag? In a word, no. The final level is a complete rip-off of Space Panic, that old arcade game where you cut holes in the floor to trap aliens and then kill them. Amstrad fans will remember this as Roland Goes Digging, which the CPC provided as a complete game in its own right. Here we find Horace wandering up and down some rickety platforms, climbing between them on spider webs. If you press one of several keys, you can stop Horace moving for a brief second, and he'll start jumping up and down. Do this enough, and you'll make a hole in the platform, which a spider can get trapped in. Then, you'll have to jump up and down on the spider to make it drop down. Do this twice per spider, and it will die. Once you've cleared all the spiders out, which can take anything between 2 and 5 minutes, depending on whether the spiders want to play along or not, you're awarded an extra serum, and you go back to the first level to play the game through again. And that's it. That's the whole game. I literally completed this on my second try and got through the whole game in less than 5 minutes. There's hardly anything here, and it certainly doesn't have the staying power of Horace Goes Skiing. So it's a real shame that Horace and the Spiders is the last we'll see of old Horace for 12 whole years. There was supposed to be another game in 1985, but that got cancelled due to the fact that the programmer had a collapsed lung, and I think we can all agree that's a really, really good reason to have stopped making a game, and I hope that he got better. But the next time we'd see old Horace wouldn't even be on the Spectrum, it would be on a PDA in 1995. Sadly, I can't show you footage from that game because I don't have a Scion Series 3 to give it a try. Instead, we're looking at the ZX Spectrum port. This is Horace and the Mystic Woods. The game is a Manic Miner clone, and here we're looking at the 2010 remake for the Spectrum. It's even using the Manic Miner sound effects for this remake. It's a fun game, and the remake is even based on the original source code, so that's a plus. So there we have it, The Adventures of Horace, the closest thing that the Spectrum has to a mascot, despite the fact that most of his games came out in other formats as well. I recommend that you give Horace Goes Skiing a try. It's a lot of fun. I really do like it, even after all these years. And if you've got a few more minutes to kill, give Horace and the Mystic Woods a try as well. The ZX Spectrum port in 2010 was really, really good. It's a lot of fun. Now, as for the others, well, Spiders is lacking in any playability or replayability. And if you're going to play a Pac-Man game, you might as well play a Pac-Man rather than Hungry Horace, because it's got a lot more Pac-Man to it. But still, 2 games out of 4, that's pretty good. I hope you enjoyed revisiting The Adventures of Horace, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share this with your friends so that they can revisit some good old games too, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knob Mouse channel, and I'll see you next time. Oh, there you are!
Oh, nice you could join us.
Thanks. What's this?
Well, isn't it obvious? It's the lunch pack of Notre Dame.
You could at least have put a sandwich in it.
Well, I did, but then you were late, so I ate it. It was very nice.
The sketch seemed an awful lot funnier in my head.
Yes, most things do.
Super Hunchback is a game for the Nintendo Game Boy, that weird green-on-green handheld that somehow managed to become more popular than Sega's obviously superior Game Gear. There, my sweet. One day they'll appreciate your brilliance. One day. As with many Game Boy titles, it's a basic platform affair. Travel across the screen, avoid the enemies, pick up the items that will increase your score, all until you reach the goal. And despite this, it's actually an enjoyable little game. So let's waste no more time and actually take a look at Super Hunchback. Okay, let's start with the basics. That title music is totally wrong for this game. What part of the Hunchback of Notre Dame story fits with putting on the Ritz? The song is derived from a colloquialism about dressing fashionably, which has nothing to do with the Hunchback and even less to do with this game. Was Ocean just looking for some royalty-free music? What's going on here? The in-game music isn't much better. It's basic, it does its job, and it's not annoying enough to make you want to turn the sound down before you start playing, so I suppose that's good news. And it's certainly more than some games, I can say. I'm looking at you here, Horace.
Hey,
Shut it, Horace, I've still got that axe. This game is pretty simple, as most Game Boy games in the day were. You play as Quasimodo, and your task is to collect fruit and ring a bell, all within a time limit. There are obstacles to avoid, some basic platforming, and a surprisingly large number of hidden areas for you to find. It's one of those fun, simple looking but surprisingly hard little games that'll keep you entertained for hours. Speaking of the hidden areas, this is where you'll usually find time extending pickups. They add a considerable amount of time for you to traverse a section of the level, which is useful because some of those hidden areas can be quite large. In addition to the hidden areas, we have warp zones that offer little bonus levels full of falling platforms and fruit to collect. It makes a change from the basic levels, and they are actually quite fun. So grab them when you can to get extra points, and if you manage to get all 10 pieces of fruit, you get an extra life, which is quite useful. Speaking of extras, there are bombs to pick up that spell out extra. I have no idea what grabbing all of them does because I never managed it. The letters scroll on the pickup, and if you grab it when it's displaying a letter you already have, it gets removed from your extra bar at the bottom of the screen, so you'll have to pick it up again later. So be careful with your timing or you'll lose progress. So that's 3 sets of extras on top of the standard platforming levels. All in all, I think we can agree that's plenty of content for your cash. Now, when you die, and you will because some of the pickups are a little tricky, you aren't necessarily sent back to the start of the level. There are some checkpoints along the way, and that's a good thing because redoing the whole thing would be quite tedious. Instead of going back to the start of the level, you jumped back a little way and you lose a life. Lose all your lives and it's game over as expected. Speaking of being knocked back away, that's the main effect of being hit by the moving obstacles in the game. If you hit from the front, you're knocked back a little way and spend a couple of seconds rocking on your heels while Quasimodo is unconscious. If you hit from behind, you get thrown forward and the same thing happens. It's therefore quite easy to get knocked off platforms and onto spikes, which will kill you instantly. In other words, be careful and avoid the obstacles as best you can. And yes, I do know that's easier said than done. Oh, and remember that some obstacles can be stood on in order to reach higher platforms, while others can't. Sometimes it's obvious which is which, other times it's going to be down to trial and error. Good luck with that. There are 5 sections per level and 9 levels in total, making this a remarkably short game when all said and done. Nevertheless, it's a fun little throwback to the early days of computing, and actually I quite enjoyed it. The graphics are big, chunky and really well drawn, especially for a Game Boy title of the time. It's sharp, it's clear what's going on, and there's some nice comedy to it. The animations are lovely and, overall, it's really well put together. Now, Super Hunchback can be a little tricky to get hold of these days. Personally, I picked it up at random in a second-hand shop. It was the only Game Boy title that we had, and to be honest with you, I'm quite happy that I got it. Like I said, it's pretty simple fun, but there is a lot here. So if you get the chance to play it, I do recommend it. It'll keep you entertained for a few hours at the very least. So there you are, Super Hunchback. Sorry this is a short one this week, but it's really all the time I've got for now. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you did like this, and if you did, remember to click the like button, share it with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on Knobmouse channel, and I will see you next time. Good evening and welcome to Knobmouse News. I'm oddly familiar, and here's the news from all around Metro City. Newly elected Mayor Mike Hagar today leapt out of his office, tore off his shirt, and announced that he was going to, and I'm quoting here, kick a buttload of asses after the notorious Mad Gear gang kidnapped his daughter. The gang posted a video online in which an unknown figure took credit for the kidnapping, but so far nobody has a clue who this man is, because he's never been seen before or since. A police spokesman told us he doesn't look like any known Mad Gear Gang member and is most definitely not the Mad Gear boss who has no hair. Mike Hagar is a former street fighter who has supposedly hung up his fighting trousers before entering politics, declaring during the election campaign that he had fought his final fight. So it looks like this is his first election pledge to be broken. We'll have more on this story after these messages. Welcome back to Knobmouse News. I'm oddly familiar and we've got more on tonight's violence, where it turns out the mayor is not the only one to be pounding punks' faces into the pavement this evening. Over to Sally, not a clone honest, for more details plus the weather. Sally? Thanks, Oddly. It looks like a great night to go out for a walk. Weather-wise anyhow, with clear skies and no sign of rain. That's normally great news, but tonight I'd recommend staying indoors because the mayor is taking no prisoners. And he's not alone either. Mayor Hagar is joined tonight by his daughter's boyfriend, Cody. He's a quick-hitting martial artist with a strong kick and the ability to use a powerful leaping roundhouse kick when he's cornered. Cody is definitely not one to mess with, and although the mayor is well known to be a more powerful fighter with a greater ability to absorb damage, Cody's speed more than makes up for what he lacks in stamina. Also, there's this guy. He's here too. I don't know why. He's reasonably fast and deals a fair amount of damage, but with Cody and the mayor in play, I don't see much reason for him to be here. That's all for me. Back to you, Audley. Thanks, Sally. The mayor's rampage began this afternoon in the slum district, where eyewitness reports say he smashed up barrels, phone boxes and people's heads. Waves of local thugs, reputedly part of the Mad Gear Gang, although this has not yet been independently verified, swarmed Mayor Hagar, but he managed to fend all of them off before heading to a tube station to continue his rampage. The mayor showed no signs of slowing down, even in the face of his first proper threat, a white guy with dreadlocks who, according to our on-scene helicopter reporter, looks like a reject from a B-list wrestling match. Let's go across to that reporter now for more information. Chopper Charlie, are you there? Thanks, Oddly. I'm here in the Knobmouse News chopper watching the carnage as this extraordinary scene plays out. As you can see from our long-range spectrum cam, the mayor made swift work of this villain earlier tonight. That footage looks awful, Charlie. It looks jerky, unresponsive, and the sound is pathetic. Yes, that's right. We're looking at this through a ZX Spectrum. It's not the greatest of versions, and quite frankly, I'd have skipped it, but it needs to be mentioned due to historical significance. Is that really the best the Spectrum could do, Charlie? It looks like they weren't even trying. Well, Final Fight was a big game, Oddly. I'll grant you the sound is pathetic, but the large sprites, number of enemies on screen at once, and detailed graphics shouldn't be downplayed too much. If you're willing to give it a chance, the game is playable, albeit at a slower pace than you would otherwise want. Thank you, Charlie. Now, over to Tara Tubes for the transport report. Tara? Thank you, Oddly. It's carnage out there on the subway tonight after Mayor Mike Hagar destroyed a phone box, found a samurai sword in it, and started hacking through local toughs. Men and women alike, all dressed in generic street gear while waiting for the train home from the office, were all hacked down by the mayor as he continued his murderous rampage of revenge through the city. Some local thugs arrived, sporting knives and even just a buttload more muscles than brain cells, apparently sent by Mad Gear bosses to stop the mayor in his tracks. That wasn't a smart move. He used one to hit the other with, then took the knives they brought and threw them at their friends. Can nothing stop this ass-kicking former street fighter? Let's ask our on-scene reporter, Donna Where's Your Trousers. Donna?
Thank you, Tara, and as you can see, Mayor Hagar boarded a tube train a few minutes ago without a ticket and started beating the crap out of everyone he could find, even this bodyguard behind me couldn't escape the carnage. He breezed through those like public opinion will no doubt breeze past their careers. The only sticking point for the mayor in this rampage was when he finally decided to get off the train and a bunch of thugs took him on a series of 4-on-1 grudge matches. Even that didn't stop Mike Hagar though. He stabbed a few of them with their own knives, then pile drove the rest into the ground. Local hospitals will be working overtime to sort this mess out. So, if you're thinking of getting into an accident tonight, I'd recommend you think again. Back to the studio.
In sports news, a pay-per-view samurai match had to be cancelled today as Mayor Mike Hagar's roaring rampage of revenge burst into the arena. Mayor Hagar, whom I must remind viewers really is the mayor, and this is totally not a joke, leapt into the ring and proceeded to beat the living crap out of one of the combatants, who had up to that point been minding his own business. The mayor then ran off to continue his mission. This grainy footage was taken by a viewer at the arena using an Amstrad CPC. The sound isn't great and the action is slowed like it was on our Spectrum cam. Nevertheless, the colours are a lot better and this version does at least look playable, albeit only barely. I'm sorry, we have to cut that report short now as we've had new information coming in. Apparently Mike Hagar, whom you may recall is the mayor of Metro City and not simply some random guy in a mega tantrum, temporarily halted his epic rampage of revenge in order to smash up some guy's car. This security camera footage clearly shows the mayor smashing a car to pieces with a bit of pipe. So far we have no reports of why Mayor Hagar thought it necessary to do this, but we do have a comment from the owner of the vehicle. The owner, who did not want to be named, simply stated, "Oh my god." Although some commentators are claiming he said, "Oh my car," who is right? We'll let you decide. We have also received reports that the mayor smashed up a bar in the West Side area. Apparently Mayor Hagar smashed his way into the bar, beat the crap out of everyone he could get his hands on, and was then dragged into a cage match against two brothers, whom he repeatedly full-body slammed into the side of the cage. Over to our sports commentator Tara Tube for a comment on these events. Tara? I have no words. The mayor is giving those guys a pounding and they have no chance of getting out of it. This really isn't cricket. We are now receiving reports that a police officer is on the scene. We go live to our on-scene reporter for more of this breaking story. Donna, what's the situation like out there?
Oddly, I have no words. This is extraordinary. The policeman, as you can see, is firing into a crowd that has descended on the mayor, with no apparent regard for who he hits. The mayor has been using the thugs' own weapons against them, in some cases stabbing guys with their own knives. But the cop here doesn't seem to care. He's just shooting people and occasionally moving to stay out of the way of the fracas. I've never seen anything like it.
Isn't he at least trying to stop this fight?
Absolutely not. In fact, I think he might be on the side of those Mad Gear gang thugs. Oh my goodness, that cop just shot at the mayor. Yes, he's definitely on the side of Mad Gear. This is a terrible state of events. And, yep, and the mayor just straight up murdered a policeman. That's not going to go down well for him. Back to you, Oddly.
This is a very bad state of events. We can now confirm that the police officer the mayor just killed is one Eddie E., an officer with a long string of accusations against him, from corruption and racketeering to assault and dereliction of duty. We're not saying this makes getting stabbed by the mayor any more acceptable, but we kind of understand. Now we're going over to our industry desk where Paula Looks Similar has breaking news. Paula? Thank you, Oddly. This news just in. A unit in the industrial area is in the process of being shut down this evening after Mayor Hagar discovered dangerous fire hazards in the area during a random street fight that he started. According to eyewitness reports, flames were seen to shoot randomly from the floor, severely burning many of the belligerents in the fracas. This did not stop the mayor from proceeding to beat everyone he could get his hands on into a bloody pulp, however. The owner of the industrial unit in question could not be reached for comment as the mayor had rammed his fist so far down the man's throat that he's now only able to communicate through a complex series of farts, and we couldn't find a translator. As shocking as this may sound, we are now getting reports that Mayor Hagar is fighting a guy on an industrial lift, and the guy he's fighting is throwing grenades. Grenades. Like there's no tomorrow. Yes, we can now confirm it. Those are indeed grenades he is throwing, which, while it doesn't make the situation entirely okay, at least goes some way to explaining why the blast radius is so pathetic. Thank goodness for small mercies. Oh, there's another guy he's beaten unconscious. Looks like this mayoral rampage isn't stopping anytime soon. Are you serious? What is this, a publicity tour? Apparently Mayor Mike Hagar's rampage through Metro City is showing no sign of abating. He's now in the Bay Area and beating people up in a public toilet with a pipe. No, I've got no idea why he's doing this either. Those guys are probably members of the notorious Mad Gear gang, however. I mean, isn't everyone these days? I'm not sure just being a member warrants a pipe to the face, but then again, I'm not a member of a gang that was stupid enough to kidnap our ex-Street Fighter mayor's daughter, so maybe my ability to think things through is stronger than theirs? I'll let you decide. If you're not a member of the Mad Gear gang, and even if you are, let's be honest, Knobmouse News highly recommends you stay indoors until the mayor is either restrained or calms down. Seriously everyone, keep off the streets for your own good. He's showing no signs of letting up, and mind you, he's only throwing down 3 moves here, punches, jump kicks and some kind of roundhouse whirl attack, so maybe it's not actually taking too much effort on his part to knock his core voters unconscious. But I'm no expert. Let's ask our sports correspondent Tara Tube for her opinion. Tara? I have no idea at this point. This guy is clearly angry beyond all logic. Thanks, Tara. Now, let's head over to our roving reporter, Donna Where's Your Trousers, for more on-the-scene news. Donna?
We couldn't get close this time for fear of the mayor mistaking us for more thugs and breaking our heads open. This appears to be an all-out battle royale at this point, with some guy dressed like he's the worst of the 80s fashion faux pas given life and sent back to terrorize the nightlife. He's giving Mayor Hager a run for his money, but the mayor is showing no signs of letting up. The mayor is taking on all comers here. He's really giving Mad Gear what for. If I were in this gang, I'd be handing my resignation in about now. It looks like Mad Gear are soon to be no more. Back to you, Oddly.
Well, it looks like at this point there's only one part of town that Mayor Mike Hagar hasn't hit up yet, literally, and yes, we can now confirm the mayor has entered Uptown District. If you're in Uptown and you are looking for a quiet night, our advice here is simple. Run for your lives. This footage sent in by a very concerned citizen shows the extent of the mayor's rage at the Mad Gear gang. He's clearly not going to stop until he's beaten every member of the gang to a pulp, so steer clear in case he thinks you're one of them. TV may rot your brain and be a major cause of buttock spread, but at this point in time it's literally better for your health than accidentally running into the man elected to govern our city. For goodness sake, stay indoors. Now over to our sports commentator Tara Tube for an analysis on the mayor's fighting technique up to this point. Tara? Thank you, Oddly. Mike Hagar's fighting style developed from his old street fighting days, and it seems his old weaknesses are just as obvious today as they always were. Although he relies on his strength and sheer size for most of his victories, the mayor appears to have a major weakness. As we can see from this live streaming CCTV footage of the mayor breaking into the headquarters of Mad Gear, whenever someone manages to land a blow on him, Mayor Hagar can't seem to process this information. He's stun-locked by every blow that strikes him, which is letting his enemies get further hits in before he falls to the ground. This seems like an amazingly inefficient and also quite surprising fighting technique for the mayor. We at the Knobmouse News Sports Desk can't quite work out what is going on here. If the mayor is going to be knocked down, why isn't this happening straight away? The blows being landed are all the same on the third hit as on the first, so why does only one of them knock him down? Also, why doesn't he just keep fighting back? It's illogical. Sorry to burst in on you, Tara, but we have more breaking news. The mayor has confronted Belger, the notorious head of the Mad Gear gang. As we can see from this live stream footage, Mayor Hagar has punched Belger out of his wheelchair, and the crime boss is not happy about it. He's firing at the mayor like his life depends on it, and at this point it may well be so. Oh my goodness, he's knocked him through a window! Well, that's certainly the end of him. Oh my goodness, in case you're just joining us, the mayor of Metro City, Mike Hagar, has just used a Mad Gear thug as a battering ram and knocked Belger, the crime boss of Mad Gear, out of the window of a high-rise building. No, you did not mishear that. This really just happened. My goodness, the mayor was not messing around when he said he was going to clean up crime in Metro City. Nevertheless, we can but hope that from now on he'll stick to doing things the normal way. Fingers crossed that this really is his final fight. I've been Oddly Familiar, you've been watching the Knobmouse News. We'll have more at 10 PM, but until then, stay safe and good night. Hi, are you overstimulated? Do you feel that modern games are full of too many bells and whistles and all that rat-a-tat-tatting from the big guns that the guys with the big guns carry around? then you need Retro, the game that recreates the simple games of the past on the hardware of the not quite so in the past. It'll have you drifting back to the halcyon days of gaming in no time. I'm Dr. Zoe, and I approve of this message. Do you remember when magazines like Amstrad Action, Amiga Format and so forth used to give away games on their front covers, on the tapes, the discs or whatever? They'd often be games that you'd never seen before but which ripped off older classic games. Did you ever fancy buying 8 of those rip-offs all on one disc for your home console? Then Retro has you covered. This is a collection of old games given a more modern makeover and presented on a PS2 disc. We've got all sorts here: Arkanoid, Pac-Man, Frogger, Defender, Asteroids, Puzzle Bobble, or Buster Move if you prefer. It's the same game. Now, you might be thinking that I would riff quite heavily on something like this because it is a collection of rip-offs, but here's the thing, it's actually quite a good collection. So let's take a look. Now, the first thing you'll notice is that there's no music. The menu had music, which admittedly was rather generic and quick to repeat, but the games themselves do not. There are some sound effects though, so it's not like you're having to play in silence, and to be fair, I didn't really notice the lack of music after a few minutes. It would have been nice to have some though. This is Bounce and Break, a standard Arkanoid clone. As Arkanoid clones go, it's pretty decent. The paddle can be controlled by the D-pad or the left analog stick, which offers a far smoother method of play, and the game itself is smooth, although it's surprisingly difficult, and there aren't enough power-ups in my view, but aside from that, it's a decent game. I played this for longer than expected when reviewing this game, so there's definitely something to it. So yeah, it's good, but it's nothing that we haven't seen a million times before. So what's next? Pac-Man is one of the most famous games in the world, so naturally it's in this collection. Here you get to play as the cute little robot guy from the front cover, which I suppose is nice. The whole game is themed around this guy in some way, be it in the colour scheme of the paddle from the Arkanoid clone, to actually seeing the little guy here. The game itself is nothing you haven't seen before. It's a good Pac-Man game, I'll grant you that. It plays well, it's smooth, and the controls are good, but like the Arkanoid game before it, there's nothing here that you haven't seen before. And that's the problem here. It's nothing new, literally nothing new. If you came in looking for innovation, you've come to the wrong place. So why do I like this game? Well, let's play on and find out. This is a great game. It's Missile Command crossed with Spin Drone essentially. What's Spin Drone, you might ask? Well, it's a funny little game from the Amstrad CPC that I used to play a lot because I didn't have very many games, so what I had to do, even though I was terrible at it. I'm sure this game was based on an arcade game, but I haven't got a clue which one. Anyway, back to this Laser Command game on the Retro collection. You have 2 towers, one controlled with the left trigger and one with the right trigger. You move your cursor around the screen and can fire with one tower or both to destroy the aliens that are trying to steal your little robot guys, who all look like the guy from the front cover. Again, this plays really well. It's smooth, it's responsive. It's difficult as all hell once you get past the first wave, and I really like it. I keep coming back to it for a few more minutes worth of shooting fun. And there is the reason that I like this collection so much. Whether it's blasting asteroids in a really nice clone of, well, funnily enough, asteroids, or playing Puzzle Bobble, even though you could actually just easily play actual Puzzle Bobble, or Buster Move, since there are at least 3 copies of the actual game on the PS2, I'm just saying, or giving an isometric 3D version of Frogger a try, or finally trying to master light cycles even though you know it's impossible to master light cycles, or finally playing an unabashed clone of Space Invaders, it's all good fun. There's nothing here that isn't really well made, smooth to play, and fun. It's all really good and it's all responsive. Okay, none of it's original, but if you just want something that you know you can sit down and play and it's going to be A, really good, and B, work and be a lot of fun, then Retro has you covered. The games are well written and they look great. There's clearly been a lot of effort put in here, more so than with the average budget title of the time. Bubble Puzzle, for example, is a brilliant clone of Puzzle Bobble. All the features of the game, as well as all the other clone games on offer here, are present and they all work properly. I really like the level of polish that's been put into this, especially with the effort to theme each game to the little robot guy mascot. Now, okay, the isometric 3D for Hopper, the Frogger clone, makes the game a little more difficult than I would like, but at least that adds a new level of skill to this old classic. you're not going to get anything new here. It's all been seen and done before. But if you can look past that, then you've got a nice collection of games that, yeah, sure, you would have found them on a cover disc for Amiga format or something like that at one time, but now they're all here on one disc for your gaming pleasure. And sometimes that's all that matters. Okay, that's really all we got time for this week. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this little look at a budget classic. And if you did, remember to click that like button, share this with your friends so they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Not Mouse channel, and I'll see you later. Oh hey Horace, how you doing? What's up?
I'm bored. I need someone to hang out with.
Don't I count?
Have you ever battled vicious spiders on an alien planet? Or collected dots while you were chased by severed heads? Or gone skiing?
Well, no.
Then we would have nothing to talk about. I need a friend who's had great adventures. Someone who can reminisce about the good old days.
I'm sorry Horace, I wouldn't even know where to start finding someone like that for you.
Excuse me? Perhaps I can help.
In a world where every console has a mascot associated with it, for better or worse, it can come as a shock that early computers launched without a mascot in mind. Amstrad, however, did things differently. When the CPC launched, a range of software started to trickle out from its official software house, Amsoft, all ostensibly starring this same character, some guy called Roland. Roland doesn't fit the usual mould for gaming mascots. For one, he hardly ever looks the same from game to game. He lacks a consistent theme to his games, but then again, so does Horace, so we can give that one a pass. And there's no consistent world for him to inhabit, although, once again, that is kind of true of Horace as well. In the early days of computing, it was really only the name of the character that seemed to matter. Mario changed all that, but then again, Mario only got his first name the year before Roland launched. Because remember, he was called Jumpman at first, and his creators still can't decide what his second name is, so maybe he's not the best example to bring up.
Hey!
What now, Horace? Can we have a little less about the plumber and more talking about me, if you don't mind?
Yeah, what he said.
Okay, sure, fine. Welcome to episode 2 of the Mascot Wars. Today we're looking at Amstrad's foray into the mascot market with Roland. Let's take a look at his first game. Which game was your first, by the way? You know what? I don't actually know. Wonderful. Let's just pick one. Here's Roland on the Ropes. When the Amstrad CPC 464 first arrived on high street shelves, 2 Roland games were all ready to go. Coded sometime in 1983 as part of a licensing deal with Induscomp, the Spanish distributors of the CPC, they were hasty rebuilds of existing games for the ZX Spectrum. As such, they do a pretty good job of showing just how colourful and how much more powerful the Amstrad CPC was when compared to Sinclair's juggernaut of a machine. This game is a clone of Fred, the popular Spectrum game that sees an archaeologist attempting to escape from a haunted pyramid. In the original, Fred is a well-drawn yellow sprite who has to navigate around garish cyan mazes, avoiding some of the cutest ghost sprites I've ever seen, and occasionally shooting them when they get too close. In Roland on the Ropes, you play as Roland, an archaeologist attempting to escape from a haunted pyramid. Now you're in full colour, and the maze is beautifully coloured. This game is an absolute pleasure to look at. All the sprites are the same as in their Spectrum counterpart, and instead of colour clash when sprites overlap, we're treated with a flickering screen whenever Roland moves. Frankly, I'd have preferred the colour clash. The title music is jolly, and the game, on the whole, is very well put together. The in-game sound effects are chirpy and bright, which shows off the CPC's capabilities nicely. It's a shame there is no in-game music, but oh well, we can't have everything. Gameplay-wise, this is a great game. It's a lot of fun, and it looks lovely to boot. The only downside is the screen flicker, which wasn't anywhere to be seen in the original. Now, I'm sure it could have been worked out if they'd had a bit more time, but it's clear that Induscomp were rushed to finish this and the other game as part of their deal with Amstrad. As it stands, it's a good launch title, and it did do well to set Roland up as a good mascot, so that's pretty cool. But what was that other game that we mentioned? What accompanied Roland on the Ropes? Well, it's time to have a look at Roland in the Caves. Okay, what the hell? That's our mascot? That flea? Our mascot is a flea now? Why, Amstrad? Why is our mascot a flea? Look, it's just a phase I was going through, you know? We all have phases. I bet you were into some weird stuff when you were younger. I was never into being a flea. Then you missed out? Oh, be quiet. Let's get back to the game. This is another clone of a Spectrum game, this time of a classic, Bugaboo the Flea. The aim of the game is to navigate your way upward through a cavern to reach the exit in the ceiling. There's a pterodactyl flying around that will eat you if you don't avoid it, because of course there is, and the CPC recreates the original in a fantastic, colourful graphic style. This is a really well-made game, and there's nothing to fault it in terms of gameplay. The sound effects are basic bleeps, which isn't great, but is at least in keeping with the original game, I suppose. The title music is fantastic though. La Cucaracha has never sounded so 8-bit. The controls are pretty simple. You just press a key to jump left or right. Oh, and that reminds me, this game doesn't support joystick controls, so yeah, you have to use the keyboard. Hold the key down for longer and you'll jump further, although I did notice that the controls are very sensitive, so it's easy to overjump your target. Maybe that's why there's no joystick support. In addition, the game is mega difficult, and when I first played it back in the 80s, it was a special day if I could actually get out of the first cave. Despite the difficulty, it's a really fun game, so whether you're playing the original or the CPC remake, if you can get over the ridiculous premise, I think you'll really enjoy it. Give it a try, it's a classic. As launch titles go, Roland and the Caves and Roland on the Ropes are surefire winners. They presented the CPC as a powerful machine with great, high-colour graphical capabilities. And what's more, they were great fun to play. So what's next? Can Amstrad keep up its great success with the third outing for Roland? In a word, no. Roland Ahoy is a stupid game with next to no gameplay involved in it. The title screen is nice with its flashing star effect and giant Roland label that changes colour. There's no music, however, except for a quick buzzer-like tune just before you start to play, and I doubt it's because the coders ran out of memory to play with. When I first saw this game in Amstrad's catalogue, it looked amazing. I really wanted it. So imagine what I felt like when, years after seeing all of these great-looking graphics and lovely colours, what it felt like to actually play it. There's no game here. You just navigate your ship in silence around a couple of obstacles, grab some shot for your cannons, then fire at the barricade that's stopping you from reaching a port. If you get hit, you get a decent enough buzzer-like sound as the ship sinks. Similarly, you'll also get some sound when cannons fire and when you get shot while trying to grab some ammo, but the rest of the game is in silence. This isn't exactly Sid Meier's Pirates, is it? If you do get into port, you get to grab some gold, which is essentially the same game as grabbing the ammo. Then you get to drop the gold off at a pirate's cove. Rinse and repeat until you lose all your lives. That's it. That's the entire game. After 2 decent games, we got this crapped out dross. When compared to the Horus games, this is about the level of Horus and the Spiders in terms of gameplay. Although I think Horus is actually edging into the lead thanks to his clone of Space Panic being reasonably playable. Speaking of Space Panic clones, Roland brought us Amstrad users our own version of that classic arcade game, complete with wonderful bright graphics and a brilliant title tune. You can turn the music on and off by pressing the enter key just in case you don't like the tune as much as I do. This game is fairly simple. You have to defeat these alien things by digging holes that they will fall into, and then pushing them through the holes using your spade so they can drop to their doom. You climb ladders to reach higher points in the level, and either climb down the ladders or fall through the holes if you want to get further down the screen. So far, so simple. If an alien drops into a hole and you don't get to it in time, the alien will get angry and start to chase you around the level. If this happens, you will need to trap the alien in a hole and then drop it down through 2 holes rather than just 1, otherwise it will survive and continue to chase you. As the game progresses, the number of aliens per level increases, and that really does ramp up the difficulty level, especially once you reach the point where there's an alien starting on every platform on the screen, including the one that you start on. The game gets quite frantic at this point, so my advice is to secure a space on the level for yourself as quickly as you can, and then try to drop as many aliens as you can until the level quietens down a little. It's not always easy to do, but it's worth risking a tricky start in order to give yourself a decent chance. Roland Goes Digging is one of my favourite games from the early CPC era, and I still go back to it for some fun gaming even now. It's a simple arcade game at heart, but it's well put together and a lot of fun. I really like it. So after Roland went digging, what next? Okay, this is a joke, right? What the hell happened to Roland? Here's the thing. Roland, the mascot on the Amstrad, has no set look to him. His design was left up to the coders of every individual game. He has no design, no personality, nothing. He's little more than a name, really. His face changes more often than Doctor Who changed main actors, and that's actually true at this point in time, because when the CPC finished production, there were only 7 Doctors, but Roland had 9 games, and he looked different in 8 of them. But despite all that, despite the fact that he's been everything from a workman to a flea, nothing prepares you for how stupid he looks in this game. In Roland Goes Square Bashing, Roland is a sugar cube with legs. A sugar cube with legs. What were the programmers thinking? Despite that, despite the fact that they've reduced Amstrad's mascot to a waddling brick, this game is actually fun. It's a Cubit clone because, let's face it, Roland very rarely gets a unique game to himself. And as Cubit clones go, this is actually a good one. So let's take a look. This is a wonderful looking game with nice, chunky Mode 0 graphics and has a lot of personality to it. The puzzles start off reasonably simple, once you get used to the isometric controls that is, but quickly get fiendishly difficult, requiring route memorization if you are going to get around the maze within the allotted time. Yes, that's right, this game has a time limit. If you stay in a square too long, it will disappear from underneath you, and old Roland will fall to his doom. Which, given that being forced into a sugar cube shape must have been very painful for him, I'm sure he actually welcomed. For me, if it was a choice between painfully being shoved into a cube shape and the endless void of space, bring on the endless void. Okay, that's the first wave of Roland games over with, so let's take a look at how he's shaping up so far. Roland on the Ropes is a decent game, especially for a launch title. The same goes for Roland in the Caves. Both of those games are well worth giving a try. Then we got Roland Ahoy. Now, this isn't a terrible game, and goodness knows we'll see a terrible one before we're finished here, but it's nowhere near a good game either. It's going to have to go in the middle. Next, we have Roland Goes Digging, which is a fantastic little arcade game, even if the music can start to grate after a while. But at least the CPC has a volume control, so you can turn it down or turn it off if you want to. Not all computers came with one of those, did they, BBC? What were they thinking? Anyway, Roland Goes Digging definitely fits into the good pile. I think we've got to throw Roland Goes Square Bashing into that pile too. It's just a good, fun game, despite the stupid look of our protagonist. So, in a surprise twist to these proceedings, Roland is coming out quite well. He's got 4 good games and 1 passable one, so he's holding them pretty well, isn't he? Yeah. Let's get the crap out of the way now, shall we? While we're feeling good with ourselves? Here's Roland on the Run, and if you're seeing this for the first time, I really apologise because yes, they really did try to charge money for this. This is a kind of reverse Frogger, where the idea is to try and get a load of Rolands off a train and into some bunkers across a busy road. The Rolands can jump from the train into some trucks, and from there you're on your own, because I couldn't get them to jump anywhere further after that. This game is a mess. It's nice and colourful, I'll give it that, but of the 3 controls to make Roland jump, only one from the train into the first line of trucks seems to work. Why's that? Simple. Whenever you jump a Roland into a truck, control seems to revert back to the next Roland, who is on the train. Even when I can actually get a Roland on the truck to flash, which means you're in control of that Roland, I still can't make him jump 9 times out of 10, and on the 10th try, he'll jump when I don't want him to, thus losing me a life. So no wonder it lets you start having 255 lives right from the start of play. You can go through them like nobody's business. There is nothing going for this game. It's a mess. The sound is terrible, the game slows down whenever you try to move a Roland out of a truck, and it's awful to play. It's definitely one for the bad column. So can we move on now, please? Please do. Thank you. Okay, let's move on with the first of the Doctor Who themed Manic Miner clones. Here's Roland in Time. Oh yeah, this is it, the big one. 53 screens spread over 9 time zones that you can switch between at will, and each with a huge amount of collectibles. Fiendish platform puzzle action and lots of luscious colour. It's an early Amstrad CPC game at its finest. The title screen sets the scene and shows us exactly what we're in for. This may be a Manic Miner, or to be more accurate, Jet Set Willy clone, but it's got heavy trappings of Doctor Who laid on for good measure. Roland is now a time traveller who has been, according to the cassette's inlay, stranded on Earth by the evil Maestro. So yeah, we're deep into Doctor Who pastiche territory here. Roland needs to collect all the power crystals to get the special drive on his antimatter space-time runaround, or Amstrad for short, working again. This is a wickedly difficult game and immense fun to play. There's a lovely rendition of the Doctor Who theme tune on the title screen, and then when you're actually playing, it's the Happy Wanderer. And it's wonderfully done. This demonstrates exactly what the CPC could do in its early days when the sound programmer is worth their salt. We may have just had one of the worst games of all time with Roland on the Run, but Roland in Time shows that Roland as a mascot still has a lot going for him. It's classic platform action at its finest and may well be one of the best games on the CPC. So how do you follow this up? What could possibly be in store for Roland after his many adventures through time? Well, a brilliant adventure through space, of course. Let's take a look at the only official sequel in the entire Roland canon. The direct tie-in to Roland in Time, Roland in Space. This is the only game in the series to take advantage of the Amstrad SSA-1 speech synthesizer, although I'm not sure what use it makes since I literally only just found out that this device exists. Java CPC creator Marcus Homan has an SSA-1, however, and he's put this footage on YouTube showing the device in action.
And 10 software proudly present Roland in Space. 9 generations left.
If you're familiar with early speech synthesis, you'll know that that's actually pretty good. That voice was actually decent for a synthesizer of that time. I'm not sure it actually enhances the game in any way. I mean, it's just reading what's on screen, but it's a nice addition and a fun novelty, let's put it that way. Roland in Space presents us with the only official reuse of a sprite for our main character. Roland continues to look bright and recognisably human in this outing, which lent itself to confirming his fan-chosen official look. A guy with a bright pink face and no dress sense. Hey! What? That outfit was all the rage on Tau Ceti 17B? Well, we're not on Tau Ceti 17B. Well, fair point. Continue. Thank you. I will. Now, Roland is tasked with building a super weapon to defeat the Maestro. Personally, I'd say that was a bit of an overreaction to being stranded on Earth, and I'm kind of seeing why the Maestro might have thought it was the best course of action. Roland seems a little aggressive, don't you think? If you think I'm bad, you should see the other guy. Fair point. We haven't actually seen this Maestro guy, have we? So anyway, there are 7 planets to visit in this game, and all but one present you with a huge scrolling level to explore. This game really does feel like it took the original premise from Roland in Time and expanded on it, as a good sequel should. You can actually scroll around the level with the cursor keys if you want to. Just make sure old Roland is stood somewhere safe when you do that, since you still only get 9 lives. Gone are the flick screen antics of the previous game. Now everything scrolls with you using push scrolling. It makes the game easier in some respects because you know what's coming up, but on the other hand, it makes things more difficult in certain areas because enemies can come at you from off screen. So it really is essential to take a look around from time to time to make sure you're aware of what's coming up. In many respects, this is more of what we've already seen before. It's another Jet Set Willy clone, but with a nice effect of being able to jump back to the ship at any time you want to let you jump to another level. There are a few issues with it, however. I've already covered how the enemies can come at you from nowhere, but that doesn't quite explain just how infuriating these enemies are. For a start, they can move faster than you. That's not necessarily bad, but it does make the fact that sometimes you'll be walking right into their flight path more than a little bit annoying. Add to that the fact that the in-game music is nowhere near as enjoyable as with Roland in Time, and the game as a whole becomes fun, but not as fun as the previous one. I like it, despite those drawbacks, and I think you'll like it too, but these are points that do need to be borne in mind. So that's another 2 games stacking up on the good column. Roland really is doing very well here. What's his final game going to be? You're kidding me. That's how Roland goes out? That? A type-in? He ends it on a type-in? This is the CPC's mascot. Their answer to Mario, for goodness sake. How? How does he go out on a type-in? He should have gone out with Roland in Space. That would have been a fitting end to his career. But now what's he doing? What's old Roland doing in this, his final game? I'll tell you what. He's wandering around Amstrad's headquarters, picking up discs and avoiding the roaming giant head of Alan Sugar. I'll give it its due, this isn't a bad game. It's just nowhere near good enough after what we've seen in Space and Time. It's another Manic Miner clone, and I have to admit, as basic games go, it's pretty responsive. The graphics are colourful enough, and it might keep you entertained for a few minutes, possibly even long enough for you to think it wasn't a waste of your time to type it all in. But it's not a fitting end to our mascot's career. It's not bad enough to put against Roland on the Run, but it is kind of on the same level as Roland Ahoy. It's one for the intermediate pile then. And on that note, our journey through the career of Roland comes to an end. Or does it? The reason I ask isn't because Roland went on to a long and illustrious career in fan-made games, because he didn't, but instead ask because of this little gem. This is Doors of Doom, also one of the early Amstrad CPC games. Take a look at our protagonist here. Doesn't he look familiar? Did Roland go off for another adventure defeating the Maestro after Roland in space? I'll let you decide. Yeah, 'cause I'm not telling. Anyway, that's really all we've got time for, isn't it? Because we've gone through some great games here, some intermediates, and one pile of absolute train wreck. Roland holds up well as a mascot, and his adventures help build the CPC a great library of games. It's been a lot of fun playing through these, and I think if you give them a try, because they're available widely on the Amstrad CPC wiki and other websites, then it's worth having a look and seeing some of the great classics from the CPC era. But anyway, like I say, that's all we've really got time for this week, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you liked this, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends out. They'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knob Mouse channel, and I'll see you later.
Welcome to Pasta Find. You found your pasta. Now, what is your name?
Zoe Kirk-Robinson.
What is your specialist subject?
Being a smart aleck.
Very good. Your first question. Is E.T. on the Atari the worst game ever made?
No.
Correct. Why is the worst game ever made controversial?
Because it's Count Duckula 2, and that's not technically a game, it's a resignation letter that someone published.
Correct. Why is pinball called pinball when the ball isn't made out of pins?
For the same reason, a football is not made out of feet.
Well done. Your prize today is to review pinball on the Atari 2600 and Intellivision.
Oh, come on. I had thought I was getting something nice. Pinball is one of those classic games where, in theory, it should be easy to replicate on a computer or home console. The problem with that theory is, of course, that the Atari 2600 isn't a home computer and barely counts as a console, thanks to its lack of video memory and its reliance on the user's imagination in order to overcome its poor graphical capabilities. Some games are the exception to this rule, of course. Nevertheless, Atari managed something special with this, the first console pinball game I ever saw, and perhaps the first console pinball game ever made. If you know of an earlier one, then please do leave a comment, because I really think this is the first one. Video pinball is a stunning achievement. To put together something so fluid and so fun to play on a wood panel console with a joystick that has one button is actually quite an achievement. Hang on, how are you supposed to play pinball with only one fire button? How do you choose which flipper to flip? Well, thankfully, Atari have you covered there. Forget the fire button for this game. You indicate the flipper to use by moving left or right on the joystick, which flips the left or right flipper respectively. If you want to use both at the same time, you push up instead. Sometimes it's the simple solutions that work out the best. I would still have preferred to have used a fire button because it's a better analog to using the triggers on either side of a pinball cabinet, but I have to admit this doesn't work too badly. In fact, it's a good system. Now the game itself is quite simple. You have two kickers, one on either side of the game area, a few bumpers in the middle of the screen, a couple of rollers where you can pick up bonus points, and two flippers. That's it. That's the whole game. So yeah, there's not a lot here. There are no drop targets, no drains, no ramps, no habit trails, nothing but the absolute basics. By the time video pinball was released, modern pinball machines were actually getting quite complex. They had interesting new features, none of which are replicated here. Sometimes I wonder if it's due to a lack of programming time because, as we'll see very shortly, these consoles could handle more complex systems. The other thing to remember is that not only is this the only screen in the game, but the screen isn't very well used. The features that did make it into the game are laid out in a standard Atari blocky grid, which leaves a huge amount of empty space on the screen. The ball bounces somewhat randomly, and it's possible for the ball to jump around the screen for minutes at a time without you having to press a button. See that? The bonus I've got there is racking up to 9 all on its own. I'm not even playing this game, it's playing itself. Now don't get me wrong, I've played an actual pinball machine where you can spend a lot of time just watching the ball bouncing around. You'll rack up a big score without doing anything on your own part, but it could have been so much more. It's still very good to play, sometimes it's a lot of fun in fact, but there's an awful lot of wasted potential here. For example, this is Midnight Magic. It's widely regarded as the best pinball game on the Atari 2600, and quite rightly so. It features all the same things I found in video pinball, and a lot more. There are spinners, drop targets, and even decent sound effects. Now I'll grant you that there's an awful lot here that's still left to be desired. For example, there's still a huge amount of wasted screen. But what it does represent is how much better things can be when you've got a bit more experience under your belt programming for the console. When you have the time and the skills, the Atari 2600 computes an awful lot better than a few blocks on screen, some basic ball physics, and a few limited colours. The sound effects are very simple too, as is par for the course with a lot of Atari games, because of the limitations of its beeper. Nevertheless, even with all these problems, video pinball is still recognisably pinball, and it's still fun. Even to this day, I can grab this game and get a few hours playing out of it. If you don't have an Atari 2600 to hand, which I don't, then grab a copy of Atari Anthology. It's available for PS2 and original Xbox, and it's still just as fun on there. You can also find it on various websites, such as the lovely Java Atari website, link in the description bar below. I highly recommend you give it a try and take a look at home console gaming's first pinball simulator. But what comes next? Well, after its release in the arcades in 1977, video pinball came to the 2600 in the home in 1980, demonstrating that video pinball in the home could be a success. So naturally, a slew of other video games followed, both on the 2600 and on its rivals. And it's one of the rivals that I want to take a look at now. The Intellivision was the first 16-bit home console, although you'd be hard-pressed to note it from its graphics. These look comparable to those on the ZX Spectrum, perhaps even worse in fact. And as we all know, that system was limited by its basic design feature of trying to be a cheap, universal home computer. The Intellivision doesn't have that excuse. Yes, okay, it's obviously more advanced than video pinball on the 2600, and yes, the sound is noticeably better, but is it 8 bits better? I'm not convinced. Neither were a lot of people, since the Intellivision couldn't put a dent in the 2600 sales. Nevertheless, there are a significant number of improvements to be found here. For the first part, it has multiple screens. This is achieved by flipping the game area whenever the ball passes between the various segments of the game, giving us 3 distinct play areas with 3 distinct colour schemes. The multiple screens aren't open to you automatically, however. You have to get that by hitting the rollover at the top of the screen. This is a white circle with a squiggle in it. It's a bonus for playing well enough to hit all of the drop targets, so don't expect to see it straight away. And apparently I don't play well enough, because I only got to see 2 of the screens. The footage they saw there of the third one is actually taken straight from the Attract Mode demo. That's another new addition over the 2600, an Attract Mode. I don't recall seeing one of those for the Atari Video Pinball. You just got a title screen on that one. Now, I'm not going to suggest that it's a big improvement that makes this game a must-have over Atari's offering, or even the later Midnight Madness, but it is something worth noting. There's a lot more polish to Intellivision's offering compared to Atari's original game. The sound effects are equally poor, however. I'm pretty sure the Intellivision was capable of more than this, but then again, so was Atari if we're honest. There's a lot you can do with a simple beeper. It doesn't have to be just plinks, bleeps and buzzers. So how does the game play? Surprisingly slow. This is a very unresponsive offering, truth be told. The 2600 may be limited, but it was very responsive. You could see the results of what you were doing immediately. I mean, okay, it had an annoying joystick control for its paddles, but when you used those controls, you saw the paddles move immediately. Here on the Intellivision, there's a slight delay. It's not enough to make the game annoying, but it is noticeable. It's also possible for the flippers to not respond at all, which makes the game a lot more frustrating than it should be. I have to wonder just how much taxing the processor is getting from this game. The button controls are far better here, however. The Intellivision has a lot of buttons on its controller, including buttons on the side by the joystick. These are used here to control the paddles, and that's replicated nicely on Intellivision Lives for the PS2, where you press L2 and R2, the large shoulder buttons, to control the paddles. It makes it feel far more like you're actually playing pinball. The game itself, aside from the slowdown compared to the Atari version, is pretty good. It has a lot going on, and it uses the screen space far better than the Atari games. Although I will freely admit a large part of that is the fact that Intellivision are covering up the otherwise empty space above the main flippers with flashing lights. The game is far from perfect, and despite its flaws, I have to admit that they are pretty limited. The Intellivision's pinball is very good. Before I picked up Intellivision Lives on the PS2, I had never actually played an Intellivision game. I've never even seen the console in real life. Nobody I knew ever had one, or if they did, they never admitted to it. I get the impression that it's one of those things that essentially disappeared into the ether. And funnily enough, the only time I've ever actually seen an Intellivision is in an episode of The Angry Video Game Nerd. And even then, he wasn't exactly pleasant to it. So I picked up this game with a bit of trepidation, despite it only costing £1 in the shop. Pinball turned me around on the Intellivision. There's a lot of polish to this game. It addresses pretty much every problem with the Atari version. There's a lot more on screen. The screen real estate is better used. And there are more than just a couple of bumpers and kickers. There are spinners, drop targets, holes leading to hidden rails, multiple screens, and actual colour. The list goes on and on. It's a good game, and I really enjoyed playing it. So there you are, a couple of the early forays into video game pinball simulation. And if I'm honest, they really are still worth playing now. That's not something you can say for every game in that era, but it is true here. So if you like playing pinball on your television, grab a couple of these games and give them a try. I think you'll really like them. But that's all we've really got time for today, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you did, remember to click a like button, share it with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Not Mouse channel, and I'll see you later. What? Another space hawk? How does hawks even breathe in space? What's it doing here? Shouldn't it be dead? Oh, how do they breathe? They keep coming in. Hang on. How am I breathing? It just smashed through the window. There's hardly the vacuum of space. Oh, die! Tell my wife I'll be late. After last time's mega review of the Roland series, I wanted to take on something a little bit smaller and more easy to digest today. That's why I've decided to talk to you about the first computer game that I ever played. Now, sure, I'd given the old Pong consoles a try thanks to my parents' Binatone machine before this, but when it comes to computer gaming as we know and love it now, the first game I ever saw was on my trusty Amstrad CPC 464. I came home from school one afternoon to see a shiny new CPC 464 with a green screen monitor sat on the kitchen table, all ready to use. It was running Simon, a very basic game that doesn't work very well on the green screen because of its heavy reliance on colours. My sister played it for a few turns because my parents really liked the idea of using this computer as an educational tool, but when it was my turn, my heart was set on something else. You see, while she had been playing Simon, I had been looking at this. There was something about this cover image that had captured my attention. I don't know whether it was the fact that the idea of a giant hawk in space was cool, or whether it was just that I was really into anything to do with space. I mean, hell, I was 4, and it was the 80s, of course I was into space. But I insisted that I wanted to play Space Hawks instead of Simon. Now, my mother wasn't happy that I wasn't interested in the game that they'd chosen, but loaded Space Hawks up anyway. Never has a couple of minutes load time gone so slowly. I mean, it's nothing to me now. Hell, some of these load times are actually smaller than the download time for an Xbox Live update. Maybe I've just got more patient, or maybe, since I'm now pushing 40, these small amounts of time take up less of my life and therefore feel less significant than when I was 4 years old. I don't know. What I do know is that from the moment I heard this bleepy rendition of the Star Wars theme tune on the title screen, I was hooked. I had never seen something look or sound so cool. I died on the first wave of enemies, but what else would you expect? I'd never played a game like this before. Despite failing so massively though, I was in love with this game and the amazing machine that it ran on, and thus began a lifelong love of gaming and the Amstrad CPC in particular. Now sure, when I look back, this game is exceptionally basic, but it is one of the earlier titles for the system, and it does predate the famous Amsoft 12 pack that used to come bundled with later versions of the CPC. So, let's get the important part. How does the game play? Surprisingly well, even after all this time. Okay, there's nothing new here. It's a standard Galaxians clone with some simple sprites and limited animation. In fact, the player's sprite doesn't even animate, it just moves around left and right. It's just the enemies that are animated. If you hit, you disintegrate in lovely flashing colours. It's quite a nice effect, which shows off the CPC's bright Mode 0 graphics rather well. There is a noticeable amount of slowdown, however, when a lot is going on, and with some of the waves it's surprisingly challenging. You can beat the whole game in about 5 minutes if you know what you're doing, or if you're like me and you apparently suck at these games, you can play it for hours and not get past level 4. Speaking of sucking, don't get hit by the debris when you shoot an enemy. Every time you shoot one of the enemies that's still in its wave, its central portion will drop down the screen, travelling in the same direction that the enemy was going at the time. If you're hit by this, you lose a life, so stay focused. This is often the reason you'll die in this game, because it's very easy to get trapped in a corner by falling debris. Well, that and being hit by one of the enemies that breaks ranks and swarms at you. Shoot those for extra points, and don't worry, because if you hit an enemy as it flies down the screen, it will disappear rather than leaving its central husk to fly at you like a missile. When you reach 10,000 points, or multiples thereof, you'll hear a ding. That's the game telling you that you've got an extra life. You'll probably need it, especially since you can only have one set of missiles on screen at once, which severely cuts back your rate of fire. If you miss an enemy and there are swarms nearby, chances are you'll lose that extra life very quickly. There are 7 waves of enemies in total, each one made up of a different type of animated sprite. Sometimes these are cool to look at, like the Space Hawks in the first wave, or the weird animated alien bears in the second wave, but sometimes they just look dull and uninventive, like the weird wiggly lines in Phase 4, or the weird box things in Phase 5. It's quite a mixed bag. There's also an asteroid that starts bouncing around the screen from Wave 4 onward. Don't shoot it, or it will split into 4 smaller asteroids and bounce around even faster. It's really annoying, so try to keep out of its way. There is also this difficulty selector, which is confusingly called a level select. Remember that the enemies come in waves, not levels, so you don't get to skip ahead and practice levels that you can't beat, which is what I thought it was for. Instead, you get assaulted by more difficult enemies from the start of the game, so watch out for that. It's also worth noting that the asteroid appears from Wave 1 onward at higher difficulties, just in case the game wasn't tricky enough already. So that's Space Hawks. It's a decent Galaxians clone from the early days of the Amstrad CPC. If you come into it now for the first time, it's a decent game with good early era Amstrad graphics. I think it'll keep you busy for at least 5 minutes, which makes it worth loading up. But if you're like me and you're coming back to it for the first time in 30 years or so, it's a fantastic portal back to the early days of gaming when things were very different to what they are now, and it might keep you entertained for an awful lot longer as a result. Personally, I love this game and it holds a special place in my heart because, as I said earlier, it really was the first computer game that I ever played, and I'll be eternally grateful that I chose a good one. This here is my original copy, and I'm happy to say it still loads even after all these years. It's going to have a special place in my collection and in my heart. But that's really all we've got time for this week, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you liked this, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knob Mouse channel, and I'll see you later. Hey guys, I am not well, so there isn't a proper comedy sketch intro this week, but I still want to do a GameHammer, even though it's very painful for me to move because I've pulled muscles in my neck, my back, my arms, everything. So I thought what we'll do instead of a standard GameHammer, I'm going to take a look at 3, count them, 3 different big box shareware games that I bought back in the 90s. Now, these have sat in the corner of my office for a while now. I recently went back to my parents, revisited a few months ago, and got them out of the attic along with the rest of my big box PC games I could find. There are still some missing. They must be in another box somewhere in the attic. But these 3 were there, and it brought back some memories of when I picked them up for £1 or £2 way back when I was still living in Durham, and they all come on floppy disk. So I've only got these 3. There were others, but these were the 3 that I managed to get hold of. So we're going to take a look at them now. They're an oddity. They're on 1 disc each, and apparently they're ready to go. I don't know what that means, but we're going to have a look when I put them onto my laptop. I've had to go on to use the archive computer up in our spare room, which is an old tower PC that I bought back in the early 2000s. Still had a disk drive in it. The laptop we're going to try and run everything on doesn't, but the library archive computer doesn't have the screen recording software, so it's one of those things. We're going to try and run them on this laptop. I've had to transfer them over by pulling all the data off the disks, putting them onto a zip file in Google Drive, and then downloading them onto here. It's very, very complicated these days. But we're going to give it a try now, so let's get straight to it. Okay, we're going to start by running Ancient 2. Now, I don't know much about this, apart from it looks like a very, very early role-playing game on a PC, so let's give it a try. Do you want to read the instructions for Ancients 2 Approaching Evil? Yes, we do! Okay, Ancients is a fantasy role-playing adventure game, and you'll need to explore many lands and fight many monsters along the way. If you're ever stuck in a game, please read the online help. Online? My goodness! In the late 90s? Well, I suppose, yeah. I mean, I got online in 92, so... yeah, okay. Welcome everyone to Lockshire Council. Due to the urgent nature of the topic at hand, I will be brief. Well, that's appreciated. It looks like we just type begin and it starts. Okay, the ancient seal that keeps our world safe from evil has been broken. Evil now pours through the gates. But how should we proceed? I don't know, but this is decent graphics for the time. Come on. Let's do the character. Create a character. Our name will be Bumface, because it's funny. Prepare to choose a race. I am prepared. Human, dwarf, elf, hobbit, or half-elf. Let's go with, let's be an elf. We will be an elf mage. We'll accept, no, we just re-roll these until we get some decent intelligence stats. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, apparently you can just be men. Well, that's not very nice, is it? Oh no, we can have some women. There is one woman character, accept, and she's got massive breasts, but never mind. Right. Previous menu. We will journey onward. Where's my new character? Let's have a walk forward. Right, so it's your usual pseudo 3D, very early role-playing game. Well, to be honest with you, this isn't bad. I could see this working out quite nicely. I don't know where I am or what I'm doing, but yeah. Okay, there's a door. Let's go in the door. There's a private... oh, for goodness sake. How's this one? Is that a private residence as well? Yes, it is. Am I just in the, like, the residential district or something? It's weird how, if you look at the pictures, as you're walking down, it looks like there's nothing at the end of this road, and then when you get there, there's a wall. It just appears. So the draw distance is a little poor, but for something I picked up for £1 in the 90s, that's not bad. Okay, it looks reasonable. I mean, for the time, that was responsive, and it looks pretty good. Let's exit to DOS. What else we got? We've got Solar Winds. Let's move into Solar Winds. Solar Winds consists of 2 separate, unique episodes, The Escape and Universe. Okay. In Solar Winds, you play the role of Jake Stone, Bounty Hunter. Oh yeah, good naming. As you explore the galaxy on various missions, you'll fend off hostile attackers to achieve your goals. Meanwhile, a dark and mysterious plot develops as you progress. The nature of the plot won't be fully revealed until you solve Solar Winds. It sports a joystick. That's good because I've got a joystick here. My nice trusty flight simulator joystick. I can't remember whether this is the first one or the second one, because I wasn't really paying that much attention. So I hope we just bought episode 1 or episode 2. Solar Winds Universe, I wasn't really paying that much attention. I was more just reading it and trying to be funny. So I don't know whether we're in first or second version, but episode even, not version, but we're going to try anyway. Oh, nice. For the past year, Jake Stone has worked for this small shipping company, blah blah blah, I missed that. Let's move on. Let's have a look at this. There's something on my map. Am I on the green thing on the map? Wow, this is difficult to control, but okay. Okay, it's probably easier to move them, to fly with the mouse. Okay, I appear to be the green thing on the map, yes? No. I'm the white thing in the middle of the map. Let's go and fight this green thing, because it's the only other thing on the map, and then let's see what happens. Oh, it's a planet. Okay. What do I do with it? I'm the same size as the planet. I need to fly. What am I... You're being hailed. Okay. What do I do? Communication. Okay, pal, this is your last shipment. After this, your services at the Igmi shipping company will... All you have to do is ship the stone tablet to Red Lake instantly. Okay. Right, give me the stone. Okay, let's end communication. Apparently we're going to Red Lick. I don't even know where that is. Let's just go. Vroom. Full speed on the joystick there. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's hyperdrive to wherever we're going. I should have probably made a note of the coordinates we were going to. There is nothing on the map. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I do remember the graphics on this, because I was impressed back in the day. But, yeah, what do you do, eh? Well, that was fun. It seemed like a decent enough game, and if I could work out what I was doing, it'd probably be fun. Quit game. Okay, we've got one last one now, haven't we? Now, if I remember correctly, this is a decent pinball game. It's just one table. It's reasonably good. Read this. A menu item that says read this with an exclamation mark. Let's read that. This is a leading-edge game that brings the thrill and excitement of real pinball to life in your PC. Well, actually, I think Pinball Dreams and Fantasies were already doing that by this point. Certainly by the point I saw this. I'm not going to read all 33 pages of that, that's for sure. Get me out of this. Use left and right shift keys to activate the flippers. That's all I wanted. A little bit slow. A little bit slower than I remember. Begin. Let's just get in there. Select a table. Cybergirl. It's the only one we've got. It's the only one on the disc. My goodness, I don't remember it being this blocky and awful. I do remember this table though, because I used to play this a lot. Okay, let's play the game. If I remember correctly, it's Spaceball. Spaceball? Spacebar. Oh, there we go. That's why it was looking so blocky. Press space to begin. Let's go. Okay, yes. Oh, this is good. This is as good as I remember. I played an awful lot of this. I loved pinball back in the day. I still do. I love pinball games. As you may have noticed from the amount of times I've actually reviewed some of them. Yeah, I like this a lot. Okay, we'll play until we run out of balls for it and then give our assessment. But out of the three, I think this is the one that you would come back to the most if you were playing these games now, because Solar Winds didn't seem to do an awful lot because there was only one planet that appeared, and you went to the coordinate. Well, I think I went to the right coordinates. I may not have. It didn't really give me an indication of where I was going, which is not good. There wasn't an awful lot to it, if you know what I mean. Whereas Ancients 2, I think you've really got to sit down and really want to play an old-style RPG to do anything with it. But this one, you can just pick up and play. This is good. This is really, really good. The other two, well, I don't know. I don't think I would come back to them too much. But like I said, the ones that you have to actually sit down and want to use. But this, you can pick up and play. So yeah, this is going to have a place on my computer, and it'll stay. It's always good when you find an old shareware game that actually stands up to the test of time. It's one of the reasons why I like looking at old PC games and old retro games in general. Because sometimes they're still good and good fun now. And other times, yeah, things have gone off the boil, but that's progress for you. But the gems still shine. And that's what we can take away from this. There we are. And that's it. Out of the three, well, one is very good. I think one, if you want to get into it, you could still play Ancients 2. You probably need a pen and paper to make some notes, but that's standard RPG fare for the time. Solar Winds, I liked it at the time, just flying around shooting things, but I can't remember how I got into it because it doesn't seem to want you to get into it. It doesn't lure you in properly. It's a bit weird. But Cybergirl Pinball and Epic Pinball in general, I would expect, still seems good now. So, there we go. 1 out of 3, that's not bad for old retro games. Especially when you pick them up for like £1 per box. And the boxes were pretty good quality as well. It made shareware look something worth having a look at. Anyway, that's really all I've got time for today because my neck and my back are still killing me a lot. So I'm going to go and I'll see you later. And hopefully next time I'll be in better condition so we can keep doing these the way I actually like to. But until then, see you later. Okay, let's go through the checklist one more time, shall we?
Okay.
Armour?
Check.
Padding?
Check.
Bricks to throw at other people?
Check.
Excellent. Now we can commute to work.
Check. Wait, what?
Shockwave Rider is one of those strange games you see every now and again that takes dystopian themes and applies them to situations that would otherwise make for a frightfully dull game. The premise on this one is pretty simple. Go for a ride on the subway. That's it, basically. Problem is, the subway is now a dangerous hellhole full of horrible people, and all of those people want you dead. The first thing you'll notice about this game, and we are playing the Amstrad CPC version here, is that the music is annoying. The actual tune is rather catchy, and I like it, but oh my goodness, what is that drum line supposed to be about? It sounds like someone tried to digitize a guy knocking down a wall. Way to fail, guys. Way to fail. The game itself is rather fun, once you've turned the sound down. And by the way, you're not going to be missing anything if you do that. There are no sound effects, just the music, so feel free to turn the sound down if it's getting on your nerves, and it will do. Aside from the sound, the play area scrolls very smoothly and the controls are responsive. It's actually a pleasure to play. Now, it's obvious that this has been achieved by severely restricting the play area and covering the rest of the screen with a very garish brick texture. But oh well, at least they tried. It's bright, it's cartoonish, and it works, and results in a game that's fast, responsive, and fun. So is the C64 version, by the way, which I think is likely the development version given its speed and the title screen weirdness. I mean, come on, that's Bruce Lee right there, isn't it? Why is he here? I haven't a clue. Anyway, the C64 version fares very well. The music is much nicer here. The SID chip is handling the drumline much better than the CPC did, through the magic of not making it so loud it obscures the rest of the tune. There are still no sound effects, however, it's just the tune. Gameplay-wise, it fares as well as the CPC did. It's a smooth-running, fast-paced game that's very simple to get into and enjoy, which brings me back to the plot of the game. There isn't one. You're playing a guy who's riding the Shockway, which appears to be some kind of futuristic subway system composed entirely of those moving conveyor belt floors that you find at airports. Either the local thugs have taken over the Shockway and don't want you using it, or there's some kind of disease outbreak going on that turns everyone into violent monsters, because getting from A to B in this game world seems to be impossible. I'm going to go with the outbreak interpretation, since sometimes normal people will explode and turn into thugs, seemingly at random. You can only defend yourself by throwing bricks found at the side of the Shockway. You use these by pressing the fire button while aiming left or right to lob the brick at other people. You can throw them at enemies or at random people, which actually helps you to clear a path when you need to escape in a hurry, but remember to keep a close eye on the number of bricks that you're carrying, because you'll run out very quickly and it's sometimes a long wait before you can grab some more. So okay, let's address the brick issue. Why are there piles of bricks by the side of the Shockway? Is it still under construction? Are they stockpiles provided by concerned citizens that are eager to combat the thug problem? And if so, who are they? Who is maintaining these piles of bricks? Are the thugs stockpiling the bricks? If so, why don't they throw them as well? Because they don't, you know. They just slice the top of your head off. Yeah, I'm not kidding. They just cut the top of your head off. These guys don't mess around. This game is sick. So let's move on to a nicer subject before I throw up. The Spectrum version has a nice layout. Unlike the full screen layout of the C64 version, or the tiny gaming area on the CPC that's basically a scaled down C64 rendition, the Spectrum has opted for an effect that gives some nice depth to the game. You'll notice there's no music on the Spectrum version, it's all just blips and chirps. That's a shame because the rest of the game is pretty good, although I did notice a small problem of actually throwing bricks on this version. Maybe that's just me not being too good with the timing of pressing fire and using the direction controls. All in all, this is a great game on all three systems. It's not one that'll keep you coming back for more in the long term, but as something where you just load it up for 5 or 10 minutes of play every now and again, it's pretty good. There's barely any plot, but the gameplay's here, and the difficulty level, well, it's decent, verging on quite difficult. That's good enough to keep me playing, and I think you'll like it too. The graphics are nice on whatever version you play, with the CPC definitely having the boldest colours, although they also have a weird choice of colours for the enemies, since they all look like bespeckled nerds, whereas in the other versions they look like retro-futuristic thugs. I don't know what's going on there, but whichever works for you. Sprite scaling is great, which gives a lovely sense of depth to the game. The Spectrum version definitely wins out on that one, thanks to its effective use of a pseudo 3D diorama look to the playing field. It's a nice effect and it really does work well. Out of the three, the C64 version has the worst look to it. It has a drab colour scheme for the characters, and okay, I realise the C64's dull palette was limited compared to the bright colour schemes of the other two versions, but other games did a lot better with their colour choices, and the other two versions didn't use a garish checkered pattern for the Shockway as well. That really didn't help the C64 win out here. All in all, this is a fairly simple game when you get down to it. It's your standard dodge 'em up with some shooter trappings, and for what it is, it does well. Give it a try if you have 5 minutes to spare, and I think you'll actually quite enjoy it. Okay, that's really all we've got time for this week, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you liked this, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Not Mouse channel, and I'll see you later. I'm dizzy, my head is spinning. Oh, whoa. This was a bad idea.
I told you, but you wouldn't listen.
Dizzy is one of those series that became iconic in the 8-bit era. If you owned a computer in the 80s, you either played Dizzy or you knew someone who played Dizzy. The egg with the hat was everywhere in gaming. It's a wonder that he didn't get his own spin-off TV show or line of toys. Today we're looking at Treasure Island Dizzy, the first sequel to the original game. This is the game that got me into Dizzy, as I'm sure it did for an awful lot of people, because the original game was something of a slow burner, but this one was a certain hit. I first played it on my cousin's Rubber Key Spectrum, and we were both hooked. I wanted my own copy, but I couldn't find one, so I ended up getting the third game, Fantasy World Dizzy. We played that one a lot too. It was several years later when I finally saw a copy of Treasure Island Dizzy for sale on the Amstrad CPC. Apparently it was stocked in my local shops, but it kept selling out, so I never got to see a copy. And by the time I actually did see it, I had a copy of the original Dizzy Collection box set, which included Treasure Island Dizzy along with 3 other brilliant adventures, and one arcade game that I've been meaning to review for quite a while. Dizzy was a major icon of the 8-bit home computers, but it didn't stop there. For our first look at this game, I want to show you the NES version, which is actually surprisingly good for a budget conversion of a home computer game. So let's take a look at it. The first thing you'll notice is that it's a bright, wonderfully cartoony game with great music. It's the original soundtrack pumped through the Nintendo's rather impressive sound chip, and it sounds great. The animation is decent, and the game feels like it's in the right aspect ratio, which is not always the case for ports of Dizzy, as we saw in the Amiga version of Prince of the Oak Folk, where the whole game world feels like it's been stretched out to fit the larger screen of the 16-bit system. I really enjoyed playing this version of the game. It's bright, it's responsive, and they've managed to fix the most egregious problem from the home computer versions, namely that when you pick up a coin, the game doesn't scroll your inventory anymore. This is a huge deal, especially when you're collecting coins underwater and you have to keep hold of your snorkel, otherwise you'll drown. And yes, before you reach down to the comments section, I do know that the inventory doesn't always scroll when you're on the home computer versions. But you know as well as I do that it's most likely to scroll when you're underwater, which puts you in extreme jeopardy and makes the game an awful lot tougher than it needs to be. Speaking of the underwater areas, there seem to be some new rooms in the NES version. I've never encountered this pit in the CPC or Spectrum versions before, so I was wholly unprepared when I ventured into it, armed only with my trusty snorkel. I'm assuming you need an item to be able to leave the room, but since I didn't have it, the only way out was to drop the snorkel and drown. And that brings me to the major gripe I have with this game. You only get one life. If you screw up, if you get caught by any of the enemies, or anything like that, if you die in this game, you're flung straight back to the main menu and you've got to start right from the beginning. Now, some of us aren't super gaming person. We need more of a chance if we're going to get through these things. So couldn't we have had more than one life?
Not without changing the whole game, no. It's a problem with the snorkel, you see. If you drop it underwater and die, or you leave it on an island, you'll never be able to finish the game.
Because you'd respawn where you died and go through an infinite cycle of death, you mean?
Yeah, as morbid as that sounds, it's about right. The coders didn't have time to fix that issue, so they dropped the live system and made the game fiendishly difficult as a result.
Oh well, it would have been nice to be able to respawn on the nearest safe area you'd already visited, but I suppose that would mean an awful lot more tracking code. And it also wouldn't solve the leaving the snorkel underwater problem. So as fixes go, I suppose only having one life isn't essentially game breaking, but maybe making it impossible to drop the snorkel would have been an option? Perhaps that wouldn't have worked either. I could see modifying the Dizzy sprite to have him wear the snorkel instead of carrying it being a bit of a coding headache, what with all the extra memory that would take up just to hold that sprite. So maybe this really was the only way. Anyway, the one life thing is difficulty level increasing, but it's not game breaking. We can live with it, and given that it's 30 years on from when the game was published, I really don't see anyone going back and fixing it now. So let's put that aside and get back to the game at hand. As Dizzy games go, I'm really impressed with the NES version, and I recommend that you give it a try. It's on one of those Quattro carts with 3 other adventure games, so it really is good value for money. But let's put the NES version aside for the moment and look at the one that I and most gamers will remember. Let's look at the ZX Spectrum port. And yes, I do mean port. I don't care how many times it's claimed online that the Spectrum version is the original, it's not. Dizzy and Treasure Island Dizzy were coded first on the Amstrad CPC, a CPC 6128 to be specific, because it had a disk drive and that made loading and saving the code quicker. So suck it up, Specky fans, the Amstrad got here first. Okay, now that little gripe is out of the way, how does the Spectrum version hold up? Really, really well, as you would expect. Dizzy is right at home on the Spectrum and always was. This old computer is well suited to games like this, and the speed the Specky can throw the graphics around means the game runs incredibly well. Now okay, sure, there's the usual colour clash problem, and it's evident from the first screen, but let me ask you this, and I want you to answer honestly. Does the colour clash actually detract from the game? In my view, no. And what's more, it never did. When I played this at my cousin's house, we loved it. It never mattered to us that when Dizzy walks past parts of the background, it changes colour. It didn't matter that parts of the background mixed colours with parts of the foreground. And okay, sure, that sometimes made things difficult to see, but the fact is, that sometimes happened on the Amstrad as well, because limited colours and limited resolutions sometimes mean things will blend into one another, and we just got on with it. In all honesty, putting aside the one life issue, I think the only thing that this game has going against it is the colour clash, and when it's something that minor, you're on for a winner. So, while we're here on the Spectrum, let's address one Spectrum-targeted item in the game, the Sinclair Abuser magazine. Now, I've heard a lot of talk about this little item over the years. Apparently, Codemasters were having a long-standing feud with Sinclair User magazine over this, that and the other. I recall a lot of hard feelings over Codemasters' wild claims on their inlays, for example. So the Oliver twins, or whoever put this item into the game, decided to poke fun at the feud. What's the Sinclair Abuser magazine for? Well, you dump it in the sea for extra points, thus preempting the get in the sea meme by 3 decades. And that's all there is to it. It's pretty petty if you ask me. So once that's done, we can get down to the game proper. Grab the snorkel, it's in the same place in all versions of the game, which is useful, and head into the sea. Cross over to where you find an item on a shipwreck. Here on the Spectrum it's a spade, but on the NES it was a crowbar. And then you use it on an item plugging a hole in the floor on the next screen over. On the NES, the crowbar moves a rock and reveals a hole in the floor, which leads to where we got stuck and had to drown in order to get back out to the title screen. On the Spectrum, the spade opens an air pocket and allows us to float up to get back out of the water. Very useful, I think you'll agree. So we get out of the water and onto the second island, where we can find a lot of useful items, and also meet the shopkeeper. This is where we discover the proper goal of the game. Find something valuable, so the shopkeeper will give us a boat and we can escape the island. Sounds simple, doesn't it? If only it was as easy as saying it. I'm afraid we're going to have to deal with quite a few puzzles before we get through this baby. It is a Dizzy game after all. So let's switch to the Commodore 64 version to continue the story. Now, the C64 usually gets the short end of the stick when it comes to ports of Dizzy games, because they're not done by the Oliver twins. So let's see how this one holds up. These cages suck. Even when you know they're there, you'll still fall foul of them, and it really harms the flow of the game. Now remember, you've only got one life here, and you're going to have to start from the beginning whenever you get caught in one of these infernal contraptions. Aside from the cage problem, and it is in all versions of the game, the C64 version holds up very well, all things considered. Now, my version had no music, and I found that pretty odd, but maybe that's just the snapshot that I downloaded off the internet. It might just have been a little bit faulty. And also, why is the bucket moved? It's very high up on the shopkeeper's screen now, and it seems to be inaccessible. Okay, I realise that grabbing the bucket and giving it to the shopkeeper just gets you more points. It doesn't actually further the story, but it still seems like a strange alteration. Aside from that, the game plays really nicely. I like it. Normally I'm apprehensive about Dizzy games on the C64 because they usually do get a fairly ropey port, but this one seems pretty good. when you have a copy that actually plays the music, it's a decent tune, different to the CPC's version, but nevertheless good. I liked the game on the Commodore, but it's not one of the versions that I know and love from childhood. It's not the Spectrum version. It's different enough to feel strange to me. So let's end this by coming home to something that feels a little bit more familiar. Let's check out the original version of the game. It's time to boot up the Amstrad CPC. Well, it's slower, that's for sure. Dizzy on the CPC was always that little bit slower than the other systems. I think it's due to the way the CPC handles screen refreshing or something like that, but whatever the reason, it's definitely noticeably slower. And it's a real shame because the CPC is a great system, and it's little things like that which give it a bad name. The game itself is still fantastic. It plays well, although I would argue that it still has the same hitbox problem as ever, and not how I didn't touch that octopus but still died from it because the computer decided that I'd hit it. But aside from that, I actually really like the game on the CPC. It's bright, it's jolly, it's got a nice tune to it. What more could you ask for? Now, Treasure Island Dizzy did also come out on some 16-bit systems, notably the Amiga and the Atari ST. I can't get the Amiga version to work, so I can't show you it, and I don't think we've ever shown an Atari ST on GameHammer yet. We will one day, but sadly it's not going to be today, for the same reason I can't show you the Amiga version. So why am I bringing up 16-bit systems if I can't show you that? Well, the reason is the PC version. For years, people thought there was a PC version of Treasure Island Dizzy. It gets mentioned in magazines. It used to be mentioned on the Oliver Twins website. It keeps getting mentioned on Wikipedia, probably because of the magazines. But it doesn't actually exist, or at least no one's ever seen a copy. For a while, there was a Windows version, but that just turned out to be the Commodore 64 version wrapped inside some sort of emulator. And that doesn't really count, because if it did, I could take any NES emulator and wrap up all of the NES games and claim, well, there you are, native Windows support for Nintendo. It's not really right, is it? Emulators don't count in that respect. There was a PC version of Fantasy World Dizzy. In fact, there's a PC version of pretty much all of the later Dizzy games. But there's no Treasure Island Dizzy on the PC, at least as far as anyone can find. It's not even in the PC version of the Dizzy Collection box set, where it and the original Dizzy are replaced by a couple of the Dizzy-themed arcade game clones. I just wanted to lay that issue to rest. Okay, now that's dealt with, what's the game about anyway? Well, we've covered a little bit already, but let's get down to the nitty-gritty. According to the box art, Dizzy is made to walk the plank, and the loading screen finds him adrift at sea. He washes up on the shore of a seemingly deserted island and needs to make his way home. He does this by solving a load of reasonably simple puzzles, especially by the standards of some of the later games in the series, that allow him to access a second nearby island. As I mentioned earlier, there he meets a shopkeeper, who will trade valuable items for a boat that can get him home. But there's just one problem here. The shopkeeper knows a desperate sucker when he sees one, and he'll only trade you what you need, piece by piece. It takes 4 items to get to safety because the shopkeeper is happy to trade you a boat, but it's just the boat. You'll also need the outboard motor. Oh, did you want that motor to work? You'll need some petrol. Well, now you've got the petrol, did you want the motor to turn on? You'll need the ignition key too. Who sells a motor without a key? That's nickel and dime territory right there. This guy knows Dizzy is really desperate to get home, and he's taking him for everything he can. What a scumbag. Anyway, to get the items you need, you'll need to solve some puzzles. Some of these are really simple, like getting past the rocks in the tunnel in order to get the gold. It's obvious what you need to do in order to deal with that one. But getting the microwave? That's downright illogical all the way through. Basically, we're in point-and-click adventure game territory here. There's logic to how you use the axe, although I would argue that it's suicidal tendencies territory, but there it is. It's still logical. But the microwave requires 2 immense leaps of logic that there's no way you're going to solve without trying every single item that you can find on every single one of the spots in the area to find the ones that form the puzzles. Both are stupid solutions. Both require ridiculous methods to proceed with the game. They are very annoying. And when you're done with that, when you've found all 4 valuable items that the shopkeeper wants, then you can jump onto the boat and get off the island, which is where you'll meet the tax inspector. He looks suspiciously like the shopkeeper and claims to be his twin brother, but I have a feeling that it's actually the same guy and he's just trying to get more stuff out of you. The tax man won't let you past until you've paid customs duty on your boxing gloves, which I was going to say was the stupidest thing I've ever heard, But then I remember that there were adverts for other Codemasters games just floating around on scrolls throughout this game. So there's that. The taxman wants 30 gold coins in tax, which means those boxing gloves you're wearing must be worth a fortune to command such import duty. If you've been trying to pick up every background and foreground item in the whole game, you've probably got 30 gold coins by this point. But if you're like me and you didn't, you've got to now traipse all the way back and try and find all of the hidden coins. And most of the coins are hidden. There's no clue as to where they are. So either click on everything as you go, or, like me, consult a walkthrough and try it that way. Or just drown like I accidentally did. You've pretty much finished the game by this point anyway, so don't worry. You're not missing a lot at this point. Treasure Island Dizzy is a short game once you know what you're doing. It takes about 30 to 40 minutes to play through the whole thing, and that's including finding all the gold coins. It's fun, it's imaginative, and the puzzles are moderately decent for the most part. I'm going to exclude all of those weird, ridiculous ones. For the most part, it's good. I love it. It's one of the best in the Dizzy series. But which version is best? Well, for me, it has to be the Spectrum version. Okay, sure, it has immense amounts of colour clash, but that's true of all Dizzy games on the Specky, and if I'm honest, it doesn't detract from the gameplay. It's also the first version of the game, and the first Dizzy game in general that I ever played, so it holds a lot of sentimental value for me. The Amstrad version is lovely, as you would expect from it being the development version, but it does run that little bit slower than the Spectrum version, and that makes it a little bit slower paced, which pulled me out of the game a little bit. The C64 got a decent port too, but it just doesn't feel as good as the Spectrum version when playing it. It also has a more intrusive border, like all the C64 Dizzy games do, and that put me off this version a little bit. It's just a little bit too distracting. The NES version, on the other hand, is an amazing port of the game. It runs smoothly, it looks wonderful, and it has a hell of a lot of character to it. If this is the first time you're coming to Treasure Island Dizzy, I cannot recommend this version highly enough. It's brilliant, and I think you'll love it. But whichever version you pick up, this is a wonderful game. Dizzy is one of the special characters from the 8-bit era, and he has immense value in terms of gameplay, character, and just sheer pleasure in terms of playing the game. I'm a big fan, and I think if you give this a try, you'll be a big fan too. Okay, that's really all I've got time for this week, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you did like this, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knob Mouse Show, and I'll see you next time. If you liked today's video, please consider supporting me on Patreon. Thank you.